There's not a single measurement there, not one single one. They got a lot of averages. There's not a single. Bruhif, you still there?
He's not.
Anyway, I think Ruhif is trying to win at semantics here when it comes to an angle measurement. I think still what I said to hold true and factual, that when you change your focal length, or in this case, an angle measurement device, and you have stronger optics, you're going to get a slightly different angle than the other one, thereby giving you a different height. At least this seems the logical inference. Am I incorrect when I state this? I think that, Jeremy, that's the first time you've ever backed me up there, buddy. What's going on?
I give respect where it's due.
Just so you know, dude, I apologize.
If you're
for,
right, you're
treating
right.
like
You
a
know,
trick.
a sun shines on a dog's ass every blue moon. What's the saying?
The clock is right twice. A broken clock is right 2 times a day.
Yeah. So there you go.
What do you think about my other argument, where you take an observation and you scale it down, and then you take 2 versions, one a scaled down version that's got sphericity in it, the one that's just Euclidean. What do you think of that as
What
for
scale?
a quick?
What's the
Well,
scale?
I'll give you an example. So let's take a
Just tell me.
photograph.
No, the number. The number. What's the number? 10 to 1.
1 to 100,000. And the reason
So
why
we're
I
going to
would do
shrink everything down to 100,000th the size of what it is.
exactly. And so the premise would be,
And you're going to do that with a skyline. Hold on. Just let me just lead you real quick.
sure.
And we're going to do that with a skyline. A city
No.
skyline.
No. When I said New York skyline, what I meant is that there's photographs of the terrain, the cityscape, not a skyline, but a cityscape of the city. So you get a higher altitude above the city there. You'll see
That's a
50, 60.
skyline.
Well, you're not looking to the horizon for the
skyline?
skyline. No, because the skyline is like the Chicago.
What are we shrinking down?
The city.
Theta, what
the
are we
structures.
shrinking down to 100,000?
So if we take
Okay, so
New
we
York
got a
City.
building. Yeah, what's the tallest building?
So just hear me out. So we take all of those buildings, they're scaled down to 100,000.
Just let me lead you. Yeah, let me lead you. That's what I'm trying to talk about. What's the tallest building?
Empire State
2,000
Building,
feet?
which I don't recollect what the Empire State Building sits at, but it's very tall.
Does anyone have the height of the Empire State Building by any chance? So we can just crunch the numbers real quick.
Here's the thing of the exercise that's really pertinent, though, and I don't think you can lead because you don't know the scenario, maybe. But if I took a city,
I'm trying. I know. I just want to figure out the numbers.
well, it's just going to be scaled 1/100,000.
I'm gonna Google it real quick.
The point is would you?
Hold on.
The point is when you do scale it down, and you add in curvature in one of the models, you'll see exponential curvature. You'll be exaggerated when it's scaled down, right? The idea is if I'm taking the dimensions and scaling it down, but I assume the Earth is one over the other, one flat, one curved, I scale down the version that has no curve. Which one is going to match reality still? It would be the one that doesn't have any curve in it.
Okay, I got the height. It's 1,450 feet from the to the tip. So if you take that down by 100,000 ratio, what is that? How high is it now? Do you know the
Just do it
height
in
data?
What's it in feet?
1450 times 100,000.
So 1450 divided by 1.6 to get it in
1450
meters.
divided by what?
1.6, pardon me. So it's 900 meters. Would that be right? And then convert it into
No, scale it down. Scale 1450 feet down to 100,000. What do you get?
Well, you get 0.145 feet, but you can convert that into centimeters, and that would probably be, I don't know, maybe 1.5 centimeters, something like that. I'd have to do the math.
Okay. What was Zanuck talking about nanometers? Why was Zanuck talking about nanometers earlier?
Because he's trying to obfuscate from the fact that if you take a radius of 3959, scale it 1/100,000, you end up with 290-foot radius. You scale a piece of that radius to 6 feet, you're still going to have an arc, a drop of 2.4 centimeters over 6 feet. This is just based on physical feet and inches values, no refraction added. If that's the case, then I could take that same principle and apply it to real life observations, scale it down, and all I'm scaling is distance and height. But here's the thing, which would still closely resemble reality? The one that's got curve scaled down or the one that I just scaled down?
I don't know. I asked you to show me the scaled down version. You won't show me.
Yeah, it's in my book, but anyway, you can do it with there's many
Can
of
you
this
just
already
post
done.
the picture of it in the text chat?
Listen, bro, there's many examples. Again, it's just not my example. I mean, it is my example in the way I'm applying it, but the way they scale down these models, I'm just using their scaled down systems and applying curve to one and curve to the other. If I take real life and I scale it down and it still matches real life in the sense that there is no arc or diverging parallels, then it would indicate there is no curvature between the points of the buildings, even if they claim that it's a 0.008 degree vertical change or deviation from vertical.
Okay, but can we see the scaled down different versions of it? You have them both in your book?
So what it is, it's an exercise for you to try. I give you an example for it. There's many other examples.
I don't have time to scale this down, David. Can we see the pictures or no? If not, it's fine.
You can buy it in the book, but other than that, again, it's not a new thing. It's something that anybody willing to do, take any real life image of anything, scale down two versions, one that's got curvature, one that doesn't. Why does the one that you don't add curvature still represent reality more?
I don't know if it does, Dave. I can't see it. this may be a dope argument.
You know-
I have no idea because you won't show me the
Sure.
pictures and you're making me buy your book.
That's fine. It's not a new argument I'd give you in the situation scenario. You seem to be an intelligent guy, but never done anything yet. You could probably just do it and either falsify it or say that it's wrong or come up with some argument for it. See again, it's just showing an unbiased approach to the
Got
math
it?
and an unbiased approach to what we observe.
I'd feel better if I could see it, but I mean, whatever. We'll have to wait for the book.
It's just look at
When's it coming
any-
out so I can see this picture and this argument that
Look at any scaled down model version that's in any kind of museum or anything. Usually they'll have some type of cityscape that you can go look at, scaled version, maybe some river going through it, and it's a distance of maybe 10 miles, 20 miles. If that was true and there was curvature, then it would be it wouldn't be relatable in a sense that it's a one-to-one. In other words, if I scale it up and reduce size, it's going to match reality. As opposing to doing that with curvature, it will not.
I don't know. I have no comment on this argument because I've never seen the thing you're talking about. So
You've never seen anything of scale down of reality. You've never seen that relationship between
it's
observed
probably
reality
better
and the
than your
scaled.
cup on the dashboard of a plane argument. I'll tell you that.
So again, that's not my argument. That was an argument. That was
What's up?
that was an observed phenomenon with a pilot that lost all functionality of his instruments in the aircraft, including his gyroscope, his mechanical one. He was forced to use a cup of water to land. So oddly enough, the cup of water and the gyroscope operate in the same manner as far as pitch is concerned. Again, most of my examples are not mine. They're just read and then regurgitated to the point where if I apply the information in this debate and I get back contentious response or just intellectual dishonesty, it's on them, not me.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little mad you didn't put the leading the target argument in your book, dude. That was a banging ass argument, bro.
Well, it's definitely for you to you can do these little pamphlets, man. Why not? I'm waiting still for somebody to do these little pamphlets of little scenarios and tests. I mean, you got all the information. You've been categorizing everybody here and cataloging it for how many years now?
Bro, I just came up with this like 2 weeks ago, dude.
Yeah, but again, the whole Coriolis argument with plane flight is not a new argument. Maybe the way.
Yeah,
that
but you never
reference
heard an
plane-
argument like mine before. That is literally the best Coriolis argument you've ever heard in your life.
It definitely puts into the mind that when you're going to set out a course, you set out the heading based on its location, not its parent location. So yeah, in that sense, you are disproving rotation, sure.
Well, we're at the very least, we're disproving the claim that the great circle route was the shortest distance to fly on the spinning globe Earth. I don't know if it disproves all of rotation totally, but at least that claim.
Well, the heading would indicate a known location. An apparent heading would mean a landing location. Did you ever see the video I did when I went and took a protractor on a plane, and I calibrated it in cruising flight just before landing, about 45 minutes thereabouts. And when the plane
I
landed,
know. Can I just stop you right there? You calibrated a protractor.
yeah, let me finish. It's a digital protractor on an iPad, and
Okay. All
what
right.
you do is you put it to a surface, and then you calibrate it, which means it's now to the angle of the surface, which would be in this case 0. But knowing that principle of calibration when using a protractor, I applied that principle to plane flight. And so when we were in the air, I calibrated to my position of my seat. Because if the plane is tilted up at 3 degrees and I calibrate it, the seat itself will be tilted up at the same tilt as the plane, because it's the plane that's tilted, right? So if I calibrated the protractor to it and I landed, I would end up with a degree. My protractor showed about 3.5 degrees.
How
So
far
when I
did you
asked,
fly?
so it was about 45 minutes, maybe an hour, because it was just before descent, before the pilot mentions descent. So what it
So how
shows
many
is it
miles
shows,
was the trip? How many miles was
well,
the trip, Danny?
if you're at 45 minutes until, let's say, an hour to landing, and you're traveling at 500 miles, you're at least traveling a distance of a few hundred miles, right? So the point
Yeah,
of
so it should have been a
uh,
couple few degrees.
no, let me finish the example, please. So when I approached the pilot and I told him what I did, I said to him, I said, I calibrated this digital protractor to the seat I was sitting in, and when we landed, guess what the angle, when you came to a level horizontal position, when you landed, guess what my protractor showed for the level of degrees? He said about 4 degrees. And I said, yeah, give or take between 3 and 4. What the idea was to calibrate it in midair to show that the plane is flying at a 3 to 4 degree tilt. But more importantly, it will highlight the linear path of the plane and how it operates in the air. Because I said to him, I said, over the distance I flew, I couldn't detect any curvature. And he goes, yeah, you're right. You should be able to, but you can't. And then he alluded to saying that I needed a space gyro to. He was obviously making fun at the end of there. He said I needed a space gyro to detect curvature. So I had a pilot on camera acknowledge the observation, acknowledge the degree that at which I was trying to attempt to capture, and then proceeded to say that there should have been curvature over 700 miles, but there's not. The point in the exercise was if I can measure pitch change, why can't I measure it pitching over the curvature of the hand? All I can measure is linear motion and pitch elevation changes.
Yeah, by the time you landed, the protractor should have read you were at a different angle.
It didn't. When we came to rest, it showed the actual pitch of the plane in space, and that's what the pilot confirmed the observation would dictate.
So when the plane pitched, you had a different angle. But then when you landed, it wasn't X amount of degrees off for the amount of curvature you went over, you're saying.
So what I'm saying, when I landed and we came horizontal to the airport, the protractor highlighted the pitch of the plane during cruising. So through the whole process from cruising to landing, in other words, the nose when it dips down, that all that stuff registered. But the final position I landed at showed the protractor was at 3.5 degrees.
So you went over 3.5 degrees worth of Earth curve, you're saying. You're
No, what
so
I'm saying
difficult
is
to
that the
talk to.
plane. What I'm saying is that the plane, as it's flying at cruising altitude, had its nose pitched up at 3 to 4 degrees. That's what the protractor was capturing, because when the plane came to rest, no longer was the nose tipped up of the plane. It was horizontal, thereby indicating on the protractor the 3.5 degree change. And so when I addressed the scenario, telling him that I calibrated during cruising, I calibrated the protractor to the plane in mid-space, and that we landed, I asked him, how much did the protractor detect? Coming out of his own mouth, he says about 4 degrees. And then I said, between 3 and 4. So the idea was that I could capture pitch and elevation changes, well, pitch changes generally, with this protractor. And if there is some type of pitch change over a spherical Earth, that there would be this gradual change in pitch that you would be able to detect. But that's not what we detect. We detect just linear motion with pitch changes.
So basically, what you guys are saying is that the Earth isn't flat.
Is that what you got from it?
No, we're just trying to start a conversation.
Sounds like you're trying to trigger a conversation.
Trigger start. What's the difference? Tomato, tomato. Data, data.
Flat Earth loyalists to the globe.
Yo, who's whistling?
Oops.
Illuminati card time. Elasma.
Ah, what?
Odysee.
Yeah?
Let's talk turkey, bro.
Say that again?
Snacks.
Yeah, what's up? Is somebody else talking? Sorry.
Hold on. Why does it say I'm muted? But hold on a second.
Okay.
Someone say my name.
I did.
What's up, G?
Hey.
Snacks. You see the TikTok I sent you?
Nah. Wait, you sent me something?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you know the significance of the number 137?
No. Wow, what's up?
It's a huge number in physics.
Okay. Yeah.
Big time number. 137 is crazy in physics. I don't
Right.
remember.
Since the early 1900s, physicists have postulated that the number could lie at the heart of the grand unified theory relating theories of electromagnetism, quantum mechanics, and especially gravity. 1/137th was believed to be the exact value of the fine structure constant. The fine structure constant is a dimensionless physical constant, approximately 1/137th of the astronomer Arthur Eddington conjectured in 1929 that it was reciprocal, that it was in fact precisely the integer 137 that he claimed could be obtained by pure deduction. The conjecture was not widely adopted, and by the 1940s the experimental value for the constant were clearly inconsistent with the conjecture being roughly 1/137.036. Recent work at the Kassler-Brossel laboratory in Paris reported that the most precise measurement yet taken the value of this constant to the 11th decimal place, nearly 3 times more precise than the 2018 results led by the group at Holger Mueller at the University of California, Berkeley, at the margin of error of just 81 parts per trillion. Physicist Leon M. Lederman numbered the home near Fermilab 137 based on the significance of the number to those in his profession. Lederman expounded on the significance of the number in his book, The God Particle.
Okay,
Here's some
that was
137s.
very in depth. That was very in depth. Okay, knowing that, guess how many sarcophagi will fit into the king's chamber inside the Great Pyramid?
Really?
Yeah, bro. You didn't see the TikTok I sent you? Just
No.
because I don't watch your stuff doesn't mean you don't have to watch my stuff. All right, that's not how this works.
Yeah, I don't know how I noticed. I didn't notice that you sent. It didn't like send me a. It didn't. I didn't know that you sent me anything.
Okay, all right.
All right.
137, bro. Coincidence? Maybe. Could be a coincidence. Maybe,
It's
I
not.
don't know.
It's not. The reason for
Don't
it is
think
because
so?
the pyramid is built according to it incorporates specific ratios like pi, the golden ratio, and all of these different geometrics and all these numbers that are inherent in the universe.
Does 137 come into phi or pi or whatever?
I think isn't here prime number. It will be. It'll be a number in the Fibonacci sequence, I'm sure.
It's a prime number. It's
Yeah.
the 33rd prime number, in fact.
There you go.
Yeah, we're done.
Holy shit, man. My head just exploded.
But then
It's
the
the
square of
33rd.
33. But I just discovered that the square of 33 is supposed to be the z factor for the cosmic background microwave redshift is 1089, or the square of 33.
Do you want to know something creepy?
What?
Isn't like
Yeah.
the
I'm born in '89 and my age is 33.
It's not creepy. The way you said it was creepy.
I know.
That stat is not that creepy, though.
it was more creepy when he said it.
No, it's not a joke.
Is Mach 33 like how fast you need to go to like just zoom around the Earth in like a second?
No.
It's how fast
Is
Mach
100
33?
Mach 33 is what you need to. Hold on, let me just do a quick Google search.
Isn't 1 Mach equivalent to the speed of sound in air,
Yeah.
which is 330 meters a second?
It's 25,319 miles per hour. It's like the circumference of the Earth in a.
Yeah.
So, does that help in our megalithic structure quest at all? The 137 number, or
Yeah,
is that
actually,
number?
my intuition is leading me some other places. Looking at like some of the ways that like Mayans and other people kind of wrote numbers in stacks of lines and dots and stuff like that. You familiar with that?
The Sumerians did as well, yeah.
Right. And that's kind of gotten me thinking on some kind of way, man. I'm actually I started playing around with some different numbers, and I don't know. I guess just based on like how many different times people use 7 for all the different types of 7s, right? And
My favorite number.
and then there's 7's a good number, but also if we use base 7, it's really octal, which goes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's really 8 values. And then I look at the symmetry of the pyramid broken up into 8 pieces of 8 in silver. Could go on there, but if I take I found a pretty good symmetry here for the Earth's diameter at 6880 in nautical miles divides 8 perfectly into 860. So I'm kind of
Snacks,
working
you're
off
getting
those
lost.
numbers right now. I might have
You're
lost
getting
you.
lost in the sauce. You're getting lost in
No.
the sauce, bro.
No, I'm not, man.
We
If
need to
you
link
take-
all these. We need to link all these structures together somehow.
if you take the
what-
base of the
it's-
pyramid, if you take the base of the pyramid and you divide it by the height, you get the golden ratio. If you take the surface, I think the area of the pyramid times it, I can't remember by what else, then you get pi.
Yeah, basically, here's what I think: is that anything you know is fucking not worth anything, because that's anything you would know is because somebody else told you it, and they're not trying to tell you anything about how this system really works. If there is actually a system that they were using some kind of like mathematical computation or anything for cartography, or anything like in the Karl Monk kind of concept, because I'm starting to think that maybe everything that Karl Monk said is just like a shade off of what I should be looking at. So I'm starting over sort of Karl Monk with looking at just base 7 and octal right now, and until I fucking
All right.
hit the wall with that, I'm gonna keep trying to go with it.
Yeah, we got to link these. You link these together, bro. It's over.
I'm just saying, because like it's on the 33rd parallel, right? Isn't the Giza right there?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I gotta watch the Karl Monk video again.
Or it's like so damn
Or-
close that whatever. But 33rd
All of these
parallel is
monuments are placed on ley lines. I mean, all of these monuments all across the world are all placed on ley lines, or these, like the Chinese call them dragon lines, which is quite interesting.
they say that, but then I'm like, what use is that? They have to be relational to each other, and I would say like, because Giza is like it's squared to north, right? Its flat face goes to north, right? It's like all those lines that are projected and cast from the center point of that are actually really good orientation points. So if we just like say, well, east is east on the pyramid, if I follow this line, I'm going east like a mud. I'm going west like a mud. Like I know my compass bearing. You could have an idea of cardinal direction just based on looking at that shape. So I find that interesting. They could have used it as a jump off point, right? But we already know, because of Secrets in Plain Sight, that it's got relational aspect to Mecca and to the Dome of the Rock. Because you can't stop the rock. Have I gone all the way too far yet? No, not far enough, you said. Okay, cool. Let's keep on going.
Yeah, not far
Where's
enough. We're
this
better
lead us?
than you are.
What's that?
I said we're better than you are. Well, I'm better than you are,
Good.
generally.
And?
A lot better than you.
And?
I don't know. Snacks is pretty good. I was sleeping on him at first, but he's pretty good.
Righto.
Who are you even, guy?
Yeah. Who?
This guy says he's better than me. At what? What do you
I'll look
fucking
into
think
this
you're better
game,
than
and
that?
there just happens
Is
to be
everything
somebody
or?
right in front of me here.
Like
Sound
at
dope,
checkers or?
No, not checkers. I'm playing Reign of Kings.
Yeah, but what are you better at, Snacks, then?
Chess, checkers.
Checkers, you sure checkers? I'll give you chess.
He said he'll fuck you up in Monopoly and Connect
Yeah,
Four.
I mean, Monopoly. I think I probably would beat you.
Got Yahoos on
He
here.
said if you guys play Candyland, it's a wrap.
Yo, shoots
Yeah,
and ladders
it's
are
a
mine,
wrap.
bitch.
It's a wrap, man.
Be on Fudge Island and shit.
I don't need this shit. It's too early in the morning. I haven't had my coffee yet, sort of thing. Yeah. What a bitch.
I'll tell you right now, I'm probably better than everyone in this room at Boggle. I'm no joke when it comes to Boggle. We used to have all-out tournaments at my house. Nobody was really fucking with me.
I don't think I've ever played Boggle.
I have never played that game.
You shake it's like dice. It's like letters. It's like mad dice, but there's letters on them instead of numbers. And you like shake them up in a box, and then they all settle down into a square. I think they got 4x4 or 5x5s. And then you see who can make the most words out of the letters. And I fucked up. Me and my coworkers were playing it, and I taught one of my coworkers the method I use for. She's like, "How do you get so many words?" And I taught her what I do, and then she's almost as nice as I am now. Like she can beat me sometimes. Fucked up, man. I'm never telling nobody my secrets. I got ancient Chinese secrets. All right.
I'm sorry. What conversation did I disturb?
Archaeocryptology, geopositional, ancient systems, coordinate, something like that.
Archaeocryptography. Sorry.
It basically,
Cartography.
well, looking for ways that things could have been encoded in different monuments in order to make a useful system for other people that to us looks like, I don't know, stones. You know, we don't know what they are. That's the idea. Kind of looking for.
You
trying to
look for
crack code.
this the symbol that the flower of life and as a sphere.
What about flower life's got to do with the sphere, bro?
Spherical flower of life. Look for that symbol. It's to do with bloodlines, that one.
Yeah, flower life's okay, man. Sure. These people were like crazy though in the way back, man. They were all on drugs and shit. You know what I mean? Eating Blue Lotus, tripping out, seeing avatars and people. You know what I mean? Maybe they thought the whole world was like a fucking lotus blossom. They're like, oh, it must be that. And they're like, yeah, we'll just derive 108 from that for no fucking reason, and then we'll just multiply that by 200 for no fucking reason, and we'll get the circumference of the fucking Earth for no fucking reason. I don't know how they figured any of this stuff out, man. But 108 is like the amount of fucking rosaries and it's the amount of double stitches on a baseball. 108 is a weird number. I'm not sure why it's so prevalent.
108. Yo, 108. You know how many times the moon will fit in between the Earth and the moon? 108 times. You know how many times the Earth will fit in the sun's diameter? 108. Like the 108 comes up a lot in cosmology. Well, in the heliocentric model, I should say.
Yeah, and so we're like we look at all math through base 10, like base 10 is the shit and the only way to do it, but really it isn't. You know?
Well,
So we're looking,
you know, like someone was saying the other day that like they had some arbitrary number like 620 or 980 or something, and they're like, basically they said, oh, you know, to a person back in the day, like this would have seemed like a round number, you know. just how you would think of 10 or 100 as a round number.
Oh, is that what they thought?
Yeah, because it was it's because of because it's divisible of 12 or something like that.
Telling you, Snacks, start looking for numbers to link these things together, bro. How many stones are there at Stonehenge? You know, how many stones in those square blocks we were arguing about that one day, which I just want to apologize to you for. I might have not had my coffee yet or something
It
that
doesn't
day.
matter. What matters is what they're saying. And they did have a message. They were saying things.
What are you saying?
What's his name?
The other guy? This
Another guy. I'm here. My mother. What's up? What I miss?
My dick. Now suck it.
I don't know. Good one.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
take
about
your
to
eyes
make
off
fun of your
it
avatar, huh?
and
What do you think about that?
fuck it with the end of a dirty mop handle.
Yeah. We got a live one here.
Sorry, I'm joking. This vitriol is reserved for like people that I don't. Yeah, no, it's all right. You guys
Are you
are
all
not
right?
bad
You having a
people.
good day? We could take a second, man. You know, you all right?
No, it's just every server I seem to be a part of, excluding this one, is full of people that just want to argue and yell over each other and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've grown through those years.
No. It is a breath of fresh air to come back here every once in a while.
Well, you know, don't let the door hit your ass on the way out.
Yeah, that's what they say.
No, I mean that in friendliness.
No, I've been here for a long time.
Excellent.
I used to be a mod on 24/7.
The quality room.
Yeah, very, very good quality. See, people didn't like the idea that I would unban people if they were banned without a reason. If you don't write anything for the reason, then obviously it's just something petty. So I'm going to unban my friends that are banned if they don't have a reason written there. And apparently I was going too far. No, I didn't see the point in treating people unfairly just because they think a different thing, or some people might need to act a little differently. So, what are we talking about?
Yeah, well, you sound like you know what you're talking about now.
Oh yeah, flat Earth and all that sort of shit.
Your intro was better than Snacks.
Yeah, look,
That was like
I'm
your
better than you.
intro.
I'm more intelligent than you. I know more about why the Earth is flat than you do.
Okay.
I know quite a bit about ancient, but maybe not as much about the inscriptions and the hieroglyphs
Oh,
or the
I don't think that's
symbology.
gonna
But
help.
I know quite a few building techniques and things from different sites.
You know how to not say every 2 seconds.
I'm just playing a game, so it's a bit hard to concentrate on both.
Right. Oh, you playing a
How can
game
these
here?
fucking buildings be so big? They reckon this is a PvP server, and how the fuck can they be so massive?
Wow. You're a little bilocational.
All right, so lay your smartness on me, man. What you got?
Bro, I can't
What do you
wait
wanna
to
know?
hear this.
Just look. I'm an encyclopedia. What do you want to know?
Everything. Tell us about tell us about universe.
One verse. It is the place that we stand. It is the. Hey.
No, go
It's
ahead.
confirmed. This man is Jesus. It's confirmed.
All right. Hey, what's up, Jesus? How you been?
Not too bad. Oh yeah. Well, I had a broken arm at the
No,
moment.
but for real,
It's
So are you
well.
playing Minecraft right now? Is that Minecraft?
Nope. Reign of Kings.
What is it?
Reign of Kings. I'll give you a look at some of these
Reign of
bases.
Kings.
I've never actually been
Awesome.
on a server with this many fucking massive. Like I have had bases
Yeah.
that are massive like this, but I've not seen this many massive bases so close to each other, and it's PvP. Yet they're not
Oh,
fucking
cool.
destroying each other.
Does
Why
it make
not?
it
Why
easier
are they
for
not
you
destroyed?
does it make it easier for you to focus on having a conversation with other people when you play video games as well, or
Not really.
what?
I'm sorry.
I didn't think
You,
so.
we can
Okay, just checking. But you know what? You admitted that to us in the audience, so I think we're good there. So thanks.
It makes me distracted, to be honest.
Yeah, I know,
But I
right?
haven't had
How
my
dare
morning
us?
coffee yet, so let's maybe go and do
How
that.
dare us? So go ahead and play. We'll just shut up while you play then. How's that
Yeah,
crappy?
yeah. So what were you talking about? What do you want to
We
know?
watch you while we shut
I
up.
don't know. You seem to be playing video. Do you want to come back when you're
Something
done
about a
doing something
symbol,
else?
right? Something about a symbol that you're looking for in structures. You're counting its things for some reason.
All right. So are you a
This
flat
other
earther?
dude was counting things.
Zeppa?
I'm looking for a practical way to do navigation with monuments.
You a flat earther?
Monumental navigation.
Shut up.
Are you a flat earther, Zeppa?
No.
What do you think about the Earth then? Is it a globe?
Oh, I think it's flat.
Oh, okay.
But
Cool.
that doesn't, just because I believe something doesn't mean it's true.
Oh, that's true. I agree with that. Oh, good.
Like when you said you were smarter than me.
Well,
like that time.
I can give you a lot of evidence that the Earth is flat. I can also give you a lot of proofs that the mathematical proofs, sort of thing, that the Earth is spherical. But you're not taking into account a lot of other factors. I can talk about refraction all day. I'm not going to. We could talk about lakes and lasers, and I don't know, general relativity.
Man, you're really keeping our attention here, aren't you?
Trying to say like you're an open book, pretty much.
Yeah. Just think of something, and I'll know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, sounds like
That's
it
good.
for sure.
We're right on the same page here.
Yeah, I know everything. I know
That's
it
why I
all.
like this. Yeah.
Yeah, man. We want to hear everything. So
That's a
whenever
great
you want to
medium.
start, go ahead. Start from the top. Tell us everything.
No. I don't want to tell you everything, but what I do
Why
want to
not?
do is help you understand the things that you are talking about.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you so much for showing up to do that. I'm honored and pleased and all that stuff.
Well, thank you.
So, sure, absolutely. And thanks for gracing us with your presence. So, what do you want to correct us on today, sir?
Ecology.
Can you not hear the
the way
sarcasm in my voice? I'm
Huh?
landed on pretty thick. Sorry,
Say
I was
that
just
again?
wondering if you noticed the
I
sarcasm in
don't.
my
I think
voice.
some
I'm
people
landed on
are
pretty.
actually deaf to sarcasm.
The
I really think
ecology.
some people are.
The
No,
ecology
go ahead.
of
It's cultural.
no.
Somebody smells like alcohol.
The ecology of natural landscapes that is degrading natural ecosystems, that is the sole driver of what you might or someone else might say is climate change or global warming. I don't follow any of that stuff, but what I do see is I see ecological changes on the small scale when you decrease biomass in an area, like by logging or just clearing of areas and stuff like that. you decrease insulation, and when you decrease the insulation on something, you take on a cold night, take the covers off, take the dinner away. When
think I can knock you over with a feather.
You're going to go from the
That's what you're
fire
saying.
to going in the bed with no sheets on. You know.
Are you drunk at all? Just checking. Asking for a
No.
friend.
What I'm saying is climate change is
Are you currently wearing slippers?
lower temperatures in winter and highest temperatures in summer. So it's a higher degree of fluctuation is what climate change is. And that is simply an ecological thing. We need to be regraining the deserts into forests, which is definitely possible.
Wow. My mind's like blown.
Yeah, I
Keep
can't
going,
even
bro.
think anymore.
This guy's
Fuck,
definitely
bro.
better than your snacks. Just saying.
Fuck, man. I spend a couple more years with this. I'll be just as good as him. I'll be just as nice.
You'll
She'll wait
always
till-
be better than me. If you think you can be, then you should try.
Well, because I'm gonna pick up all what you say, soak it up like a sponge, and then dish it out to other people. How you like it?
You're like one of them ones, the honky lips and
Massive plagiarist, yeah.
pinky hair. You're like a coon.
That's what I'm like a cocoon. That's what I've been told many times. So, yeah, you're just batting 1,000 right now.
I know your type.
Bro,
I've
they should
heard
hire you.
before.
Listen. If you're gonna
You're
speak
one
for
of these
flat Earth
my
and
daddy's
truthers, man,
astronaut type thing.
this is good. I can't wait. Can you go represent flat Earth everywhere in the world, please? You are the best at this.
We need more people like you.
I'm not a flat earther, and I don't want to talk about flat Earth. I'd rather talk about interesting things.
All right,
You know
let's talk about stuff then.
I quit playing
Can you
video
tell me
games
what
a long time
magnetism
ago.
So wait, are you drinking alcohol in your video game too?
No, I'm drinking water, actually.
Look at him go. Woo!
Guys,
So,
well,
man,
what do you got
Sponge-
for us, bud? You got
Is that
anything?
alcohol?
I need to
Sorry,
get
go
some
ahead.
coffee. I'm not functioning well. I only just woke
Nah,
up.
bro. I ain't got much.
Yeah.
This steak is going to hydrate me
Nothing.
too. Yeah. Oh yeah.
We
That's
need
cool. I hope
sun
you
right
get-
now because
he's gonna get that
otherwise
mixed
it's gonna be this.
Well,
Was
the
that
Snack
SEC?
SEC tried to.
This was sun. What do you got? You got some XRP
breaking-
Ripley rocket shit? Go ahead. Go ahead, Dice.
I was just gonna say real quick. The SEC tried to get the Hinman emails thrown out, and the judge ruled against it. So the Hinman emails are going to be part of the case now.
Part of what case?
Which
What Hinman emails? What
part of the
Bro, I put all my
yeah, it's
money
part
on
of
this,
the
bro. I got all my money on this right now.
it's part of the
About
XRP Ripple
$137
lawsuit.
tapped out.
Part of the what? Sorry.
It's part of the Ripple lawsuit.
XRP. Right. Okay. Yeah. No, I know about all the court cases. Yeah. Okay. I don't know about all the court cases, but I know there are a lot of court cases and XRP and all this. Yeah, security, whatever. Is it a security or a stock or what is it? You know, sort of thing.
Man.
Well, yeah, it's definitely not a security. It doesn't even hit any of the Howey prongs.
Well, the thing is, it's just all cryptocurrency is a sham, a Ponzi scheme, a lie.
No, it's just a ledger, dude. That's all it is, bro. It's just at least
Well,
that's what I'm talking
ledgers are.
about.
Most ledgers are
Ripple.
drug ledgers, and like, who are you gonna fucking fuck over next?
I don't know about that.
Like Heath Ledger.
I mean, it's I don't know.
You talking
This
about
guy's
Heath
just
Ledger?
saying words.
You talking about Heath
Dude,
Ledger?
What's up?
Yeah.
He dead.
What are you saying, Jerry?
Oreo milkshake.
Oh shit! Just so you know, Travis is probably live streaming right about now.
Nothing. Am I roboting? Yo, if I'm ever roboting, just server mute me, dude. For real.
Nah, you were coming. You were roboting a little earlier, but you're coming through right now. Definitely sounds like you're cleaning a bathroom or something.
All right, before Minecraft guy talks again, what's going on with the XRP now?
Yeah, it's just been a long fucking ongoing court battle, and hopefully it's nearing the end of it. But I feel like I've just kind of been on repeat for the last fucking however long. But
What is
2
this
years,
case about?
3 years, 4 years, something like that. Yeah.
What is this court case about?
it's
You
about
realize that dice flow, when it comes into play, it will be because the stock market crashed, right? And then they'll have to switch to an alternative exchange of currency, which is interoperable worldwide. That's what will happen first.
well, yeah. I mean, when you understand that J.P. Morgan is a part of the Federal Reserve and how it's all interconnected, man. Like,
I'm cleaning the bathroom, bro. Hold on a second.
Morgan is big cunt.
So there has to something to do with the debt ceiling at some point. So there has to be a crisis for them to reach out to this interoperability. And then once it's classified, it'll probably go up. It'll probably hit $50 within 6 months.
Not more than that.
Nah, $50 is probably the key because you're looking at people who've got 300,000 shares, right? $50.
Why would XRP go up?
And it's not in
Interoperability for
shares.
exchange for exchange of cash flow. So basically, the burn rate would increase, and then people would hold and store value. Plus, they would use it for utility.
I do not trust.
I don't know. Someone's
I
hot
mean,
micing. Hey,
why is XRP
hey,
better than
Zeppa,
Bitcoin?
you're hot micing.
The
XRP is
utility
better
and
than Bitcoin for sure.
the utility and scalability. Right now, you're looking at tokenization going to be on the XRP ledger, which tokenization will also be another reason why it goes up.
I don't want tokenization. I want to do that.
Hey,
Talking
Zeppa,
about
you're hot
Negative.
micing, bro.
The negative with XRP is that the Nano X has a backdoor policy. In other words, you'll have your seed phrase encrypted but divided into 3 parts. The Nano S doesn't have that feature at the moment. So it's a question of security at this point, and it looks like Ledger is sort of leaning towards the idea that our cold wallets won't necessarily be entirely cold.
So
Nah,
you saying
that
it
was
has
the
backdoor? Who
perception.
else has access?
Nobody has access to it, dude. That's
The Nano X. No. So what I'm saying is they're claiming for a backdoor. For instance, if you lose your seed phrase. So the idea is with
yeah, it's an
the
option.
Let me finish.
That
Yeah,
doesn't
with the
mean that
Nano
you
X.
have to choose.
No, I understand. So the idea is that with KYC, you provide identification to yourself, and if you did lose your seed phrase, with the identification, they could find back your seed phrase. Because when you opt in for the seed phrase, you opt in for 3 parties to have an encrypted piece of that seed phrase. So
Yeah.
these people, they're saying that they wouldn't be able to recombine it and encrypt your seed phrase, but I wouldn't believe that.
Doesn't make sense. How can they say that when they also say that you can recover it? Oh, I don't know. Maybe I am tired. I am so tired.
Bro,
I'm
it's like an
starting to
ancient
talk
treasure
Indian
map.
accent.
It's like an ancient treasure map. If 3 or 4 different people all have a little piece of the map, no one can get the thing unless you have all the pieces together, right? Is that what you're
Pretty
saying,
much.
Data?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's essentially the Nano X new version, the new updated option in version that you can have. So the idea is if you had 5 million, right, and you wanted to, not lose your seed phrase, so you lose the 5 million because you don't entirely trust yourself, then you would trust these 3 other institutions to keep your seed phrase secure.
You guys heard about that British guy who had 187 million pound in his Bitcoin on a hard drive, and he lost the hard drive. Yeah, seriously, did you guys hear about that? He had like 180 million, this motherfucker, and he lost the hard drive that he had the wallet on Bitcoin, and he was basically he was offering like the council. I don't know where it was here in the UK, but he was offering the council 10 million. Like he'd pay off like the city's debt or something if they allowed him to like dig through the landfill, like the tip. It's pretty mad. Yeah, 186 or 87 million or something. I think it was fucking crazy.
He's still digging in the landfills as we speak, I think.
Is he?
Yeah,
Is
he's
he
kind of
really?
That's
stupid.
the rumor.
He could have just started in XRP and let that shit go.
Very not good. I wouldn't want to be him.
I don't know. I kind of feel like that's what you get, dumbass.
That would not be him.
I just wanted to ask about what's up with Florida Ron DeSantis cryptocurrency?
I mean, that's what you get for putting
It's not
$180 million
crypto.
on a
It's
fucking hard drive, right? That's
it's
what
not
you get
crypto.
for
It's CBDC. So it's bank money in this case in form of crypto. The crypto itself is not banned. It's the CBDCs.
It's tainted. It's tainted by my ball sack.
You hear what I'm saying? You put
Would you
$180
say
million on a hard drive. You're a fucking moron.
it didn't start out at 187 million? That's the problem. It started out with $100. It turned into 187 million.
That's why you got a
Yeah,
tattoo
there's
shit phrase on your
a
arm.
ton of those stories though, dude.
Skibbity
Yeah, I
scam.
literally had point one. I literally had 0.1 Bitcoin on a wallet once, and at the time it was like $20 or something, and I didn't even feel like messing with it, so I just threw the computer out. The computer was messed up. I just tossed the computer, but I mean later on that was worth like 5 or 6 G's or something. So
Yeah,
Like
that
that.
was just the 0.1.
It's no
There's some
different
guy who
than
bought that pirate chain or whatever. It was some currency. He literally bought it for like basically for $1. Gave him like 1,000 of this crypto or whatever it was. I don't remember which one it was. And then he left it, and it went up in value. And suddenly, like his little $100 or whatever that he'd invested turned into like $1 billion or something like that. It was something crazy. I can't remember the exact story, but it was mad.
I went to 100 million. All right. I don't have the fucking. I can't do the recovery. I need to get someone that's professional to do it, but I want to be standing there when they're fucking doing it the whole time. I want to see the whole process. But I've got what would have been 10,000 Bitcoin. So whatever that works out to be.
Yeah, I can do it. Just send me the computer. This is the only way I'm gonna do it for you.
No.
Just trust me.
I've got two separate hard drives.
It's called
One's an
trust,
external
bro.
hard drive and one's an internal.
It's called
It'll be on
trust,
one of
all
those
right?
two.
All right, you don't want it. Okay, don't worry.
Actually, the internal one, I can do that myself. I just need to get the pins.
Brother, I hope you get all your money one day, huh?
Yeah.
Imagine all the Minecraft you could buy then. Shit.
Imagine how many fucking
pairs of slippers you're gonna wear.
Yeah.
Buy some high tech slippers.
How many stupid fucking idiot Discord servers I could enter then?
Yeah.
10? 20?
You have your own idiot server. Just you.
No. There's quite a few people on the
That was
server.
2 to the point. I'm sorry.
Should I share with you something?
Gotta dance around it a little bit.
I'm going to the no, I'm not going to tell you the server. But it's
might be inclined to follow you there and listen to the good things you have to say.
No. It's a server with people from this community, but not people of your community, not of the LBGT.
You're the one with the pink avatar, bro.
What do you
You're
say?
out here rocking hot pink like you're Cameron in the. You
Not
say you're
hot
out
pink.
here rocking hot pink like you're Cameron in the early 2000s. Killa.
It's an AI picture, mate. It's not a fucking. It's not pink. It's a fucking. It's a man. It's
Elton
a
John.
person.
You look like Elton
Orange
John to
hair.
me. It's small.
I'm stronger than you are, and I'm faster than you are.
You got a pink
And I'm more
Lambo. We know you're
intelligent
better
than
than him. We know.
Yeah, I'm
Every
bigger
way
than
possible.
you, and I'm better
Absolutely.
than you are.
Bro, you sound like that guy outside the shop who asked me for a quid to get a pint.
Can I have a quid
Bro, you sound like that's rich. That's rich because you sound like Lil Wayne.
To get a pint?
That's rich because you sound like Lil Wayne OD'd on autotune.
Because my voice is beautiful.
Wow.
Got a lot of them, folks.
Jealous because you sound like a little girl.
That's a beautiful high register. A lot of men are afraid of it.
I should send you an invite over to the asylum server, Zeppo.
Yeah,
You'd probably
send me
enjoy it
to
over
the
there.
asylum. Send me to the asylum.
That's
what I was going to call my server,
God.
but I realized it's
Please, he'll fit in nice there.
Send me the link. Hurry. You can do it. I was just about to leave. I was about to go to a friend's server. But invite me to this asylum thing.
You got no friends.
All right, give me a second. I'm working on it.
Visit the spot. Oh. Have you heard the bad news?
Was that you're still here?
No. Anybody heard the bad news about COVID?
This boy.
No?
Oh yeah, we can't talk about that here. So none of that.
No, I'm just saying it's a recent thing.
But I'm just saying that you can't talk about it.
Spike
Even
protein
you.
YouTube ain't gonna even pick him up because
spike protein has been proven to cause damage in the brain, right? But they
This
thought
girl,
they can't enter
listen,
the brain.
they say, man.
honey, you can't be doing this.
Yo.
They thought that
You just gonna keep talking?
because of
Why
the
you keep
guy.
brain barrier.
His name, right?
What's his name?
How the fuck you send invites again? I'm tired, bro. It's been a while.
This is your first day on Discord.
The fuck, dude. I don't know, bro. Okay. I don't know if I can invite you. I might have to be a mod at this particular one. Let me see here. Yeah. It's not giving me an option.
All right, well, I have better places to be. Goodbye, gentlemen. Goodbye, bitchy women.
All right, man. Hey, take her easy, and if she's easy, take her twice.
Yeah. Oh, what did the monkey say when you looked up the lady's skirt?
Your mom's a whore.
Oh, what? No, nuts. What a cunt.
No, I meant that.
What a cunt.
Nice.
Hey, bye.
All right.
Bye. Hey, see you later. That was Dicelow's friend.
Why you bring your friends here, Dicelo?
I don't know, man. They just follow me.
Bro, that guy was top notch, man. You should bring him back. He's got a lot to say. Lot of us could learn from him. Sorry. But seriously though, where's the curve?
Hey, fuck that guy though. Wow.
We might have to play an XRP video, dude.
Sorry, for sure. Fuck that guy. Woo, I'm still laughing about him though, huh? Shit.
Oh man, Dice. I was trying to ask you about DeSantis and Florida crypto. What's going on?
I just got a text
I'll
message
tell
that
you
when
who's
you were
wild
saying it.
hard on crypto is New York.
Yeah.
I can't use no wallets or none of the exchanges or nothing. Like New York's wild with it with crypto. It's crazy. A whole bunch of flat earthers. We had a flat earth crypto group going for a while. And yeah, I had to teach people to go around because we had a lot of New York people that were trying to buy shit. Fuzzy was one of them. Elijah was one of them. I think there was a couple other.
Yeah, New York's like anti-crypto.
The real Elijah, not that other European Elijah.
Guys, I just don't know who the hell red lights think they are when I'm trying to fucking drive somewhere. You don't turn red when I'm driving. Only when everyone else.
The fact we don't have automated lights right now is ridiculous. Like I can walk up to a Walmart, the door is gonna open. Like how come when I drive up to a light and if there's no light, if there's no cars the other way, that shit don't just switch.
Right. Yep.
You know why? I'll tell you why. Because the government makes a lot of money when it comes to selling when gasoline every gallon of gas that gets sold, the government gets a huge cut. Huge cut. They want you idling at those red lights, having to slow down and speed up. Just keep burning that gas up so they get more money, more money. Every gallon that gets sold, they get a little piece of it.
Yep.
They have no incentive to make you use less gas. They want you to be using more gas.
I mean, yeah, and it uses more gas to even go over shitty roads, right? Microscopically, it wastes more gas, and so they don't give a fuck about fixing those roads either. Oh, you motherfuckers!
Well, the road thing.
They're like,
the
you
road
guys
thing
got
is
places.
huge.
Hold on. They're like, you guys got places to go. You, dude, you'll drive on fucking, dirty rock roads just to get to your fucking destinations. You weird people, desperate people.
The road thing is even bigger than
Breaking up, Jeremy.
Than that.
Yeah, it's
Every time you drive over that pothole or blow it. I know.
Every time you drive over the pothole, what?
I don't know. Am I breaking up now?
Nah, you're good.
Yeah, every time you drive over the pothole or all these bad roads, it causes wear and tear on your car. The more wear and tear that happens on your car, the more you got to go to the mechanic. Every time that happens, they get more money. Mechanics make money. They pay taxes. You pay sales tax on the shit you buy at the mechanic. Like they love it.
Yep.
It's a vicious cycle.
Was it the broken window thing or something? Is it a fallacy? The broken window fallacy?
I don't know if I heard of that one. I don't know, bro. I think crypto's gonna fix everything, dude. It's gonna put a stop to this corruption.
I don't know. I'm just thinking about this that Ron DeSantis guy, man. People be talking his name like I don't know. Dude's got a shot. He's gonna maybe run or something.
I don't know, man. If you think there's still hope in this political fucking arena, dude, then I feel for you.
But you say crypto is going
No,
to solve the corruption?
Well, yeah, I mean, pretty much, yeah. If you look at, how it all reigns from the top down, starting at the banking cartels, and once that gets fucking eliminated through the decentralization, it's gonna like restore a lot of the wealth and power back to a lot of the common people, middle class people. So at that point, the gig's up. They don't have the monopoly like they did, and it's only a matter of time before all those things that you talk about, like why don't we have this and why don't we have that? Like, remember envisioning the future when you were a kid, or even now, and like it's always massive innovation and technology that we didn't currently have being put to use in a practical way, but it just seems like it's never coming though. And there's a reason for that. So like, yeah, once we have a lot of the common people with significant wealth, then sky's the limit when it comes to a lot of these things we discuss here, getting put into some sort of a practical use, such as 0 point energy technology based on that. And just even the common things like fixing the road lights, you know what I mean? Like all that. Like it's all that is the inherent subsequent of corruption.
I don't want to be a negative Nancy, so I'm just going to exclude my comments. But
Go for it, man.
well, you said it's like it'll erase corruption, but like I'm not sure how that happens because it does seem like any other thing, can be manipulated and
Yeah, I mean it's kind of like part of mankind's nature to a degree, but like the point is like it'll kind of reset things
yeah.
to a large
I mean,
degree, I feel.
But then also like there could be other people with like way more like cash, able to do things really really quick. I mean, in a state like using you can start buying real estate with crypto, which I'm pretty sure you can figure that out. I don't know, man. It's just like whole areas could get taken over real quick and just bought up, because of liquidity and all that.
I mean that's already been happening.
Yeah, but it would happen even faster and more efficiently and with like less fees on anything. So, yeah, China could just like buy all of Canada easily. Maybe I don't know because they got a lot. They're
Oh yeah, on
you know what I'm
that kind of scale, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's kind of why it's like a race, right? And America's kind of playing with fire right now by holding it back. Because once the bricks freaking start putting it into play, and I don't know, man, we're just gonna get left behind, dude. Depending on how this court case rules out, will set the precedence for the next 100 years of what America is gonna be. It's either gonna be a third world country, or it's gonna thrive again and be what it should have been. That's why I say, man, like everybody should be on the edge of their seats anticipating this court case, but it doesn't seem like anybody really cares, at least in this community and a lot of
Well,
others.
I don't have any skin in the game, but I'm on the edge of your seat, waiting for news. That sounds weird.
Yeah, I didn't know how to make.
Yeah, but it's true. No, it's I don't. You're following it more closely than most people I know. So, and you're seeing like some potential, like a domino effect that's going to go down. So yeah, I find that interesting.
Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah, enough coffee converters there. Coffee converter said he doesn't do like much with currencies or whatever, but like NFTs are something that people theorize, might even replace like realty as we know it. It could modernize that.
I don't know. I
You
never
just
really got into
essentially-
NFTs, man.
Well, it's like a functional thing that you could just like roll up all the documents into one thing, and then it's like ledgered, such as that with a smart contract, and that you can basically like do transactions using a bank, but like all the parts of the contract would be sort of automated. So you just need like somebody to like, your party A and party B, and then the bank would sort of play a middle role, and then everything just kind of happens automatically with that, as far as like how the contract acts, and then it changes the ownership, right? Yeah. You never heard of that? Using NFTs for real estate?
No.
Like you could sell like an NFT can back like a physical item, if it's in the contract. You know what I mean? So like you could sell big ticket items that way, or even small ones, or collectibles, or all kinds of stuff like that. And I don't mean like NFT art, but like you could have real collectibles like a baseball card or something, and just back it as an NFT and sell it, and then basically the like all the sales are done in the crypto space, right? And then somebody sends the physical card to the person after they buy it, just like money. You know.
Non-fungible token. What do you think fungibility means?
It's fun. People like having fun with it. But yeah, like so, like things on like OpenSea or whatever, like you could sell like a painting, and you could sell the picture of the painting, right? And effectively, you could combine these things to where if they buy the NFT, then they have the option to have you ship them the item or whatever. But effectively, they own it. That's one way to use like NFTs to like move a real physical item and not just like some digital art.
I got a couple NFTs that provide some passive income.
Huh? Like what? Or how's that work?
Did you ask me something?
I was asking Jeremy about his NFTs.
Huh?
Forget it. What were you gonna say? You gonna say something?
Sorry, dude. Nah. I was just trying to listen to what you were saying.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't think we've like really hit like where NFTs like have that the use that they will. Like in like 10 years, I think it'll be a different story, and we'll be like, oh, remember when they used to just sell NFTs for crypto punks or whatever. Yeah, I think it's gonna be something that you could like sell a company with or sell a business with, or I don't know, anything where you're going to be paying a lot of taxes. Like you could probably do it through crypto, or there's like a lot of handler fees, such as like real estate, right? You got to pay a broker, you got to pay a realty agency. So it cuts out all the commissions that you got to pay or all these other parties. Yep. Yeah, I thought you guys might have heard about that. But no, I don't have any like hope in politics. I just like kind of watch for trends and stuff like that. And it really seems like it could swing the other way. And maybe Biden doesn't have a second term. He's not like wildly popular, He's the type to get like a one-term type president, To me, I don't know. Is he even really running shit? Or is it just a bunch of women and somebody's just feeding him pills and he just does a thing? I'm not sure how, I'm
Dude,
not
he
sure
can't form a coherent sentence. I hope he's not the one running shit.
Grandpa, could you sign this bill for us? Oh, yeah, okay. I'm not trying to like hate on older folks, right? But like, isn't there like too old maybe for president, or maybe I'm wrong because like what are they like? They're backing up all their Illuminati friends. Yeah, you got to be old. Got to be super old. Anyway, I just I just feel like that guy's name is getting floated out a lot, DeSantis, and he's definitely gonna run, and I think he's been thinking about it for a while, and I don't know, like all the psychics are saying that Trump's not going to win it. He's not going to run, not going to do a thing. So that's pretty much science. Yeah, just thinking about how it might unfold. That's all. I don't. It's like in my experience, man. It's like when the Democrats are in office, they like whatever they do shit, but like they basically like put a lot of money somewhere. They squirrel it away somewhere, and then they get out of office. Then Republicans come in, and they're like, "There's all that money that they fucking squirreled away. Let's rob that shit." And then they do that, and then this kind of just happens over and over through different cycles. That's my overly simplified, whatever, neoconservative Republican robbing the coffers, and the Democrats just like set it up. They hide. It's like over and over. Like all the bills that Trump signed in, like in his last days, really. And for all the what the checks and everything everybody got, and all the super money that got paid to all the L'Oreals of the world and all these other biotech companies. We're still paying for that right now because those bills were not on the books for like 2 years. They basically go into like a moratorium, and so we're paying that shit now. But that's why we're hitting this debt wall right here. But nobody's like saying why really. But yeah, I don't know. Situation normal, all fucked up. They closed Disney World. I mean, I'm upset about that. Or they're closing it. I keep seeing articles like that. We've closed it officially. They're never going to open it. Are they lying? I hope they're lying. If we lose Disney, yeah. No, I don't really care either way. But it's just weird. Like things are changing. I can see it. Where are we all headed here? It's like things get to like such a they're gonna get wound so far fucking tight that then when they drop the aliens, everybody's like, oh, there's aliens. Yeah. There's I don't know, just like they could drop anything. Basically, is my point. We got everybody so head fucked right now, and the economy is so screwed. It's like you can see big changes happening real quick, and nobody be able to stop it. Yeah, because it'd be a plan. Yeah. All right. Anyway, just trying to read the tea leaves, guys. Here, chill. But yeah, how about that curvature, right? Can't find that. Like, I'm not too into betting on sports here, but I would totally feel like I'd want to bet on politics. Can we get DraftKings doing the politics, you know? Be dope. Anybody? Political sports betting. All right. Hope everybody's nice and snug in their beds. Sleepy time. Yo, what up, JT? Yo, boy, your mic's open.
Is nobody saying anything?
Yeah, it's quiet. Quiet.
Oh.
Nap time.
What's up? What do you
Oh,
got?
I was gonna say Whitsit and Dave Weiss are talking right now, and that's a hot topic. But I don't really have anything major to talk about.
Hold on, Elbow, you're hot micing, bro. I'm gonna just server mute you. You can unmute yourself whenever. Right? Is that a thing? That's a thing.
What's Weiss and what's it talking
Yeah,
about?
JT, post a link, would you, bud?
Yeah, I will. I just noticed it on the Anti-Disinfo League. They're like watching it, and so I was like, "Oh yeah, that is going on." I flew from East Texas to California because on Saturday, I guess in 2 days, I'm racing a half Ironman. So I've been distracted and offline, but I'll post a link.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah, it's on Witsit's channel. I dropped the link.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really enjoyed the time zone stuff last night.
Yeah, I thought that was a great breakdown. You know, I saw that first on Banjo's site, and I think Witsit watched it and probably was like, "Hey, that's solid. I'm gonna do my own on it." And he just kind of redid it.
Yeah, I think way back, I was like, yeah, time zones, that's a problem. I watched a guy try to talk about writing a computer program, and the probably video still up. But he basically just goes through like all the difficulties that he had. He thought it would be pretty simple to do, but then he was like, it's unexpectedly very, very difficult and almost impossible. And I knew then, but man, it's like so hard to explain all these things in such a way that, well, I didn't even understand what was going on with how to explain it. But I like how he explained it, man. This shit makes a lot of sense. About time. It's about time. Zones. Catch it.
All right, we got to eat some pizza. Y'all have fun. I'll be back.
Hey, Tesla, I just heard a colonel say that the American banks very soon, like a dire warning. And this dude, like, he called some good stuff on Ukraine. So I don't know, man. Just letting you know.
Sorry, you said what? American Colonel said. I didn't quite catch it all. My kids were
Yeah, there's
acting
this
wild.
American colonel. Yeah, no worries. There's this American colonel that I listen to. He comments on the Ukraine war, and he doesn't sugarcoat it. You know, like the news. And he was commenting on the American banks are going to take a big hit. We know one already took a hit, right? And he says it's just the beginning. So the American banks are apparently going to take a big hit on account of the BRICS and so on and so forth. So just one man's opinion, just putting it out there.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't doubt it, dude. I think things are gonna get real nasty.
This guy's really bang on about the war. You know how they say they did this victory and you hear that victory and they pulled off from this part of Ukraine. You know, that's all propaganda, right? This guy says it like it is. Well, they just took over this little factory in this corner here, and apparently it's a big deal and it's insignificant in the war, and like he says it like it is. Now, I don't know how much he knows about banking, but the way he was talking, it's like he knew the American banks are going to take a hit, and you know what's happening in 2 weeks, right? They have to increase the spending budget, or else you guys are going to default. It's big. Like the next 2 weeks are very crucial for America. It's something about your you have to increase the amount that you borrow,
The debt ceiling.
and the two sides are, yeah, the debt ceiling, yeah, the two sides are squabbling. Yeah. This video is for the Coriolis boys. I dare you not to laugh. Try not to laugh.
Aurora, I literally think I got Zanuck to admit earlier that great circle routes aren't the shortest distance.
Really? I mean, it's
I'm not
Zanuck
sure.
after all, but yeah, that's it. You gotta be sure, yeah.
I'm not sure exactly what happened, but it felt like he agreed.
He's gonna come back tomorrow, Groundhog Day. I didn't say that, Jeremy.
I know. I know. I know. You know what I did? I took it to a ballistic where you can't change the direction of it and you have to lead it. And I think that may have worked. I don't know.
He's gonna come back tomorrow with something like conservation of momentum or something. Watch. Well, I wasn't thinking about it. Now, actually, that I thought of it.
Probably.
What was
Ah!
that new girl that?
Hold on a second.
What? The?
I was looking at the Illuminati card game. There's like a separate Illuminati card game for Church of the Subgenius, if you guys know what that is.
Hey, is anybody there?
Yeah, what's up? What you got?
Can Die Slow's screen be rotated?
Say it again?
Die Slow's screen be rotated?
I don't know. You gotta ask him.
Because it keeps rolling back and forth, left and right.
Die Flow, you there?
Yeah.
Blatek wants you to rotate for us.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
your
You better
screen was
start throwing
going
dollars at
left
me.
and right.
Oh. Yeah, it's because I had to plug in my phone. But I think you can switch it on your end, maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
What's up, guys? Where'd everyone go? Watch what's it? He is one of the nicest guys we've got. It helps that he's in the trenches with us. You know, them dudes that don't get in it, that don't get dirty with us. I don't know. I'm not saying them dudes ain't got good shit to share, but it helps if you're in the trenches. You get a better handle on things. I feel like this is where this is where it really goes down right here.
Stop lying, everyone. Die slow. Stop lying.
Bro, what are we watching?
What's up? How we doing?
What are we watching? What's going on?
I don't know. I haven't been watching that stream. Is that Dyslow stream? He needs to rotate.
Dyslow streaming some random shit. What are you streaming, Dyslow?
Might have fell asleep or something.
Nah, this is channel I watch, dude. I don't know. These guys go around like different places, like Walmart and fucking Home Depot, and just fuck with people, dude. It's hilarious.
Nice.
Dude, they got hot. One time they had the Walmart vest or the Lowe's vest or something. And he's like, yo, give me the vest. Is that them same dudes?
Yeah, they put on the vest and shit, and
He's like, dude,
they act
that's
like
not
they're the
your vest.
workers
He's
and
like, no,
shit.
yeah, he's like, bro, I bought this vest with my money. This is my vest.
Nice. I was just confused because I was driving. I was like, what's going on? So what's up? It's dead for a Thursday. What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. I think Witsit was doing something with Dave Weiss or something.
Okay. Is there a live stream going on right now or something?
Maybe on Witsit's channel. I don't know.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, then that would make sense. Everybody's moved over there. Either that or the Globers just don't have any more arguments. Like they're dead in the water at this point, I think.
I'm pretty sure I got Zanuck to concede earlier that the Great Circle Route is not the shortest path to fly earlier.
Nice. I definitely
I
destroyed
don't know, though.
I definitely destroyed his Mount Rainier bullshit.
Why was he trying to use the wrong elevation for the mountain? That's weird.
Yeah, he had a totally wrong elevation for Mount St. Helens. I'm like, because I looked at it, I had a little bit of time. Like normally, I'm just talking right while I'm doing work, and I don't always have time to like research shit. But I
Google
had a little
shit.
bit,
Yeah.
I had a little bit of downtime at work, and I looked at his picture, like legitimately, and I was like, let me check these elevations. I was like, whoa, St. Helens is off by like 20%, which totally fucking changes what would happen. So. Yeah, he's just peddling fucking incorrect bullshit, so the math works, but the input is wrong.
Yeah, that'll do it.
So it's like, case in point, just because the math works doesn't mean it's right. You got to make sure that fucking inputs match reality, and they didn't. So.
The reality, yeah.
Exactly. And I could be wrong. I don't know. Like, I was asking people, like, check me on this shit. Like, I could be wrong. I could be reading all of this shit wrong. I don't know.
Yo, he must have changed his Mount Rainier argument or something because he's been spitting that for years now. And it used to be that his argument was that it's lower when it should be higher from a horizontal.
Yeah, well, the horizontal on that is just the horizontal from the observer height, which is like 1,000 feet. And it's like if you just want to eliminate that for the math, just take 1,000 feet off each one of the mountains, and just do what is my angular size of the object based on its distance. So if you eliminate the first 1,000 feet of both the mountains and you do the math, it still works out to where Rainier should be smaller than St. Helens, which is what the picture shows. So it fucking destroys them. But like I said, my math could be off. I don't know. But everything I looked at, and I don't know if you were listening, but he was trying to be like, oh, well, it's because we're looking at the side of the mountain. They it got blown up, and I was like, "No, motherfucker, I'm looking at Google Earth right now, and the side of the mountain that got blown up was the northeast side, which is on the opposite side of the highest peaks, which are in the fucking path of the observation. So the highest peaks are
Nice,
before the
nice work.
part that got blown out. So, yeah.
Nah, that's nice work. Wow, nobody caught that before. He's been spitting that shit for years now, bro. No one's ever checked.
Yeah, well, I
Nice
just had
fucking
time
work,
today
man,
and I
Bob.
checked. Well, I mean, like I said, I could be wrong. I could be off. I want other people to check, and I'll admit if I was fucking wrong because I just had a little bit of time and I was like, let me look up the height of Mount St. Helens. Let me look up the height of Mount Rainier. And I ran it through.
All right, bud.
Yeah, I just ran it through like a.
Good work today, kiddo.
Yeah, just ran it through a calculator on the shit. So.
I was talking to my kid when I said good work, kiddo.
Yeah, I
You
was like,
you did
okay.
a good job too. You did a good job too, but I was talking to my
Thanks.
kid. I work with my
Yeah.
kid.
And I got a goal and 2 assists in my hockey game. So I'm batting
Everyone's
1,000
getting a
today.
gold star. Yeah, everyone's getting a gold star today.
Crushing them. Professor Parks comes in as like an honest dude, and then it just makes all the other guys look like fucking.
Yeah, Parks ain't bad.
Dishonest.
He's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if we could set him up with like a monthly thing, man, where we have a theme, right? So it's like on point. This is the topic. We got Parks for 2 hours. Let's stick to the one topic. What are we all going to bring? Just start chiseling away at the facade.
Bro, it's got to be one-on-ones, dude, because our guys like have. I don't know what's going on, but it's got to be a one-on-ones with Parks, bro.
Yeah,
Otherwise, it gets weird.
sometimes we can be our own worst enemies, and sometimes
Yeah,
I can be at fault for that sometimes too. But
I do it too. Yeah, I'm to blame too sometimes for that. Absolutely, yeah.
I've also gotten to the point where like I'm not letting horrible flat Earth arguments slide though either. You know what I'm saying? Just me.
I hear you. No, call it out if you see it. Yeah, we don't want our we don't want our peoples running around just getting it wrong. You know.
Yeah, well, I'm sick of Globers coming in and being like, well, you guys believe X, Y, and Z. I'm like, I never said that. Well, so and so said it, and such, or somebody said it, and then you have to try to argue against this like straw man that you never said because allegedly some flat earther made some stupid fucking argument or something.
Or SC Montreal.
Or what?
Or SC.
Well, yeah, sometimes. I mean, he doesn't have a good argument with one of those, and I've been calling out. Yeah.
Yo, if I ever come with some horrible argument, yeah, let me know, man. For real.
Same. Like that only makes your fucking arguments better. Like if I'm saying some shit that's way out of left field or I'm wrong, fucking call me on it, man.
Oh, I fucking do.
I know.
Coriolis. Sorry, something stuck in my throat there. My bad.
Well, here's the thing. At least the flat earthers will call each other on their fucking bullshit. The Globers will just sit there and be silent and be like, I don't know. I'm not going to say anything.
Some of them will do
Not
it.
true. You guys never call out Witsits, for example. Just cheerleading.
Nobody calls out Witsit, that's for sure.
Bro, I've called out Witsit before. Just stop.
I've called him out too. What are you talking about? I've called him out in
Right.
Now, I will admit, when everybody called out SC, that was pretty good. That was classic. I would like to see that a little bit more.
Mike's a bit muffled, Extremis.
Just lazy.
But I spent a solid hour steel manning the globe argument because I don't know if he fully understood the globe argument or if he was just strawman. I don't know. But either way. It's still not a globe regardless.
If you say so.
Oh, so if I say so, it goes? Cool. Yep. Earth, not
Yeah, I
globe.
guess that's how it works, right? If you say so, that means it's reality.
I don't know. That was your claim, so yep.
Well, that's
Earth,
how you were presenting yourself. So,
Earth,
or did
not
you have
globe.
any evidence?
Earth, not globe. So based on your earlier statement, I guess it's true.
Right. So no evidence then.
Plenty of evidence.
Such as.
Well, if something's not curving, either convex or concave, what is it?
You mean the Earth? Did you measure that? Do you have any evidence that it's not curving?
I don't have any evidence that it is curved.
Right. So no measurements, then no evidence.
Curvature? Yep. No measurements of curvature. Nope.
So no measurements then.
No measurements of curvature. Nope. And
Right. So
to be
measurements
honest
of what then exactly?
And to be honest with you, Ed, I don't know if you need to come at me because I'm certainly the one that says globe or flat. I don't think observations are measurements to begin with. So.
I never mentioned observations though. I'm asking for evidence. And all you can tell me is, well, no measurements of curve. So measurements of what then?
Yep. I haven't measured any curve. Have you measured a curve?
So what did you measure then?
Not a curve. Did you measure a curve?
But then I didn't ask what you didn't measure. I asked what you did measure.
I haven't measured anything.
Okay. Well, that settles it.
Can you give me an idea of what I should do to try to measure the curvature? What should I do?
Well, you didn't even try, so what are you talking about?
Okay, I'll
You're
try.
clueless.
I'll try. How do you think I should try? I want to measure the curve. Tell me what I need to do.
Oh, you want to measure the curve?
I don't know. I want to try to measure the curve. What should I start? What should I start with?
You don't even want to try to see if it's flat or not, because that's what you claim, right? So
I want to.
shouldn't you start with your own claim, like if it's flat or not? You're not even willing to do that, it sounds like.
So wait, hold on. What did I claim? You said I claimed something. What did I claim? What was my claim?
Yeah, you started off a couple of minutes ago by pretentiously asking me, well, if it's not curved, convex, or concave, then what is it? So that's your claim, right?
That's a question.
He just told you he was willing to try to
okay.
measure it.
Okay. So if I answered that question and would say, well, you would get flat, then what would you say?
I know, but he just told you he's willing to try to measure it, and he's asking you how. What should he do to try?
No, he's not. He's not even willing to measure if it's flat or not. He's just going for the curve.
He literally just told you he's willing to try. How should he try?
He doesn't want to start off with his own claim. So what's the point?
First of all, never made a
Good
claim.
luck with this guy, Napalm.
Second of all, I asked you what I should do to measure the curvature. Obviously, I'm sure you've done it, right?
You made several claims, like not a globe.
Can I mirror your measurement? Just tell me your process. I'll try to replicate it and see what I come up with. So what did you do? What was step one for Ed? What was Ed's step one?
It's not about me. It's about you determining if it's flat or not.
Oh, okay. So I'm trying to do that. So how would I determine if it's flat or not? What should I do?
Do some measurements.
How would I do measurements? Like with
well, it's your claim, so surely you know, right?
No, I didn't make a claim. I'm asking you.
Well, you said several times it's not a globe, so you definitely made a claim.
No, you said that, and I said, oh, so if I said it's not a globe, then it goes?
Yeah, and I was asking if that's your logic.
What if I would have said it's a
Because you only
triangle
said
that
something and
goes?
you didn't
Does that
provide
mean I
any
make...
packet.
If I would have said, oh, if it's a triangle, then that goes, then I would be making the claim that it's a triangle?
Would it? Because that's how you presented yourself. That's what I told you. So are you backtracking now?
You're so funny. No, the fact that you just try to straw man people into claims, but actually make no claims of your
Your
own,
claim was not a
quite
globe.
hilarious. It's quite hilarious.
Your claim was not a globe, buddy. You want to backtrack?
Is it a globe?
You want to backtrack or not?
Is it a globe?
I see.
I don't know if it's a globe.
Well, enjoy going backwards to your old station. Enjoy.
Oh, so you have nothing, Ed. As usual, nothing. Just projection.
It's not about me. It's about your
of
claims.
claims. So you
It's
make
about your claims
claims
that
and
you're
then you
backtracking.
project them onto people as if that's their claims. But
It's
you've
not
done
about me.
absolutely nothing because you're fucking lazy and you're just a fucking sophist on the internet who just has to say, where's your claim? Where's your proof? Where's your claim? Where's your proof?
I never asked
Your
for proof.
claim. You're projecting, Ed.
I never asked for proof. Don't
Projecting. You're projecting your claim of globe. How did you measure it?
Did I trigger you so much by pushing you on your claim?
So now are you going back on your claim, Ed?
Yeah.
So now you don't claim it's a globe? Then what is it, Ed?
Yeah.
You don't claim it's a globe.
This is the level of flat Earth, guys. This is what you are.
Yeah, I would say if it's flat, then it is level.
Uh-huh.
But are you claiming it's something else?
Right. Well, if you say level to what? You said it is level. That's an adjective. So level to what exactly?
Yeah, good question. What is it level to, Ed?
Yeah, I'm asking you, buddy. You made the claim.
Do you know what a claim is?
So
I don't
you've
think
got
you
nothing
know the
then.
word. Do you lack like education in the English language? Because I don't think you understand what a claim is.
Uh-huh. Well, you just claimed it is a level. Level to what?
What was my claim?
That it's level, but you didn't. You failed to say
what is it?
it's level. That what is level 2?
What is it?
Uh-huh.
What is it?
Your mom.
Not so intelligent.
What? Am I cutting out or you?
Wow. Probably
One of
me.
us is having bad connection.
Hey, Ed, you still there?
Yeah, I think one of us got out or something.
It's probably me. I'm borderline between my Wi-Fi and not my Wi-Fi. I'm pulling my car in my garage. Just got done playing hockey. You know, I don't just sit behind a computer.
Okay.
So
that's interesting, I guess.
Yeah.
Did you score any goals?
Goal and 2 assists, but
That's fine. You got an assist. That's good.
Get any teeth smashed out?
You know how they keep the ice flat? It's self-leveling.
Level to what?
The water. The Zamboni machine scrapes the ice and it lays water and it self-levels itself. The water is self-leveling, so you always have perfectly flat ice.
Right. So level to what?
Level to the plane of the Earth.
I see.
The same thing that, that's how we can certify that it is a flat surface, because 70% of it is a flat surface covered in
How did you
water.
measure that exactly?
We measure off the what you
Let
measure.
me ask it in a different way. How much curve would you expect if the hockey thing was on a globe?
How much what?
Did you measure it, Ed?
How much degree of curvature would you expect if the hockey field was on a globe, on the globe?
Oh, how much curvature would the ice have in hockey arena?
Just don't even answer him. Just
If it was on a globe, yes. How much would you expect?
Here's the thing: all water would have the same rate of curvature. All of it would.
Okay, so I'm asking you how much degree of curvature you would expect to see
The
on that
official-
hockey field on the globe.
The official rate that they tell us in English units is 8 inches per mile, and then you square the mile. So in metric, I'm not sure what it would be in metrics, but there's a formula for it that will tell you exactly how much.
Right. So, do you know the answer? Do you know how many degree of curvature?
I just
He
gave
gave you the
answer.
formula, Ed. You can work it out. Why don't you work it out?
I didn't ask you,
Do you
mate.
do you
I
not know
didn't
how to
ask
do
you.
math?
But I didn't ask you.
Do you not know how to do math?
Right. So, Wolfgang,
do you not
you
know how to
don't
do
know
math?
the amount of curvature you would expect if that thing was on a globe. So, how would you even know to distinguish if it is on a globe or not?
The thing is, all of the ice is level on the lakes as well. There's been people
Right, and that also works on the globe. So, how would you?
Hold on, if you want to hear how I know,
how would you separate it? Two?
People have done the experimentation using the curvature formula on frozen lakes, right? And they use laser beams, regular lights, like the
No, I'm
ones.
asking about the hockey field.
No, this is on a lake. This was 8 miles on a lake.
Right. But you started off by telling me the hockey field
Well,
is flat.
the ice
But
would
how
also
did you measure any of that?
The ice would have a small amount as well, but I'm just saying it would all be curved. You'd never have flat ice. You'd never have flat ice anywhere. It would always have a high spot. The middle would be slightly higher than the edges. Always.
Right. But by how much? For example, the hockey field.
Same rate as the formula tells you. That's the rate. That's the
Right.
rate.
So, for example, the hockey field. How much would the center be higher?
Bro, figure it out. I'm not going to spoon feed your ass, dude. You're a grown ass man.
So you're making claims about something you don't
I just told you how to do it. I told you how to do it. I'm not going to spoon feed. You're a grown man.
Right, but the point is you need to do it because you're making the claim.
I don't need to do it because I know it's fucking flat.
But you didn't figure that out yet. You just claimed it's flat.
I didn't figure it out. Okay.
Right, because you just told me you don't know. You just said you don't know how many degree of curvature would be in the hockey field if it was on a globe. And you just told me you don't know by how much the center would be up. So if you don't know, don't tell me you figured it out.
Ed,
Because
how
you
much
didn't.
does how much does your globe curve? How much does your globe curve, Ed?
It's not about me, buddy.
It's always about you.
Straight answer,
No,
dude.
I know you're trying to cheerlead for your buddy, trying to save him, but it's not gonna work.
Oh,
Make a claim.
Dude. Like I'll walk circles around you, dude. You got your head up your
cute,
ass.
Ed, you're so cute.
Yeah,
You're
well,
so
it's
cute,
exactly
buddy.
what you're doing.
I gave you a straight
You're so
answer,
cute.
but you got your head so far up your ass you can't.
Well, I'm not making the claim without knowing anything.
Deductive reasoning
That's
is, dude.
you.
You have zero deductive reasoning. I'm giving you the formula.
Ed's only claim is that everybody else makes a claim. So he has absolutely no claims, which means he has no knowledge. He
It's
has
not
no
about me.
understanding, and he has no basis for his reality because he has absolutely no claims.
It's not about me.
Oh, it's definitely about you, Ed.
No, because I didn't make the claim.
Hey, Ed, how much does your ball curve? Do you think you live on a ball, Ed? Ed, do you think you live on a ball?
It's funny
Ed
when
will
you guys
not,
right now
Ed will not answer a single question about the Earth because he knows if he answers one single question that he's going to actually have to back up his bullshit. And all he does is he just tries to project his mental ineptitude onto other people by asking them to support their claims when people don't even make claims. So I don't even think he fully comprehends what the term claim means in the English language. So Ed, what do you think you live on?
Well, none of that applies to me, so I don't know
That's
what you're talking
projection.
about.
You're just projecting.
No, that's you guys.
You're just projecting. That's
Especially
another
your
projection.
intellectual leader Witsit.
My leader, Witsit. Oh yeah, he's
Yeah,
really
your
my
intellectual
leader.
leader, yes.
He's not my intellectual leader.
Then why do you cheerlead for him so much when he's wrong about
You
everything?
said, what is he wrong about, Ed?
Everything.
What's incorrect on what has Witsit said that's incorrect?
Everything.
So when
He
he said he's married,
didn't say
when he
one
said he's
correct
married,
thing.
he's incorrect. When he said he has a child, he's incorrect.
Very cute.
Is that your claim? Is that everything he said is
Very
incorrect?
cute. That's such a. Ooh.
So do you think he's not married and you think he's lying about that? He's incorrect?
Well, sure, buddy. If that's the way you want to twist this in your
Is
favor.
that your claim?
If that's the way
That
you
he's
want to
wrong
twist
about
this in
everything?
your favor, because I called you out of being Witsit's cheerleader, that's fine. You can have your mental win. Go ahead.
Everyone's a liar but you, Ed. Ed is truth. He's the truth, and we're all lying.
It's fine. Napalm can have his mental win. We can move on.
Ed just takes the most unintellectual stance.
The more you say my name, the more I know I'm correct about you.
Oh, cool. Good. Are you going to
Yeah.
sleep better tonight because of that, buddy?
Well, that's how it always works. When you guys are struggling, it's always Ed, hey Ed, Ed, Ed. That's how you guys operate.
Oh, you
It's
think I'm
always the
struggling?
thing.
You think I'm struggling? I haven't even looked at it.
Definitely you're struggling. Otherwise you wouldn't say
Oh.
Ed, 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 hey, Ed,
you.
hey, Ed, Ed.
Did I trigger you, Ed?
Dumbass. That's how you always go.
Oh, now you're calling me a dumbass. Now you got to resort to
Yeah.
name calling? Oh,
Well,
sorry, Ed.
What do you mean?
You don't know what name
insulted
calling
me
is?
several. You insulted me several times, and I say one time you're a dumbass, and
No, I just pointed out your mental
now you're
ineptitude.
going to pretend to be a victim. Is that really it?
I pointed out your mental ineptitude. So
Right,
let's test your
right.
knowledge.
That's not an insult because
Because you're showing it.
That's funny.
Is there anyone
Are you
else
just
here to talk
cheerleading?
to?
He's just here to cheerlead for McToon. Is all he
He's
does. Your
I
leader,
didn't say his
McToon.
name once. What are you talking about?
Your leader, McToon.
You guys
I never
don't want
mentioned
none of-
Witsit.
You guys don't want none of it soon.
You're the one obsessed with him. It's almost like you have an obsession with him. Are you
Oh
jealous?
yeah, well I pointed out earlier that you never call him out because
your jealousy is
you
showing.
wanted to claim that you guys call each other out constantly when you never
call out
do.
Witsit?
You never call out your intellectual leader.
I've literally.
there's no
I've
intellect
told
here.
you. I've called him out on things. Anytime anybody misspeaks, I call it out. Like I said, you're barking up the wrong tree because I'm literally the person who calls anybody out on their bullshit.
Right.
Extremist, are you still around?
No, he left.
Oh.
This guy's making a lot of assumptions.
No, not really.
He's
Just
making a
listening
lot of
to the
claims he can't
broadcast.
back up. He thinks the Earth is a globe.
You don't think the Earth is
It's
a
not
globe.
about me.
You don't think or believe it. It's reality.
Oh, it's reality? Is that your... Oh, so there's a claim, Ed. Are you going to hold him to his claim?
It's not about me.
Show
your
us
buddy...
one.
I'm not
your
him.
buddy
He's
just
not
said
me.
that
He's
it's reality.
He has his own ideas. I have my own words. Don't link us.
Well, you guys are here to troll. You're here together.
Who's the other guy we're talking to?
I don't know this guy any more than he knows me. But we know
It's
that you're
Robo
wrong.
or something.
And that's why we're connected, because we both know you're wrong.
Obnoxious. Okay, so can you back up your claim about the globe? You said it's a globe. So
Yeah.
how do you
want to see a picture?
So
Have
how
another
did you prove
cigarette.
this? How did you prove this claim? Did you measure it? Where was your measurement?
Go to the ISS live stream.
Oh, so videos on the internet, that's your proof? Cool. Cool story, bro.
Videos on the internet, the same place you get all your information from. How was your information on the internet any different than my information on the internet?
What do you mean all my information? What are you talking about?
Where do you think you fucking flat earthers got your goddamn whole platform from and all your information you ever gathered from the internet, from YouTube?
Oh, so you don't know me, man. That's cool. So
I know, dude. I went to Flat Earth
so how did you
University.
so your claim is that it's a globe. How did you prove this to yourself? You just went online and somebody showed you a picture?
No, I've done many experiments.
So does the ISS show wait, oh, you've done many experiments. Can you give me a measurement?
I've done them in my garage. Done them in real life.
Okay, so what should I do? Because I was asking Ed earlier what I should do to measure the globe. So what did you do so I can replicate it?
Well, first thing you have to do is before we start anything, you have to ask yourself a question. Is there any way you can be convinced that the Earth is not flat?
Yeah, I mean, I was for like 30 some odd years of my life, right? So, okay. So now that I've done that, what else do I need to do? Where do I start? What equipment do I need? What's step one?
What kind of experiments would you like to do? Would you like to do simulations of eclipses? Would you like to do measurements of sun rays, shadows? Would you like to do measurements of density between two objects? Measure of gravity on a pendulum? What kind of things would you like to do?
Oh, I thought we were talking about like proving a globe. That just has to do with stuff in the sky and objects.
Yeah, no.
So
Well, it proves the globe. Like I said, those are
so
some.
you don't have any like measurements of the actual Earth. You just presuppose it based on what things in the sky.
What kind of measurements you want? You want its waist? You want its inseam? You want
Yeah,
shoulder
like
width?
how would I measure this curve? So there's a curvature, right?
I don't know. How do you measure from driving from Detroit to
Wait.
Miami, Florida?
So you said you don't know, but you just said that you did know that there was curvature. So which is it? You know or you don't know there's curvature?
I don't know what I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm telling you, how do you drive from Detroit to Miami and measure?
I would take I-75.
That's how you measure, by taking a road?
No, you said go to from Detroit to Miami. I would take I-75.
I'm using it as an example how you measure things. I don't understand why you think measuring things is so like unattainable. Like you cannot measure.
Oh, I don't know. So wait, so if I just drive a car from Miami to Detroit, then it measures curvature of the Earth? Can you explain to me that? Can you elaborate on that?
You said, can you give me the size of the Earth? And I'm saying, and you're acting like you can't measure it. I'm saying it's the same thing as saying you can't measure from Detroit to Miami. Now you're bringing in the curvature of Earth and you're going into another thing. Like
Now?
so
That was
simple.
my premise from the start. I said, how do you measure the curvature of the Earth? You said drive from Miami to
You said, how
Detroit.
do you know the dimensions of the Earth?
No,
Right,
I
you
said that.
you never said curvature.
Wait, do you know how to listen? Do we need to teach you how to listen?
Nope, I guess, yeah. Teach me, please, man.
All right, cool. So what you need to do is you need to open your ears, and when I ask you,
How do
how
you
did you
open your
measure
ears?
the
How do
curvature
you
of the
open
Earth,
your ears? How do I
then
open?
I would
How do you close
suggest
your
that,
ears?
hey, bud, you don't need to talk over me, man. We can have a conversation. You just don't need to fucking interrupt me.
But you're like being snide, and it's not really funny. I mean, I open my ears.
He's been struggling for a while. Then don't hold it against him. Of
Well,
course,
how do
he's
you?
going to be
How
snide.
does someone open up their ears? Your ears are always there's no
wait,
open close on the
Ed,
ear.
would you follow his methodology and drive from Miami to Detroit to measure the curvature of the Earth?
Well, that's what you said. He asked you, how would you
Yeah.
measure? And you said take a road. So that's your claim, buddy.
Exactly. I never said anything about curvature, dude. You're
I
adding
said
things
take
in.
a road.
You're adding things in to make your story look
Hold
better.
on, hold
To try
on,
to
hold
go through
on.
your point.
He
Hold
asked
on.
you specifically how you measure
I'm not gonna let
between
that
those
fly.
places, and
I'm not
you
gonna
said,
let
well,
that
I
fly,
take the
Ed.
I-75.
I said I would take. He said, "How would you?" He said, "I would drive
Measure.
from Miami to Detroit. How would you do it?" And I said, "I would take
No.
I-75 if I was
I
to
didn't say
drive from
drive.
Miami to
I didn't
Detroit."
say drive at all. Play the tape back. Someone can clip it. Put it in chat. Yeah, you're so easy, dude. Come on, man. You're silly. Listen. You ain't gotta try to get all deep. You ain't gotta go deep or anything. People been to fucking space. People been to the moon. People have pictures. There's fucking ISS up there.
Oh, is that your claim? People been to space. People been to the moon.
You have to prove those things aren't real first. You have to disprove
Oh,
it.
so the burden of claim is to prove something to be false.
Yeah,
You
the
guys,
person making the claim has to prove things. What are you talking about? You're making a claim that's not real. You have to
right?
prove
So
it's
you
not
have
real.
to prove that they went to the moon. So how would you do that? Just like you have to prove the
What are, you,
curvature.
what are you talking about? Because they have people that came back and they told us they went there. What more do you need?
Okay.
Why would anyone lie?
I went to Spain.
I'm
I
not
came
saying they
back.
wouldn't lie. I'm not saying they wouldn't lie. But I'm
I
saying
went to
what more?
Spain.
What more do you want though? What
I
more
went
do
to
you want from?
Spain.
Okay, I'm not saying people don't lie, but I'm saying what more do you want? You want to go there with them? You've
I went
already
to
stated.
Spain.
All you guys have already stated. You will not go on a rocket to space. So therefore, you don't even want to prove your own fucking point. That's what I'm saying. What more do you want from a
Dude,
human being to
spiral.
say they
Spiral.
fucking
You're
went to space?
spiraling.
No, it's not spiraling because you're acting absurd. Well, he could be lying. Well, anybody could be lying. You could be lying
I
about flat
never
Earth.
said that, dude. You
You
guys
could
are
be
just
lying. You could be
lying
lying
out
about
of
flat
your
Earth.
ass.
Well, whoever said it.
Yeah, I said
You're
it.
just lying out of your ass, dude. I'm not gonna allow that. Sorry.
Yeah, I
But
said it.
Well,
you have
speaking of
made
lies,
two
Napalm,
lying
are you
claims.
sure you're not a flat
But this
earther?
is damn it. Why are you talking over me, Ed?
Oh, I thought you were finished. There was a silence.
There was a silence while you were talking.
So the question was, are you sure you're not a flat earther, Napalm?
That's not what we're talking about, Ed.
No, you mentioned
So
lies.
you guys have both made claims that I am lying, and you are literally putting words into my mouth because the way that the last person was saying, I asked him, how would you measure the curvature of the earth? He said, drive from Miami to Detroit. How would you do it? And I said, I would take I-75 because it goes pretty much from Miami to Detroit. I wouldn't use I-75 to try to prove the curvature of Earth. So then you guys come in and claim that I said that driving is a measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
When
that was the
literally that
question.
was that guy's claim.
No, that was the question. How would you
You
measure
guys are
it?
disingenuous and you're trying to project onto me lying when that's exactly what you guys are doing.
No, the question was, how would you measure?
Which I asked him, what was his answer?
No. The question to you was, how would you measure between those two places? And you said, I take the I-75.
Nope, that was not it. And I will gladly go out and I will clip it and I will come back in and I will let you know. You boys have fun. I will be right back.
Yeah, please get where I said drive.
Anyway, he claims to not be a flat earther, so if he says that again, I've got a nice screenshot of him saying something in the chat. Just having that on standby.
Yeah, I just want to see him debunk the pictures. They say all these pictures are fake and the ISS is fake, and just debunk it. That's all you have to do. You can debunk it right there. If you can debunk that, then you can already tell them they're already lying about something. But they can't debunk them. People act like you can't take a fucking photo apart and see if it's been photoshopped. It's ridiculous. NASA tells you on their website the fucking photos that are photoshopped and the photos that are fucking real. You can fucking, they tell you right there. They're not trying to hide anything. What do they have for hiding? What are they hiding in space? There's something out there that there's an advanced civilization where everybody's living happily with millions of dollars. They don't want us to know about it. It's fucking stupid. If there's lands on the other side of the ice wall, then how come any of the animals that live there haven't made it over here? Some of the animals would eventually make it somehow. Hell, check the ocean temperatures around the supposed. What's the? I want to see the ocean temperatures around the ice wall. I want to see how this ocean is not melting this ice wall away. And what is the ice wall? Is the ice wall on land, or is it just floating ice? It doesn't make no sense. If it's floating ice, that means it should be displacing some of the oceans. We should be able to measure that. If it's ice on land, then we should be noticing sea rise levels. This is all very simple things to break apart, really. And the ice wall is a big thing to break apart. So it makes no sense. That's spot on. Fey man rules. That's exactly it. And the irony is, in their attempt to distance themselves from the institute,
Did that guy leave? Did he ever explain how to measure curvature? Aside from driving from Miami to Detroit? Is that how you would do it, Ed?
That's how I go to your mama.
That's horrible, dude. You got to resort to women in their 70s? How'd you measure the curve, Ed?
It's not about me.
What's not about you?
The flat Earth discussion. It's not a debate, really.
Oh, I thought we were discussing the globe.
No, that was you with the other guy. We were still on the flat Earth debate.
What? I haven't talked about flat Earth all night. I've been talking about the globe. What have you been talking about?
Well, we have been talking about you measuring the flat Earth. So, since you didn't provide anything, we're still on that. It's fine if you want to move on. But,
Yeah, I'm sure you do want to move on because your stick
no,
is
if
worn
you
out,
want to
bro.
move on.
Dude, your stick is so worn out. Like, everybody calls you out on it, and it's hilarious because you just continue along with it.
So, are you a
never
flat
make a
earther, by the way,
claim,
Napalm?
never make a claim that everybody else is making claims, straw man them.
Boring. You already tried this. Are you a
Exactly.
flat earther?
Exactly, dude. You have no actual evidence for anything. You're just here to be a fucking po. Oh, it's so funny. Is that
So,
all
are
you
you a
guys
flat?
have?
I asked you a question, Napalm.
You would think if we lived on a globe that you would have something to bring to the table, but yet you don't.
It's not about me. So, are you a flat earther?
So you have absolutely nothing to bring to the table.
It's not
Over and
about
over
me.
again.
What
But yet,
is so difficult to understand?
Yet you still try to pull up a chair and ask people to fill up your glass, but you have absolutely
No,
nothing to
I'm just
bring to the
asking for
table.
flat earth evidence. So, are you a flat earther, Napalm?
So how would I measure the globe, Ed? Can I
So,
follow in your
are
footsteps?
you a flat earther? Yes or no?
Do you think it's a globe, Ed? Do you think we live on a ball?
Are you that scared to stand behind your claims? Are you a flat earther?
So you think you live on a ball, Ed? Are you scared to actually admit it? Admit that there's actually no evidence of it? Are you scared of that?
It's not about me.
You are so scared, dude. You literally are so scared that
You're
you've been in this
projecting.
conversation for years and
You're
have
projecting.
never actually tried to support what you claim
That's a
people
lie.
are ridiculous for not believing. So
That's a blatant lie.
you have absolutely no stance at all.
That's a lie. You're lying. You're making it up. I can show you tons of live streams I've been in.
So then correct me. What are your thoughts and how have you measured
No,
the
no, no,
globe?
no,
Hold
no.
on.
It's not about me.
Hold on. Let me ask this question. Now, he asked you if you're a flat earther, and then you turned around and asked him. My question is, if he answers your question, will you answer his question?
Extremists, I don't care about these fucking games, regardless of what side it comes from. All I care about is people being honest. And I have never
Well, then
heard.
be honest.
Let me finish. I have never heard this Ed guy contribute anything of value to any conversation ever.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is, if he answers your question, you're not going to answer his question anyway. So what's the point of answering any of your questions?
He has never answered a question to begin with. He
That's
does
a
not
lie.
deserve.
Let's say he
He does
starts
not
right now.
deserve a response from me. Do you listen to him? Do you guys? Why do you guys not hold your own people accountable for
I
this
am
kind of
actually
nonsense?
sort of holding him accountable for this. I
No,
want
you're
him to
not.
answer the question.
No, you're not.
But I'm
Extremists.
also
You have
holding
listened
you
to me for
accountable.
the past week hold people accountable for their inconsistent idiotic fucking claims regardless of what side they're on.
Hey, Napalm, have you ever been in Nathan Oakley's server?
I was once. Why?
Oh, just once? Okay, well then you have no idea what you're talking about. Just be quiet.
Okay. So here's what I want here. What I would like.
Why would I care to be on Nathan Oakley's server? He does the exact same thing that you
Because
do.
you're making claims about both of us, and you're absolutely clueless.
Both of you? Who? You and who?
You are making claims about me and Extremis's, but you have no idea what you're talking about.
What was my
We've
claim
been on
about
that server for like over a year.
What was my claim?
So many
What was my
things happen
claim?
there. You don't know
was
what
my
you're talking
claim?
about.
What was my claim, Ed, about you and Extremist?
That he never holds people accountable, and for me, that I never make a claim. Both are absolutely false.
So, Extremist, who is the last Glober you held accountable for putting forth an incorrect argument or being like Ed's being? Who? Crickets. So, Ed, what was your last claim that you made?
Whoops, sorry. I was going to answer that. I meant to answer. What I was going to say is, if a Glober puts forth an argument that I do not agree with, I will correct them. Now,
who have you done that to?
Hold on. I didn't necessarily correct him, but I was asking questions about Xanix's whole picture and what the height referenced to, because I didn't understand that either. So I don't know that I necessarily corrected him, but I was asking questions.
I didn't hear you in that conversation today. Are you talking about today when I called him out on that shit?
I did. I put some questions in the chat specific about what height are you referring to when he was saying the side peak, and what's the difference in the side peak and the actual peak, and how do we know what is what? And I put that in the. I mean, again, y'all were in voice chat, so it was a little hard to talk in voice chat. So I did put it in some of the text chat.
So okay. So based on that conversation earlier today, do you think Zanuck was being honest and genuine? Or do you think he was trying to skate around the fact that his measurements were completely off and his claim was bullshit?
I think that he gave what he thought was a true measurement, but I'm not sure that he actually knows if it's true or not.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't always have the time to look into things, right? I might be able to talk, but I'm doing work. So I don't always have the time to look into things. Today I had a little bit of time. I looked into it. I called him out. Why wouldn't he, right? Like, I even told the whole entire chat, hey, check my work, check these numbers. If anybody thinks I'm wrong, let me know and I'll fucking admit it, right? I said that today. I said, hey, please, everybody here, check me, make sure I'm fucking correct. Zanuck had plenty of time to figure out whether he was or was not correct, and he tried to give a multitude of different excuses as to why he's giving the incorrect height, and I called him out on all of them. He was trying to skate around it. That is not being honest. You have to admit that's not being honest.
The thing is, I think he thinks he was actually giving the right information. If he thinks he was doing it, is he being dishonest?
So you think that he thought he was giving the right measurement because the peak is a side slope and there had something to do with glaciers? Do you really think that that's what he was honestly talking about, or was that an excuse?
I think he thinks he was true. Now, what I don't understand in that whole conversation is, what does the side peak reference? I never really got an answer to that. His whole thing was that that's the peak and the higher peak is behind what you can see. And I couldn't find anything that said that was true or not. So I don't know the answer to all of that argument. Is what are we looking at because there's the question is this the 6,500 side peak, whatever that is, or the actual peak is 8,500 feet or whatever it is?
8,363 feet.
Right.
So The thing is, he was trying to claim that it was a side peak because after the explosion, it got blown out and blah, blah, blah. And even after me pointing out that the portion of the mountain that slid away was the northeast portion, and we're looking from a southwesterly direction, which puts the rim of the crater, which are the highest peaks of the mountain, directly in front and within our viewpoint from Portland to Mount Rainier.
See, I don't understand that either. So if the northeast portion blew out, right? The northeast portion blew out.
Northeast, yep. So do
Okay.
you have like a computer in front of you or a phone where you can look on like a satellite view?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so look at Mount St. Helens. Look at it in relation to the cardinal
Portland.
directions. So when you look at Mount St. Helens and you look at Portland and you look at Mount Rainier, you'll see that you draw a line that is roughly north-northeast from Portland to Mount Rainier. I'll fucking cut myself.
Okay, I see that.
All right, so you see where, do you have it on like satellite view?
I mean, I've got the Google Maps. It's basically northeast of Portland. Mount St. Helens.
Yeah, do you have it on satellite view though, so you can see the mountain itself?
Yes.
So you see how the part that has exploded and is you see the flow from the explosion goes towards the northeasterly direction. Do you see that?
Right.
Right. So the peaks would be, what are you doing, boo boo? So the highest peaks would be on the rim of that crater. The rim of that
Southern
crater,
side or the northern side?
the rim of the crater is on the southwestern side. So
Right.
either way, if you look at that line of sight from Portland through Mount St. Helens to Mount Rainier, you see that crater, the crater's rim, is going to be the first thing that you see, not the portion that is some sort of slid down section due to the volcanic eruption. Would you agree to that?
What I gathered from the conversation was that the portion that was higher was on the north side, and that's what's exploded, and now that side is now lower.
Correct. Which leaves the highest peaks on the southwestern side.
So those highest peaks are now 8,300 feet on the southwestern side.
8,363 feet, correct.
Right. Okay. I mean, I don't know if that's the way I took it, but I got you now.
I mean, if I'm incorrect in that, let me know. Like I said,
I see your logic, but I don't know that that's how I took that conversation to begin with, because I was under the impression that what was 8,300 feet was on the northeast side, and now that is gone. But I see what you're saying, and now I understand that better.
Okay, and like I said, I'm willing to be incorrect and willing to say I was wrong. If somebody can point out where I'm flawed in my logic, looking at the direction of that mountain, the direction in which the eruption slide happened, meaning only leaving the rim of the crater, the highest portion being on the southwestern side, which would be directly in the front or the face of the mountain that would be facing towards Portland, which would be directly in the front of our observation from Portland to Mount Rainier.
Okay, I get it now, yes. I would agree with what you're saying now. Yes, I actually see this. The highest part of the crater rim is now on the southwestern side at 8,300 feet.
Right. So I would hope that in the future, Zanuck no longer uses that argument. Maybe he didn't check the math. I'll give him that. Maybe he didn't check the math. Maybe he didn't check what was going on. but hopefully it's been at least I've shed some light on how that could be a deceptive argument. If his claim is that Mount St. Helens is only 5,000 feet in elevation, when in actuality it's 8,363 feet, which puts him at about 20% difference in
Who said it was?
overall height.
Who said it was 5,000 feet in elevation?
Isn't that your claim?
That was
God
the
no.
picture.
God no.
That was on the picture.
No, on the picture, 6,500 feet.
Well, whatever.
That's 1,500 feet off. We're still talking about something that is 14,400 feet taller, twice as far away. And I'm rounding to 50 miles. It's 54 miles. It's a different type of values there. If we do the math
Either
again,
way,
we're still going to have, hold on. If you do the math again, and I'll do it, I'll actually the trigonometry and put it out there for you. It's still a great argument, even if it's 8,300. But my point was that you don't see that exact peak because it does tilt kind of away from you because of the fact that it is further, that peak is further away than the 6,000 feet. Now that could be that might not be true. I don't know how the distance. I gave you a actual topological map of that entire area that's facing Portland. Now, basically, by the way, Portland is southwest from that peak. You know that, right?
Yep. That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, southwest. So if we're only able to see a certain portion of the mountain because of the fact that you're only looking at it from 1,000 feet, then I would be right. Now, if you can see the actual peak, hold on. If you can see
Explain
the
to me
actual,
how you're right.
because if it's far enough away from the side of the mountain, it actually will go down due to perspective in your field of view. So it will be below it. You won't see it. You see this
Mount Rainier would be below St. Helens, yes, due to
no,
angular size.
Not to do the angular size, because it is 14,400 feet. Now, I can easily do that math with the value you give me, even if it's 80. I have the topological map on the
8,363 feet.
Okay. If you think that's the top of the peak right there, I'll use that value, and I'll still have a argument using this data and Mount Rainier's position. In fact, it will be
what do you
very.
expect the angular size of that mountain to be?
It doesn't matter what the angular size. It matters the angular position.
What do you mean it doesn't matter the angular size?
Well, the question is
that's the whole argument.
No, the argument is not. The argument is why the peak of Mount Rainier is at the snow level, which is 4,000 feet.
Because its angular size is smaller than that of Mount St.
No, the angular position will change directly proportional to the distance, and its angular position will change. I will. I have no problem doing.
I already did it.
Not that hard. I'll do it right now. No, you didn't do it. Where should all you did was give me angular size.
Yeah. What else are we talking about?
Let me explain what he's
angular
saying.
position in your field of view. Angular position relative to one another.
Hold on. What he's saying is, if the mountain in the foreground, if the mountain in the background is taller than the mountain in the foreground, no matter what angular size changes, the mountain in the background should always be above the mountain in the foreground.
Is that your claim, Zanuck?
Only if it's twice as far away and twice as high.
Well, I did the math on this exact observation.
All you did was angular size. You didn't do the math.
Right. Well, that's what we're talking about, the angular size.
So the angular size is what?
So if somebody is 6 feet tall and standing 3 feet from you, and something is 100 feet tall, but 100 miles away, do you think that 6 foot tall person is going to be larger in angular size than that mountain or that building?
But now you take
what are we talking about other than
you're talking about, okay, because let's make it down to basic. We already saw Apocto try to bastardize the math by using beer cans that weren't twice as tall as each other. But we did have a double the size of the distance with the, but we didn't know where the camera position is. So all these things need to be put out forth so we can actually do the math. So the math is, if I am on the ground and I have an object and my camera's on the ground and I have an object that is 6 feet tall, that is 20 feet away, and I have another object that is 12 feet tall, that is 40 feet away, where will the tops of those objects line up? Will they be right in line with each other, or will the furthest object be lower or higher? 20 feet away, a 12-foot object and then a 24-foot object. And each of the distances is double. So we get 20 feet away, then 40 feet away. Where is the object going to be? You know?
I'm going to say even on a flat plane.
Correct. It'll be even, because that's how trigonometry works. Now, the wrinkle in this whole thing is we have a 1,000-foot observation point, and then we have those distances that are not exactly double. So let me go through the math on it very simply to find out where they should be. And I can guarantee you right now, regardless if it's
So what
8,300
math are
feet
you doing?
Hold on. Before you go to that question, did that answer make sense to you, Napalm? Do you understand that answer? Or do you agree with
I'm
it?
sorry, I wasn't listening. I had to take care of my elderly dog. So, what was the question, or what
If
was
you
the
have
answer?
if you have an object, if you're viewing this from the ground level, and you have an object that is what did I say, 12 feet tall, and is 20 feet away, and then you have another object that is 24 feet tall, 40 feet away. Where do you expect the background object to reside within respect to the top of the foreground object?
I don't know. I'm not doing this math off the top of my head. I already did the math for your proposed
You didn't. You
claim
just did
about
angular size.
Mount St. Helens. Yeah, because if we're talking about something,
No, that's not going to be the answer.
Zanuck, don't talk over me. If we're talking about something being perceptibly larger or smaller, we would be talking about its angular size based on the field of view.
But
Period.
listen to the question.
No, you're not.
Listen
Yes,
to the
you are.
question.
What else are we talking about?
The position of the observer is very critically important to this.
Okay, so we'll take the observer height is 1,000 feet, right?
Okay.
Roughly.
You drawing this down on a piece of paper?
Cool. So let's just take 1,000 feet off each mountain, thus effectively putting our observer at ground level.
Okay.
All right. Let's run the math. Funny, I did both.
Can you run the math?
Yeah,
You
I did
can't
both.
run the math.
I did both previously for
No,
the
you used
angular
the angular
size.
size.
I did. Well, the angular size is what we're fucking talking about. So you're saying that things don't
No,
get
it's the
smaller in
distance.
angular size when they get further away?
It's the distance to them, too. Did you use the
Y'all
distance
still
to them?
talking about this? Y'all still
That's
talking
what I
about this?
took. So with the 1,000 feet reduction, Mount St. Helens is 1.597884
1.6
degrees in angular size. Mount Rainier is 1.455213 degrees of angular size.
1.4.
Still smaller than
1.45?
Mount St. Helens, even when you take the reduction of the 1,000 feet for the observer height off.
Great. And what we see there, though, now take the 4,000-foot snow level. That's where both of those snow caps will reside, and see if those snow caps should correspond with one in the front being higher than the top of the back one, the one that's in the background.
We're
That's
just
the
talking
problem.
about the size of the mountains.
We
What
know
does
they
the snow
both have the
cap
snow.
have to do with
We know
anything?
the bottom snow levels are all going to be the same for both mountains.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do. Because they're
We
only
know
50
that
miles
the
away.
snow levels
The
are going to be the same.
snow levels
Why
do
are we
not
talking
change
about
for
the
50
snow
miles.
levels? We're talking about the size of the mountains.
Because because it gives you how many, because you didn't count, you want to count pixels, you can do that. It'd be easier. But this is an as easy way to do it. When you have a snow level 50 miles apart, those snow levels are the same. If the snow is 4,500 feet at Mount Rainier, it'll be 4,500 feet on Mount St. Helens. Why is the top of the Mount Rainier?
Not true.
Yes, it is. 50
No,
miles
it's
away,
not.
there's not going to be any difference. Yes, there's not going to be a difference in snow levels. They'll be very close, especially the entire mountain tops are covered in snow. So those mountains are lining up with the top of Mount Rainier, 14,500 below or at the beginning of the snow level for Mount St. Helens. That doesn't work on a flat Earth. I mean, on a round Earth. Oh, sorry, flat Earth. It doesn't work on a flat Earth. For a round Earth, it would, because you have a sinking of Mount Rainier that's far greater than this difference of 1.45 and 1.6 degrees angular size. That's close. They're not close. They're not even close to close. So even if I give you the fact that this face of Mount St. Helens is much lower than you found. And I gave you the topographical map too, which shows that peak. But this says we've been told that the side face is actually lower because the top is further away, so you don't
Nope, that's
see it.
incorrect. We've already
That
destroyed
could
that
be.
argument.
I'm not going to argue that point because that's another subject altogether. If you've ever been to a mountain, you look up to the mountain, you don't see the top of the mountain because it's too far away, and it bends down due to perspective. You don't see it, but that's okay.
Exactly. It
Okay,
bends down
so
to
we can't. I
perspective,
don't
not
even. I don't
because
even
of
need to
the
use that.
roads. Not
Paco, you're
because
not
the roads
helping. You're
curvy.
not helping, drunkie.
I'm not helping you, that's for sure. Because
Okay,
your bullshit is saying that the
okay,
mountain's
so I will
curving
go through the
down
numbers.
on a globe.
I will go through the numbers, and so where these mountains should be, I have the same diagram. It's just basic trigonometry. This angular position of it in your field of view above eye level. We'll just use that and see where it is, and I'll come back.
Zanuck, you try to here's what you're doing. You're hijacking perspective, which I proved earlier with the
You
tall
didn't
can
prove it.
and
You
the
blew it because you had the wrong
no
size cans,
fuck
and you didn't know how your
fuck you.
camera was.
Dude,
So
everybody
forget
saw
about
it.
it.
Everybody saw it, bro. I told you how high the
No,
camera
no
was.
one saw it. Everyone saw that you just blew it.
Hey,
You
dude,
kept
listen,
on lying about how far things were. Then you
no,
fixed it.
you
Then you
lied.
lied about the cans, and then we fixed. You didn't fix that. And then
Here's
you
the
just
fact.
guessed on what you think you'd see.
Dude, Zanuck, you were called out. Why are you doubling down on this shit? At least say, yeah, I got my shit incorrect. I'll go
I didn't
back
get it.
and I'll
All I
find
got.
another
We don't
globe Earth
know the
alleged
top of that
proof.
mountain. That's what we don't know. We don't know what we can see from Portland. But I will give that to you. I don't have a problem with giving it to you. Because you know what? The difference is going to be far greater than 1,000 feet. So the fact that if it's close, you'll win the argument. If it's not close, you won't. So I'll give you the 8,300 feet. All right? 8,300 feet to 14,400 and see if that lines up properly. And I'll give you that height.
Zanuck, with
So,
that being
Paco,
said,
you're not even in the conversation anymore.
I'm right here, bro. Shut up. Listen, with that being said, I proved to you that perception can show you that something in the distance is lower than something that is closer to you.
We all know that. I've given you pictures of that all the time of these mountains below you, and you can't see that this difference.
Can you
Okay,
stop?
you're just going to talk over me, so I'm not going to bother you again.
I'm talking.
Interrupting him.
Thank you. He overtalked me. So Zanuck, I proved to you, Zanuck, that the taller can could look lower than the shorter can due to perspective on a flat surface. But somehow you try to hijack that and say the taller can is lower only because it's on a curved surface. Don Dada, that's a nail in the coffin. You're dead. Your argument's dead. You can't even go on with it. But for some reason, you still fucking want to fight that. It's weird, bro. It's really
Because I
weird.
understand
Zanuck.
trigonometry, and you obviously don't.
Here we go with the bullshit. It's all math, guys. It's all
If
no,
you're
it's
looking
not
at a
math.
can
It's
that is
perception.
7 squares away, let me finish. Can I talk now? If you're looking at the can that is 7 squares away, and the can that's 14 squares away is twice as tall, if you have it on the ground level of the camera, it will be in line. Yours were not in line. Oh, yeah, the camera wasn't really twice as tall, was it?
Okay,
And at
Zanuck.
first, the squares weren't even the right number.
Zanuck, I'll
I
do
mean,
it
you had
live.
so many
I'll do it
errors
live.
along the way. Plus, you're drunk. You're telling us you're drunk, so you
I'll do
don't
it live.
understand.
I'll do it live right now. I've been drinking since that moment. I'm even drunker. But you want me to do it live for your dumbass? I'll do it live. And
We'll
I'll
do
show
it live.
Do it live.
I'll show
Even
everybody right now.
dude, even
Trigonometry does not
Extremis
fail.
bailed on you,
Okay?
bud. Extremis has bailed on you. He was trying to like kind of help you out, try to give you the benefit of the doubt, but he just bailed on you, Zanuck.
You're reaching. You don't need to stoop to that level. You're reaching.
Okay,
Stoop to what level? I completely destroyed
No.
your argument.
All you got to do is let me do the calculation, and I'll put it forth.
All right.
You're not understanding what we're trying to measure here, and the way you're going to prove yourself right is if this thing is drastically different than what I show you.
Okay. So we came to a point that the Coors Light can is not double the size, just as your reported numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, here we go. Pay attention real quick, okay? Let me do this fucking thing real quick. Whoops. Give me a second. I'm going to.
Where are you mounting the camera, and how high above the ground is it?
Okay, check it out.
That's a key thing.
I'm going to put the camera all the way to the bottom. All the way. Okay.
Okay.
All right. This is all the way, and now the lens is an inch, about maybe let's say maybe 3/4 off the ground. Okay. I'm gonna.
Okay. This is a grossly different picture than you had before, by the way. You know that, right?
It's the same picture. What are you talking about?
No, you're a lot lower than you were before.
No. Okay. So hold
It's
on.
okay. I don't care. As long as you're close to the ground, this whole thing will work out. It's basic trigonometry.
Okay. You see the cat over there? Okay. So the tall can you zoom in on your screen on the Coors Light? Because I can't do it on my camera right now because I'm doing it live.
I could take a screenshot possibly. Are you live?
Yeah.
I don't see you live.
Yeah. Take a screenshot. Take a screen. I'm literally.
Well, it's not.
Hey,
How do I get it? I can't.
Get away from
I
the
don't
cat.
even know how to get it full screen. I just have a little.
trying to prove this
I have a
guy's
little
wrong.
thumbnail.
Get out of here.
Why don't you
cat.
go live?
I'm going
live
this
stream
is
or whatever
live.
you need to do.
What the fuck? This is live.
No, it just shows you're sharing your screen. It's not going live.
That's live. What the fuck?
Well, there's no options for me to make the thing full screen, so I don't know what to do.
Okay, take a screenshot, Zanuck, post it in chat, then we could all look at the photo and zoom in once it's a screenshot. Right now I can't zoom in. Okay? So look at the cats, look at the chair, look at the cans. Now it's perspective, okay? So screenshot it. I'm going to go ahead and did you get I'm
Hold
actually
on. Okay, I can't even screenshot because this thing's taking the entire screen now. I'm looking at it right now, and the red can on the left, and where's the other can? Underneath the chair?
Yeah. All right. Hold up.
They look about the same size, but I can't tell.
Okay, hold up. And that's hold up. Give me a second. Let me pull up the screenshot that I took. I'm going to show you. Okay. I'm going to zoom in.
No.
Hold up.
Just do what you're doing because you're lower than you were before.
Hold up. No, it's the same, dude. I'm not lower. It's the same thing, bro. It's the same. It's the same. This was the phone I used. Okay. I'm going to hit done. I'm going to zoom in. Okay. Now let me take a screenshot of this because I zoomed in right now. And the taller can, it's offset. They're not lined up completely, but I did that specifically. So that way you can see both the cans. I'm going to hit done. Save to photos. And now in the chat, I'm going to post my results. All right. So
I don't know. I know what you're doing.
So here you go. So Zanuck, in your warped fucking mind, how does the taller can look smaller than the shorter can on a flat level plane? You tell me, Bubba.
Because you first of all, it's ever so slightly taller because the can that's twice as far away is not twice as tall. Don't you get it?
No,
why is this hard?
no.
Why is this so hard for you to understand?
You're full of shit. You're full of shit.
No,
bro.
that is the law of perspective, as you want to call this a law.
But this
Trigonometry
is what we're
specifically says.
Zanuck, we're telling you that perspective is going to make something higher in the distance lower than the object that's closer to you. This is your whole fucking
we're
argument,
saying
Zanuck.
that you're missing the point.
Bro. You're getting destroyed.
You're missing the point. We're saying that something twice as far away and is twice as high will be the same height. And you're showing that because if you
it's not the same height though.
Hey, stop it.
It's not the same.
Stop it. Just stop it. If you want to get some, once you measure, get 2 Coke cans, stack them and put them in the distance where that silver can is, and they'll be the exact same height. It's exactly what I've been saying the entire time.
That won't work out. I'll tell you why.
Let's do it. Bet. Let's do it then.
Go do it.
No. I'll tell you
because
why
we all know that the can, the Coors Light can is not twice as high as the Coke can.
Neither is the 2 mountains. The other mountain
Oh my God! Yes, and so we can find out. This is doing exactly what I'm telling you it will do.
Napalm pointed out. By the way, Zanuck, do the math. You're a mathematician. Do the math. The Coors Light can is 7 inches and 5/8 high, and the Coca-Cola can is 4 inches and 7/8 high. Do that math. And then realize that it actually equals the same.
Hold on, let me get the difference here. What is the Coors can? 7 what?
I think it was 7 inches and 5/8 can height. 7 5/8.
5/8.
And then the Coke was 4 inches and 5/8.
0.62. They're both 5/8. Okay, so 0.62.
No. I take it back. The Coke it was 4 7/8. You could measure a Coke can right now at your house. I think it's 4 7/8. It's just under 5 inches high. It's
4
7/8.
slow down. So we got 0.87. So 4.87.
Right. And if you
what
do
is the other one?
There's a 1.5
what is the other one?
difference.
God
4
dang it!
7/8.
Slow down, drunkie.
Hey, you know what? Fuck you. I'm grabbing another beer.
4.87. And then what's the course can?
7 and
7 and 5/8.
Yeah.
That's 7.62.
I think it's 1.56 difference. No? Yes or no?
64%.
Okay. And
it's not double.
Okay. Also, I think Napalm came to a calculation of 1.59. So it's close to the
1.59. 0.64.
I think he came. Yeah, it was 1.59. Yeah, do the math. Carry the 1. Cross your T's. You'll be all right.
1.64.
1.56, I believe.
It's 60%.
The same with your mountain.
60%. No, it's not 60%.
Okay. So 8,000 feet compared to
14,400 times 0.6 is 8,600. But it's not 8,600. 8,300.
All right, now here we go. Okay, look, Zanuck. Here's the point. In my picture, I'm not accounting for refraction. I'm not accounting for
refraction. Makes your problem worse.
No, it makes your problem worse.
No, it doesn't.
No, yes, it does. Because I'll tell you why.
It makes your problem worse because downward refraction makes things loom up.
No, Zanuck. I'll tell you why.
Yes.
You fucking ballers are so stupid. Actually,
the guys tell me how stupid we are.
I'll tell you all day. The distance between me and the tall can is not the same measurement of you on this photo from the mountain, because it's obvious that the farther you go in a dense environment, it will be lower, Zanuck, not higher. It will be lower. So the problem you have is that you're trying to equate this really natural phenomenon that happens, and then trying to say that the mountain in the farther distance is lower because of a curved Earth. But I'm telling you right now, no, it's lower because of perception. That's it. The whole point of me taking this photo is so that way you can see something taller can be lower than something that is taller than in a distance. That's all I'm saying, Zanuck. But you can't get it. The people that understand, they're going to
You're not understanding the fact that the distance matters with relation to the size of the mountains. Your 7 tiles does not represent the 50 miles very accurately. And that makes a difference also. Every time I talk, you think it does. It doesn't. It doesn't. The triangle's completely different. You're not giving me a ratio that is exactly the same as 14,000 feet on 100 miles do not equal 7 tiles and 8.58 inches.
So you're trying to say, Zanuck, that you're double the distance and twice the height, or not 60% the height. You're trying to say that that's not going to represent to reality when I show you 2 cans on the floor, which are also double the distance and 60% the height. Zanuck, you're so
they're not 60% of the height.
It's
not 60% of the height.
You gave me the calculation.
It's 8,700 feet was what that.
Okay.
The Mount St. Helens would have to be. It's 8,300 feet.
What is 7 5/8 compared to?
That's
4
the point of the discussion is not so much that they don't line up. We know they're not going to line up now because, like you said, Mount St. Helens now is more. It's more than half its height. But the problem is where the angular position in your field of view of the 2 mountains with respect to each other. That depends on the distance, and you don't have that distance correct.
Zanuck, you got destroyed. You got destroyed, Zanuck.
But you can believe that all you want. You don't understand mass. I don't have the time really to continue to explain it to you if you don't get it already.
Zanuck, here's the point. You got destroyed.
Let me work through the numbers and I'll get back to you on that particular picture using 8300, and let's just go from there.
Let's circle back.
Then we'll have an actual intelligent conversation rather than you just blabbing out things in a drunken, stupid state.
Let's circle back. Isn't it amazing, Zanuck, that I've been drinking all fucking day and I can still fucking make more sense than you? Isn't it amazing, Zanuck?
It sounds like it. People always think, "Oh yeah, I'm drunk. I drive better when I'm drunk." They all say that. That's what you're doing to me.
I mean, technically,
I know you believe that, but I totally understand. But you're wrong.
Because I get hyper focused on my driving. But here's the point. Here's the point, though. You're destroyed. Your argument is null and void because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, all of trigonometry is wrong. You're right.
This tile is completely level and flat.
Stop lying.
You want me to stop lying that the tile's level and flat? Is that what you're saying?
Level to what?
Level to your mom's vagina. What the fuck does that matter?
Yeah, it matters because you're not finishing your sentence.
Okay.
You're too drunk.
Okay.
If you say something is level, you need to finish the sentence and tell us what it's level to.
To the ground.
I see. And how did you measure the ground to be flat?
Your mom's vagina.
Okay. Do you want me to go get an 8-foot level and put it on the tiles so you can see it's level? Is that better for you? I'll tell you what, Ed.
So now you're telling me the ground is level as well? So what is the ground level to?
Here we go with the bullshit. Hey, I'll tell you what. It's not a fucking ball. The backyard is not a fucking sphere. I'll tell you that much. It's not a fucking sphere. Yeah.
That's not a measurement.
Oh my god! Well, you guys think it's a measurement because you guys try to fucking claim that mountain.
It's not about us. You just made the claim that both the table and the ground are level to something, and you didn't measure dick.
Ed, you are trying to say, not you, but Zanuck is trying to say that the mountain in the distance is lower because it's on a ball curving down. Wake the fuck up, Ed. Because I just showed you a can that is taller than the shorter can, that's smaller in the distance, and it's not a fucking
how much,
ball.
Apaco, look how much lower Mount Rainier is. It's below the snow line of Mount St. Helens, which is 4,500 feet.
Congratulations.
So sorry.
Congratulations.
You're not. Your cans do not look like this picture. You can put them side by side and say, does one thing doesn't look like the other, right? Like in Sesame.
Congratulations, Zanuck. You just understood.
No. The difference is we see Mount Rainier far below where the Cocan is for the same because Paco, I'm talking, you knucklehead. Stop it, drunk fool.
Yeah, go ahead. You know what, Zanuck?
No, just stop talking. Drink something.
Go ahead. You know what? You're right. Go ahead. I'll take a swig.
Thank you. So what we found here is that the Coke can and the beer can double the distance does not look like proportions of the mountain of Mount St. Helen with Mount Rainier. Mount Rainier is far below the top. It's very easy to see that. And that is the point here. That's the entire point of this exercise, is that Mount Rainier is further than it should be, farther downward than it should be.
And Napalm destroyed you with your numbers.
Napalm did know. He did. We all knew that. Look, we all understood that Mount St. Helen had a higher peak than everyone knows. It has 8,300, 8,200 feet, something like that. My understanding was that this side peak, was lower because it's closer to us than the actual peak that you can't see.
Zanuck, you're wrong, bro. You're wrong.
You can say that all you want.
Just accept it.
You can say that all you want.
Zanuck, accept that you have a biased argument.
Instead of claiming he's wrong, demonstrate he's wrong.
Napalm literally did the math and claimed him wrong.
He didn't do any math.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Hours ago, he did. Dude, it's 9:37 where I'm at right now. I want to say a good fucking 6 hours ago, he fucking destroyed
I've already promised to actually do the math for this, and I'm going to put the 8,300 feet in there, and I'm going to use the 14,000, whatever the peak for Mount Rainier is, 14,000.
Figure out the
400,
size
and we're gonna look at those positions based on the a flat observation from 1,075 feet, and see where. Hold on, and I'm also. Why are you talking over me when I'm going to give you a nice, even keeled description of what we're going to do, and then I'm going to give you a position where they change it of 5,000
I need another beer
feet
already.
or 4,500 feet, where the snow line is. Of course, you're talking over me the entire time. Anyway, those four things. If anyone can hear them talking over me, if you want to ask me, Gwen, I'll answer. But what I'm going to do is that for you. I'll give you the positions of the mountains with respect to each other with those values that we now know, and then the snow level, which we now know as well. And it represents nothing like the cans of Paco's hallway.
You're full of shit, Zanuck. You're full of shit.
Yeah. No, you can say it all you want.
You're full of
Have a
cans.
cocktail. Have a drink. Let me buy you a drink.
Hey, you get cash at me, okay? You can cash at me. Buy me a case because you're wrong. Because you betted $100 earlier, and I don't know. I didn't hear you paying anybody off because they all fucking proved you wrong.
You can send me my $100 to
Because I've told you everything that is true.
Zanuck
We
gets wrecked.
said that anything that is twice as high, twice as far away will be in line, perfectly in line.
Man,
you want to check my numbers on angular size? So if you just go solely based off of not reducing the mountains by the 1,000-foot observer height, if we just go solely based off of the size of the mountains and what their angular size would be in degrees based on the distance, Mount St. Helens size would be 1.814 degrees of angular size, and Mount Rainier would be 1.563 degrees of angular size. Now, if we take out the 1,000 feet for each mountain based on the observer height, and we just did an angular size based on each mountain reduced by 1,000 feet, Mount St. Helens would be 1.597884 degrees of angular size. Mount Rainier would be 1.455213 degrees in angular size.
and that's where Zanuck kills and dies, and not kills. He dies in his argument because he just got showed out. Bottom line. By the way, my photo that I took. My photo that I took. What if I took my camera? Because Zanuck threw this stupid ass 1 inch above the floor. What if it's like 3/8 off the floor? What if that was a measurement?
It makes a big difference at that distance.
I agree. But guess what? If I
You
was
have to know what your elevation is. You have to know.
Exactly. If I was able to put my camera
For the ratio.
lower,
Now, if there was no ratio,
Zanuck,
okay, forget it.
dude, I'm talking. Why are you talking over me?
They're trying to correct you and try to help.
Well, correct me when I'm done, you piece of heaven. Listen, that was kind, by the way. So if I was able to take my camera lower to the ground, then obviously the can would even be lower in the farther distance, because now that changes perspective. And what you don't get is that perspective is the illusion going on, not the curvature of the earth. And for some reason, ballers can't. There's a light switch that isn't there. The lights are on, but no one's home. Right? You got to turn it on, bro. You got to turn it on. You guys are all weird and whack, bro. Fucked up in the head. Y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it. You don't see it. It's weird. How much lower do I have? Hey, by the way, that's an inch above the ground. How much lower do I have to get, Zanuck, to make your measurements, to make your math work? How much lower do I have to get? I wish I was able to put a camera close to the ground, because technically the camera on my phone is maybe even higher than the inch off the floor. So the way you saw that photo when I was doing it live on the screen, it's actually actually like giving you more than, but it still doesn't take away from the fact that the taller can is lower than the can in front of you. Because it's perception, bro. That's the way you perceive it. It's an angle of resolution, bro. The way you see something. It's not because of curve. It's not because of curve.
Apocryphon, would you say that the angular size of the object reduces with distance?
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's test it. Let me go back out. Let's test
No,
it.
but would that be basically what you're showing is that the angular size of the
Right.
object reduces with distance?
Absolutely.
So if we're talking about something in the foreground and something in the background, and we're claiming one should or should not be larger than the other, we would be talking about its angular size in relation to its distance, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So when we're talking about these mountains, somehow Zanuck wants to say that we're not talking about the angular size. So if we're not talking about the angular size, then what are we talking about?
Yeah. Here's why he does that though, because he doesn't understand. Guess what? Hey, check it out. Somebody screenshot this real quick. Actually, I will do it. Give me a second. Here we go. I'm gonna. All right, take a picture. Give me a second. I'm gonna zoom in on this. Let me edit it. Let me zoom in. Ba 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 ba. When you now I'm gonna zoom in. When you go farther away from the cans. Oops, I messed up. Hold on. Give me a second.
What?
I'll be right back.
Napalm. Napalm, you still there?
He said he'll be right back.
Okay. Let's do this.
Yeah, that's the globe.
Did you get those measurements, Danik? You said you're gonna go get them. Did you get them? Zanuck, you there? No? You don't got them yet? All right, I'll be back.
Check, check, check. Test anybody there, check, check. I think all the globe earthers have given up.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey dude, is there a video out there called Level with Me?
I don't watch. Think I've heard.
You don't what?
I videos, but I think I've heard people talking about on the level.
You're roboting a little bit, but what I think I heard is you don't watch many videos and whatnot, which is cool. I'm trying to figure out the link to that because I wanted to see it, but
Do you have Dave's app?
Dave what?
Do you have Dave Weiss's app? Flat Earth app?
No, I don't.
Bet he has it on there. If it's good and not a mockumentary.
I just joined. Are you guys talking about that globe?
No, I'm trying to figure out the link to the Level with Me video that people have been talking about. I haven't seen it yet.
On YouTube or what?
Yeah, I tried looking it up on YouTube. I don't see any freaking. I don't see any videos that. I can't find it on YouTube now.
So it apparently is one you have to pay for or something. It's on IMBD and it's on My Movies Plus.
Oh man, that's gay.
So this My Movies Plus looks like you just subscribe to it and then you can watch, but I don't know.
Oh, it's like an actual. Like
Here, I'll subscribe and see.
I found it on IMDb. Wow. Dave Weiss. Eddie
Here you go.
Bravo.
Here.
Santos. Benaki. The truth can set you free. Wow. The truth can set you free, but you have to pay to hear it. Oof.
I don't mind paying for stuff.
You don't mind paying for what?
People's labor.
Like NASA? NASA labors.
I don't pay for theirs.
But you would be willing to, because they are laboring.
No.
Oh.
People's labors that I would, want.
Oh, you don't mind paying for people to agree with you.
Thanks for strawmanning me.
Correct me, dude. I'm totally open. Now, what did I get wrong?
Are you that 420 guy? I'm not looking at the chat.
Yes. Why does it matter about 420? Does that help you or me? Yo. The one I am. No wonder you had to leave your own server and come here. Good luck, boss. Wait, whoa. Gator. Gator must just be in listening mode. Oh well.
Hello.
Hello.
Good sounding chips there.
What's that?
So good sounding chips there.
Chips. Thanks. I don't know what chips are.
Sounded like chips you're eating.
Oh, I'm not eating anything.
Oh.
Sorry.
Must be some background noise.
What kind of chips do you like?
I like regular Lay's with a sandwich.
Chips. How about this? Hold on. Are the chips gone? Or not? Do you still hear chips?
No.
Do you hear chips now?
A little. There's definitely some background noise.
Okay, yeah. That's because it's cold as fuck. And I have a heater, so deal with it. I don't want to be cold, so you must listen to noise.
Your voice sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard you before.
Everyone says that. You're not the first. Carry on. But I do not want to be cold, so deal with my chips.
I wouldn't want to be cold either.
Would you want to be hot?
I would rather be cold than hot.
You'd rather be cold than hot. I'd rather be hot than cold. But maybe that's because most of the time it's cold. I don't know. Would you rather be dry or wet?
Dry, of course.
Thirsty or full?
It's an interesting set of questions.
Okay, you say thirsty or full, and then I'll try to answer your question.
All right. How full? Just like normal full?
No, very. Miserably.
No, probably thirsty then.
You'd rather be thirsty than miserably full.
Mm-hmm.
All right, your turn.
Oh, no, I don't have any questions.
That's easy. All right, so then I get another one. Would you rather be rich or stupid?
We could play games, but at least make them interesting.
It's a Jack Handy. It's an old SNL. it was interesting, but only to people that are, you know.
Yeah.
Only to people that got the joke.
Not me, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's another one that I like. So there's I'd rather be rich than stupid. There's also if trees could scream, would we be so cavalier about cutting them down? We might if they screamed all the time and for no good reason. Wow, so you must be young. You don't know these things. I'm guessing you're 29 to 32.
Ooh, interesting. No.
No. All right, let me widen my margin. I'm going to go 29 to 36.
Nope.
Wow, 24?
39.
Said 20. Wait, 30. I covered that.
I'm pretty sure you didn't.
I said. I didn't get to 30. I said 36.
36, yeah.
Yeah. Fuck. 39. You sound immature for your age.
Oh. Well, thank you.
Despite the fact that you've been in the army and trained soldiers and tried to look out for them.
Oh, we have spoken.
No, we haven't. I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, no. This is this fucking stone rolling boulders.
No, it's not stone rolling boulders.
rolling. Rolling.
Hello.
Rolling. God, you changed it several times.
Several? No, many. I don't even know who you're talking about. That's not me.
I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Point
Stay
is,
shrouded in mystery. It's okay.
Enigma.
Enigma eating chips.
I'm not eating chips. I have a fucking space heater because it's cold where I am. Deal with it. So, I need to know. In your journeys here, have you found logic and reason? Because as I watch you, you found propaganda. Maybe not.
I did when I left, and I only just started dorking around with it a couple days ago again, and I'm gonna have to leave again.
Me too. I just came back tonight.
Yeah.
Same. Totally same.
But yeah, I'm gonna have to. So.
Why do you have to?
There is no logic and reasoning here. There's nothing to be found. There's nothing helpful. It's mentally draining.
Hey, but something brought you back.
One person pestering me to come back.
It wasn't me.
That wasn't you.
Although, well, whatever. So what the person pestered you? Why did you choose to come back?
They were persistent. That was all. I felt an obligation to the individual.
So if you and me were like in Bosnia and I was like, I want my wife and my concubine to come here and sleep in my tent, and I asked you every day.
What's these across the spectrum questions?
Well, because that's how it works. Like you say, pestering you will get you to give in.
Well, then I guess there's a bunch of other assumptions that go along with that.
I see. Like having a wife and a concubine both and trying to get both of them into my tent in the war zone is like, that's one too many.
Yeah. There's some ethical questions involved in that too, and then logistics. It's much easier to join a Discord server than it is to do that.
You know, as facetious as you think my question is, I've seen it play out. So you think it's dumb, but it seems that you maybe were not 11 Bravo. That's what I think is going on here. You are some like high and mighty. What are you?
I never said I was an 11 Bravo.
Yeah, and you don't have to. I get it now. You're like a quartermaster type. Not even quartermaster. No, you're not even quartermaster. You're oh my god. What are you?
Oh, are you having fun playing the game, or do you want me to just tell you?
Just tell me.
Oh, well, I was a tanker.
No way.
Yep. And then I became an a sysadmin, information technology specialist.
What? Well, in said tank, what did you do?
I drove, I loaded, and I was trying to be a gunner. So before I left.
Wow. Never a commander.
Now, tank commanders in the Army are typically staff sergeants. It was a long time ago.
Long time ago. Can I share my?
Well, sure.
I never made it past E4.
Well, that's all right.
I served in Bosnia.
That was a whole world away from what I did.
Came home, and I ended up in an artillery unit, even though I was never ever trained in artillery, and served out about a year. Those guys, and all I did was like, really, just this is horrible, and that was it.
Just the lifestyle? Yeah.
No, not the lifestyle. The like, the boom and the like.
Yeah.
Didn't like it. I did not like it. I liked this sneaking around, low crawl, sniping, whatever. I actually liked being light infantry. It was cool. My favorite moment in Bosnia, me on patrol. There's like I don't know, 11 of us. You know, picture American patrol with like, you know, our rifles and interpreter and heavy machine gun in the back and all the blah blah blah. And this guy, this like local, 19-year-old, is walking next to me in my face, going, "American pussy, American faggot, just can't get any pussy, American fuck you faggot." Like all he knew was like 17 English words,
Yeah,
and they were all.
Yeah.
And I'm like, look, grenade, rifle, friends. You trust my restraint much more than you should. He went his way. He said his cuss words. He got points with his friends, and we let him go. Good times. Fuck you, American faggot.
Yeah.
Who joined? So, Negator, why do you think the Earth is flat?
I don't. It's not.
Why do you think it's a globe? All right. Why do you think it's a globe?
Hang on, I got a call.
Hey Don, hey Smurf, how you guys doing?
Yeah, I mean,
I had the server muted, and I'm not sure if anybody's talking in here, but what's going on, guys?
still up? Hello, is anyone still up here?
Anyone talking? Ugh. Anyone talking?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Is that Dawn? Is that the voice of wisdom?
Yeah, that's me.
What's on your mind tonight? Is it nighttime for you?
No, it's nearly 11 in the morning.
You're Europe?
Yeah, UK.
UK.
I'm on third coffee. I'm worrying about what to have for lunch. And I'm watching shoot content about Christianity and Judaism being bad.
Well, it's almost 3 o'clock over here in the morning. And as far as lunch, you want to have something that's not just empty calories. You want to have something that's beneficial to your body, like has vitamins or something.
Okay. Got some pineapple juice.
That's not bad. Christianity. Do you debate Christians about God?
I don't think it's worth calling anything a debate anymore. Even the debates where you have one premise and each person gives their separate arguments for and against, even they're normally fake with biased people. But I like to discuss Christianity. Sometimes I use it as a springboard to discuss spirituality, and sometimes I talk against how silly it is. I haven't got any sock accounts in Christian servers or atheist servers at the minute, so I'm not too unhealthy with it.
It's not silly. The Bible's filled with words of wisdom. I mean, man wrote that stuff by himself, could he?
That
Without
is
God.
true. I believe it is filled with some words of wisdom. It's a big book, so there is quite a lot of wisdom in there. But it's also silly.
I gotta be right back. Hang on.
No problem.
Okay, I'm back. What's this about Christianity being silly?
Well, the way people take it literally and believe it, I find silly. Some of the actions taken because of the belief, I find silly.
So you don't believe in faith, then? You're not a faithful man, are you?
Faith?
Yeah, faith. That's the chutzpah.
Yeah, I believe in faith.
So people take things on faith, whether it's religion or other stuff in life, and it doesn't have to make sense. So they take it on faith.
Yeah, I'm just saying that appears silly. Same with many people in my religions are silly.
And what religion is that?
Well, there's loads. I've got loads of religions.
Have you progressed with Aleister Crowley?
I've read a few more chapters, yeah.
Is it starting to make more sense?
Yes and no.
You know, that guy's a slippery slope.
I'm only reading one of his books. The other one is just about someone else's interpretation of religion.
When you go down that path, how do you come back?
Well, you don't really. You decide which path you take. I guess if you found out that you had to come back, you'd have to find a way back, yeah. But I don't know. I don't feel I need to go back.
Are you casting any spells yet?
Not really, no. I feel like I'm too lazy, too low energy. when I first got into it, I tried to do spells, but then I sort of gave up.
You're not doing magic?
Not as much, not just normal prayer.
So you do pray?
Yeah, tiny little prayers at night. I guess I do magic in just how I live my life as a practice.
I think magic is the same thing as prayer. It's just a different avenue taking.
Yeah, sort of.
So the Christians don't like that word magic. They think it's taboo. So they like to say that they're holy. And so the magic is basically Satanism.
Sometimes there's a difference who you're asking for help or what you're asking for help. They think that difference is really important.
Right. If you you glorify God with prayer and faith, right? But you don't glorify God with magic spells and this I don't know how you explain it, occultic practices, which
Yeah.
could
Magic's not
deliver
normally.
similar results.
You're asking your own version of God or a lesser demon, God, angel entity that you've made up in your head when you do magic. Do you consider yourself a Christian?
Yes. Although I recognize the big five religions, and I think they're fine. Just depends on the culture. Religion will vary by your culture, the place from the world that your culture originates.
If you're in control of your religion, I think it's not a bad term. It's just that many people let the religion control them. It becomes a bad term.
Well, there's a value or a practice in letting God be in control. Like, God, take this wheel. Like we're putting your trust and faith in God and not in yourself, because we make mistakes.
But it's a book that you use as God. Sometimes some Christians do. And they say putting your faith in God, they mean putting their faith in the book.
Well, we believe God is more than a book, right? Just the book is just a word.
Yeah. It depends if you're willing to find your own way with God or you have to stick to the book.
The question would be, ultimately, can you do it better? That's really the question.
And you live better if you stray from the book.
Yeah, can you make a better book? Can you make a better religion? Can you improve on what there is now?
Oh, well, that is a big ask.
If you reject Christianity, what do you have in replacement of that? And how is that better?
Theoretically, I'd like to go back to paganism and see what happens. But I can't argue it's better than what we have now. I don't know.
I don't think any one religion can satisfy all men.
No, I agree on that. So, paganism would allow anyone to have their own religions, but it wouldn't oppress each other. Hopefully.
Well, there's little incentive to do that.
Well, all the same incentives would be there that have been there in the past for monotheism to say this is the way it is. So that's always going to be a possibility. I'd like to reset it.
Are you going to reset it with Crowley?
No, that's just a small bag for freedom It's not going to reset the world.
But is freedom better?
I don't know. I think it's a paradox. I just believe it's better somehow. Somehow, spiritually, it's better than what we have now.
I'll tell you what, this in the last 20 years, we have this feminist movement, and the women are independent. They get to work. Career women get to earn money. But then they sacrifice their morals, and through this whole feminist movement, they're supposed to be free, right, to do whatever they want. But really, they're just there's more single moms under feminism. There's more abortions, and really, the women just become hoes. So how does that help anybody?
Well, originally there's an idea that some women were being oppressed, and eventually they'll be free and equal rights to men, like originally, or like we want them to be. Then it got interrupted, and people tried to corrupt our genders.
Yeah, I think they got the equal rights, but then they flipped on their head. They went too far.
Yeah. Even while they were arguing for equal rights, it was already a mess with really fucked up feminist people.
And we got transgender taught in the schools.
So it's just a concept to allow women to have equal rights. If you look at history, it's a mess.
Are women freer now more than ever before in history?
Are they? Yeah, they are. Well, I believe a time in the very, very ancient past, they might have been more free. But that's only a concept as well.
Like we've done this before, it's like a vicious cycle.
Yeah. I'm a feminist that finds it hard to explain.
Well, in a way, I think feminism is just like another ism, like communism.
Yeah.
I remember I heard about in the 50s, the feminists, the whole thing about the feminists was, well, one of the things is that they wouldn't wear bras, so they wouldn't have a bra, right? Because they didn't want to be tied down with a bra, right? So this is so funny to me. Like, this is like the greatest thing, for men.
Well, they used to squash the women in with the garters and that, didn't they?
Yes. And that obviously is I don't know, detaining.
Like binded up, like proper physical religion. Literally binded. But that's
That
a
had-
tradition. Some of the women enjoyed it.
But the less constraints you have, the more freedom you have. But then, like you said, it's paradoxical because at some point it's going to be bad.
Yeah. Some people can't control when they go too far. Morning, Elasma.
What's happening?
Women become feminine. They lose it. I'm sorry. Feminists become strong. They lose their femininity, and then no man wants to marry them.
Yeah.
That's true. I'm lucky like that, though. I've got the most feminine woman ever, beautiful and most feminine voice ever. But I get what you mean. Women, they're not women anymore. They're not even men. They're somewhere. They're a shim. I call them shims and herms.
Well, some are becoming men. So there you go.
Yeah, a shim, a she, him. So.
And if you date a she him or marry a she him, does that make you gay?
Well, you know what? No, I wouldn't actually say they're technically necessarily gay. I thought so right off the bat that, like, if you like a man who's become a woman, then you are gay. I mean, that's what I thought. But technically, if you think about it, you kind of not. Do you get what I mean? No, but do you understand what I mean? Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, because I have come across heterosexual guys who are into women, but they also like male M2F. I'm not into that shit, but like I've come across it. I've had guys admit to me like, "Oh, I
no
find it attractive." No, I don't know.
I get
Obviously,
it that a man can dress up like a woman and pass for women with makeup, and then you could be attracted to that woman that's a man because they look feminine. But then you get a little closer, and then you see those big knuckles.
yeah.
You see
But to be
Adam's apple.
honest, I don't know. It's not just that; it's the proportion. Because I honestly, I've seen some guys who, have become women who honestly look really good. You're like, damn. And then, but the thing is, when I get a little bit closer, it's not even the knuckles or anything. It's just the proportions. Because, like, with a man, for example, you have the V shape, so the shoulders are wider than the hips. And in a woman, you have the hourglass shape, where the shoulders and the hips are equal. In fact, the hips are a little bit wider. I think that's very beautiful in a woman. And no matter how much surgery you have, you can't alter the bone structure. I mean, you can shave down your jaw, you can, alter a bit, but when it comes to your actual skeletal structure, it's something you can't change. And also, we men, towards our later years, we start filling out, like our jaws go squared and everything. And this is something you can't really hide or do much about. But I'd say you're just a freak. It's like, I used to think that, if you like, so-called shims like that, then you're gay. But now I think you're just a freak.
Just half guy, 50%.
Yeah.
Fuck
no.
You're fancying a real man, but you're also fancying a female gender, so you can't call them fully gay.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. But to say, like, you're just a freak. Why can't you just like women and women like men? What happened? Well, it was so simple once upon a time. Even being gay, like, I have nothing against you. Do whatever you want. Why did they have to make it so complicated?
There was a song by the Kinks called Lola back in the 80s, and it just makes more sense now. None of you guys, that's before your time.
Right?
Do you want to sing a little bit of it?
It's like Lola, 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 and it goes, boys will be girls and girls will be boys. It's a mixed up world that makes sense except my Lola. And it's basically talking about a guy, well, either a manly woman or a guy who's become a woman, and he's in love with them. He's in love with her. He can't explain why. It's a great song by the Kinks. It's a great live version, too. Check it out. I'll find it.
Next time I hear that song, think of it. Godric, what do you think about this speaker driver Earth model that Realm is developing? So it could have sort of flat but dipped North Pole in the middle. It's still the whole map stretched into an AE, but there's a raised equator, talking about kilometers high, and a raised edge, also kilometers high, which would make a lot of different concavity rounds.
Do you have a picture or something? I haven't seen that. Is that a video or what?
I'll post the best picture we've got so far.
You saying the equator is stretched out, or is
it's
sticking out?
bulged up like a donut hump as the equator and a donut hump as the edge.
Well, and we live on the yellow part?
Yes.
Well, it has an indentation in the middle, so it's concave. Is it concave? It's concave in the middle and convex on the rim. Is that right?
Concave, slightly in the middle. Then it's convex over a hump. then it's concave down into another donut dip. Then it's concave stretching up to the edge, and that could go convex over the top. We don't know.
The theory is it's a theory, right? So it's just as good as another one. It's just that we just have to somehow measure that and prove that. There's this map. I'm sure you've seen this map of the four corners of the angels, and it has like a con. It has a con. Shit, I'm getting this mixed up. The globe is convex, right?
It's more like a normal speaker with a hump in the middle, but then an edge.
Yes, and the normal globe is concave or convex.
Convex. My globe is. We're on the outside.
Okay, so it's concavers are inside the globe, and convex are outside the globe,
Yeah.
right?
So Realm is kind of working on a concave flat Earth as a bowl, shallow bowl, but he's also got raised humps.
Let me get the map. Hang on.
So anyway, I like your response. It's like any model, but you have to get measurements. That's great.
I would agree that it's a concave Earth. It's like a bowl. In the middle, there's seems to be the biggest mountain in existence, but for whatever reason, we can't see it. And then on the outer edge is the Antarctic Circle, that the ice shelf that's supposed to be equivalent in elevation to Mount Everest. So around the edge, it's similar to that speaker where it's Antarctica, but it's a bowl that's filled with water. There's no perceivable curvature whatsoever, up or down.
Right. You think the ground and the whole middle is flat, but there's a mountain and an edge.
That speaker is what the Earth would look like if it was empty, if all the water was drained. That's what the crust would look like. But if you filled it with water, you have and you'd also have to take out all the continents, because the continents raise in elevation, So like, yeah, it's similar, but yeah, it doesn't.
So this square and stationary Earth, although it's cool and old and it's almost correct, they've got bends where it should be actually flat on those continents and the water.
Well, to be fair, couldn't the water bend? To make it so it works, so the continents don't have to be higher?
Trying to get Realm to accept that he's going to have some bendy water, but I think on your flat Earth, guys, you just have it flat and it's just raised in the middle and the edge.
Yeah, but to be truthful, we can't measure more than 25 miles. So if it's more gradual than that, we wouldn't know, right?
Well, yeah, Realm's thinking about all of the water. Well, that's what I'm thinking about when he says his stuff in chat.
So I posted a picture of this square stationary Earth, and it has actually the opposite of what you showed us, but pretty same idea. Has a bowl in the center, and then concave on the outside and convex on the inside. Does that make sense? And then the ice ring, right, is where we have to stop.
You don't believe that, God, do you? Because you think oceans are flat. They can't curve up a big, huge hump in the middle and the edge.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't believe that image is accurate. I've seen that image. It's
I just wanted to show you that concept. The concept is that this particular concept is not flat, right?
If you remodeled that flat around the ring in the middle, it would be like the puddle Earth that I imagine flat earthers believe in.
Yeah, and just say this was true, right? The water could bend, so it doesn't have to be flat. The water can bend at a long distance, so gradually.
Well, yeah, would you accept that it could possibly?
I honestly don't know. I'm a flat earther, so I think it's flat. But obviously, how would I know past 25 miles? I couldn't see it anyways.
I've entertained this image before. I've entertained it, but this doesn't work. Water doesn't bend. Plus, when you look at elevation maps and you look at the crust of the Earth, this is what the Earth looks like without water, right? But when you fill it up with water, the continents protrude through the water at the water is level, so the contour actually shows it's flat. It's like a bowl,
Okay,
right? It's a bowl. It's a
you're
bowl.
talking
Hold on. It's a bowl filled with water, and then there's continents inside that bowl, right? That protrude from the bottom of the crust, and so it's like, and then you have Mount Everest in the middle, which is like the highest point. I mean, not Mount Everest, Mount Zion. So it's similar, but the water does not bend. It's like filling a bowl with water, right, or a cereal, right? That's all it is, really. This isn't accurate at all.
Okay, but to be fair, right, we're talking about concepts, right? So how do you know that the water is flat past 25 miles? Because we can only really see 25 miles.
How do I know? I mean, I'm not qualified to speak on this topic, but there's many experiments that people have done with lasers and there's all kinds of stuff. The laser bezel experiments where you put the laser not like literally right above the water. You could tell, or for example, Data yesterday was talking about a really good experiment where if you look at the horizon, right, and you look at a skyline, you've seen those famous skyline images of like New York City or San Francisco, which from one side of the sky, this is a horizontal skyline, right? From one side of the skyline to the other, from left to right, you have 100 miles, right? So according to the flat Earth, the curvature is 8 inches per mile squared. So from one side of the skyline to the other, if it's 100 miles, you should have around 6,000 inches of curvature. So you should see the divergence of the skyscrapers pointing outward, but you don't see that. And anybody can observe this from the coast.
You meant to say 6,000 feet, right?
What happened?
You said 6,000 inches. You meant to say 6,000 feet, right?
No. I said 6,000 inches on average.
You don't measure in inches.
Bro, like that's irrelevant. I'm just trying to get you to understand. Do the math. Do 8 inches per mile squared times 100 miles.
It's 6,000. It's 6,000 feet, not inches.
Can someone verify that? I can't do the math in my head, and I'm driving.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up the earthquake calculator. Hang on. Just want to be on the same page. Oh, I have a picture for Don. I have Don's globe right here. Hang on, let me post it before I forget.
But basically, whatever measurement you find out, you calculate, right? Now, take that into consideration. And from the left furthest point to the right furthest point, right? On a horizontal image, right? You're talking about a rectangular image of the horizon. If you have 100-mile horizon, right? The skyscrapers from the right to the left, you should be diverging outward, right? Because if there's a curvature, you should see a divergence of the skyline, and you don't see that at all. With your naked eye, with any camera, you don't see that at all. So right there, that shows you that there is no curvature and that water is flat. This idea that water bends up or down is erroneous. Especially when it comes to that much water, you know what I mean?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, did you say, okay, I got an observer height of, let's say, 5 feet. And how many miles do you want to go? 100?
100 miles.
100 miles. 6,307 feet of curvature.
All right.
Well, it says actually it says a target hidden height. Let me show you on this one, and I'll give you the link so you can check it out yourself. Take the picture, and I'll give you the link.
Great image, Godric, but it's still a bit wrong for the globe.
I thought you'd appreciate that because you got your angel dancing on top, and you can still have your globe.
Yeah. Managed to figure it out for you on the flat Earth. So one angel is in the middle, north. One is on the equator, going round east. One's on the equator opposite him, going round east if you like, or going round west. One's on the edge, which is south. he's going around as well. So there you got your 4 angels, 4 cardinal directions on an AE map.
I wasn't really caring about the angels, but you're trying to make sense of the angels. You're saying the directions. You're saying it goes east, west, north, south. Is that what you're saying?
I'm trying to keep the 4 angels as the cardinal directions, just because I've seen.
I don't know that that's
before.
a thing, but if you did that, how does that help you?
It just keeps my magical correspondence charts in line in my brain.
Okay, why do you think of that? I'm just at 6,000 inches divided by 12.
If anyone asks me, Godric, in the future, Dawn, how do the angels work on a flat Earth? I can just tell them straight away, simply.
Right. Okay. What's the other guy's name that's driving? Tell me your name. What do we call you? Okay. Well, I divided 6,000 inches by feet, and I get 500 feet. So it's got to be more than 500 feet. So I'm pretty sure that he didn't mean that. But anyways, 100 miles is supposed to be 6,000 feet of curvature. Actually, 6,600
That's crazy.
inches.
I thought it was 6,000 inches, but yeah, no, whatever. Yeah, so even more. So you'd have to. The skyscrapers should be literally like diverging at the ends. They should completely be
Hang
diverging.
on, let me
You should be able to.
Let me tell you how I know. Look, 10 miles, there's 66 feet of physical curvature. And 100 miles is 6,600, right? So that's how I know. I multiply it. And it works out on the global calculator. And I'm pretty sure your 6,000 inches is really 6,000 feet, which makes more sense. Because 6,000 inches is only 500 feet. And at 100 miles, I mean, that's nearly
I don't know, man. That sounds like too much, bro. To be honest, I mean, 100 miles of 6,000 feet of curvature, bro. I don't. That doesn't seem right, bro. I don't know, but anyways.
Well,
either way,
check the link I just put. I put a link and I put a picture of your example, and I put a link so you can do your own numbers, play with it.
Yeah, I can't right now. I can't right now. But do you perceive what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying to you, though?
Well, your argument is
even on your model, you should be able to see either the skyscrapers pointing inward or outward, depending on where on that map you're on. Because you know how it curves upward, the lane curves upward.
Your idea is valid, but I don't think it works in reality. Let me tell you why. Because when you go 100 miles, first of all, you can't see 100 miles. I don't know what skyscraper you're going to see 100 miles. What skyscraper is 100 miles away? Anyways, at 100 miles, so you have 6,000 feet of curvature. It's only going to angle back a small percentage, and you're not really going to tell by looking at it. You know how you have a picture on your wall and it's kind of slant, and you want to get the picture to look straight. It doesn't want to be. You don't want to have a slanty picture on your wall, so you kind of adjust it so it's kind of up and down. It's kind of level. Same thing with these buildings. You can't really tell at some point.
Only 6,000 feet.
Well, I mean, maybe we can draw it. Maybe we can draw it on pencil and see if you can tell. But I don't think you can tell.
It shows that means it's easy to film a mountain from a plane.
To do what?
To film a mountain from a plane and have it refract up and easily see the 6,000 feet. Because you're in a plane and because it's a mountain.
Well, he was saying
refraction.
He was focusing on the bending backwards. You would bend backwards on the globe, but 100 miles isn't enough distance to observe the bending backwards.
Oh, yes, of course I agree.
It is enough distance to see a sphere or to see a hump or a curve, but not enough distance to see bending backwards because you'd have to be. Oh, okay. So if you're in a plane looking down at two mountains or two skyscrapers,
Doesn't really
let's say two mountains, you wouldn't tell they're bending back 100 miles. I don't think you would, because the globe is 8,000 miles thick, right? So 100 miles is basically flat. And let's be real.
Yes. Yes.
And if it's 6,000 feet of curvature, you have to measure that, But I don't think the angle could be determined at that with those proportions. But I could be wrong. Maybe it'd be drawn.
1.3 degrees. A silly way to try and work out anything, to try and look for 1.3 degrees in a mountain.
How did you get 1.3 degrees? Are you a mathematician?
I'm just guessing it's over 1 and less than 2.
Well, there's 69 degrees per. Sorry, 69 miles per degree. So yeah, so it's not quite 2. So it's 1. But like Globers like to
1.5, maybe
degrees.
1.4.
Globers like to use degrees to dismiss what's really happening. I think they try to
Of course.
lower the value of what's happening. But why don't we measure in feet, or inches? Then we can because you can see feet.
Of course, we know, God, that all mountains tilt backwards anyway, because that's what a mountain is on a ball, right? The slope. So how do you even decide where the up bit is to know the degrees?
You have to draw it, guy, and then we can see what it looks like. Or use a photo and then use lines. There's a father called Bob, a rapper, and he's shown us 2 cities like 20 miles apart, and he's like, "Where's the curve?" And he shows these 2 cities from a plane on his album cover. I forgot, it's Bob something to the flat earther, but I'm thinking, would you see the curve in 20 miles from a distance? I mean, I know we can measure that,
I don't think so.
And maybe and there is no curve, so it's flat, right? But the real question is, could you really tell? That's really the question.
There is a few really, really high plane shots where it shows a lot of land, and I always think to myself, shouldn't we see a bit of curve? I think I generally use the rule you just said. We couldn't tell just from most shots looking down from a plane.
But you can tell from some shots, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying some shots are really high, showing a big panorama with a rectilinear lens, and it still looks flat. I'm saying those ones must be convincing to some flat earthers.
Okay, right. But do you have some shots of curvature? Yes or no?
I've only got shots of the effects of curvature, and that's not my shots, just what everyone else has shared.
The panoramas are kind of disingenuous only because there's software that kind of lines up the panorama. It's multiple photos put into one. So I wouldn't trust those. But if you have just like a wide angle lens that doesn't distort the image or corrects the curvature, I would say that as long as the lens is it's not being it's not distorting the image, then I don't see why you would think that you would see curvature. You know what I'm saying?
You know the ones where it's really high, and it's a rectilinear lens, so you're not seeing curvature horizon, but it's showing a cityscape, and they've built the city with straight roads. Those sort of images are convincing to flat earthers because it seems like it's showing more ground and more straightness.
Yeah, but even with the naked eye, bro, like, you can be on a ship, on a cruise ship offshore, 200 miles offshore, right? Or 100, even 100 miles, let's say 60 miles offshore, right? And you look at the coast and you could see basically a good portion of land, 100 miles of land. And if you're looking at New York skyline, or if you're looking at San Francisco or Los Angeles or anywhere in the world, Morocco, you could see the skyline. You should be able to see none. There's no curvature at all. Like, especially when you do the math, right? That's a lot, bro. Like, this guy's saying 6,000 feet. I mean, I don't know about that much, but even, you should be able to see something, and you don't see nothing.
6,000 feet is supposed to be what's missing from things on the horizon because they're over the curve.
Yeah.
At 100 miles.
Yeah, if you're looking straight ahead, but if you're looking sideways, it's still the same. It doesn't. The formula is still the same. We should be able
Any
to see
direction, yeah.
curvature. What happened?
Any direction.
Yeah, any direction, forward or left or right or back. But if you're looking at the horizon, right, you're looking at a horizontal plane from the side instead of, because we're used to looking at, we're trying to talk about the vanishing point, but people forget to look. You know, you can actually observe the same curvature. You should be able to observe the same curvature on the horizontal plane looking at the coast, and you don't. There's none of that.
Well, no, we're arguing it's much too big to see left, right. You can only see stuff going behind it, forward.
Yeah, most people focus on like the vanishing point, right, and obstruction. But if you redirect that focus to just the coast, right, forget about vanishing point, forget about that. The same formula still, you know, it still stands. 8 inches per mile squared at the horizon, at the coast, right? When you look at these landscape portraits, it doesn't happen. But there's none of that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, you say we don't see curvature. Why do we not see the bottoms of the building?
See, again, I said completely forget about vanishing point, right, and obstruction, and you bring that up, bro. I'm not talking about that. I'm looking at this from a different angle.
Because
if you can see the top of the building.
That's because he's a Glober. He's going to give me a Glober argument. Go ahead.
Listen, I said forget about that. I'm literally using a different example and looking at this formula from a different angle, literally from a different angle. So forget about front and back, right? When you're looking forward to the horizon and things seem to vanish over the curve. I'm not talking about that. We've talked about that ad nauseum.
Okay, so
I'm trying to redirect that. So I'm talking about when you look, like pretend you're off coast, right, and you're on a cruise ship. Let's say you're 50 miles off coast and you're looking at the coast, right? If you see, there's a lot of famous landscape portraits, right, where they'll show the New York skyline or they'll show San Francisco, Los Angeles, and from one point of the portrait, from the left side to the right side, right, you have about 100 miles of coastline with skyscrapers protruding from the crust, right, from the earth. You could still see the bottom of the skyscrapers. That's all irrelevant, right? I'm talking about from the left to the right, outermost points, right?
Okay.
You should be able to see the skyscrapers diverging if there's curvature. If you do the math, 8 inches per mile squared, and you're looking at 100-mile skyline, you can see it clearly. You can see the bottom of the buildings and the top of the buildings from left to right, 100 miles from left to right. You should be able to see.
Should they diverge? How much should they diverge?
Somebody said 6,000 feet. That number seems off, bro. But
the buildings are tilted 1 degree away from each other at 69 miles. So you're not going to see that on a skyline of a city.
You're less than 3/4 of a degree on either side.
I don't know how many feet that is. The feet I'm talking about is the dip. Is the dip from A to B, the curve, not diverging buildings.
It's still the same though. It doesn't matter.
Well, first of all, where do you see 100 miles of skyline?
Anytime you're off coast, you can look back and you can
skylines
see
are not
more
100
than,
miles.
Yeah, they are. You could easily see 100 miles of skyline.
You think there's 160 kilometers of a skyline? What city has 160 kilometer skyline?
I didn't say 160 kilometers. I said 100 miles.
That's the same thing. What city has that?
I'm sticking with the mile, but I'm saying like I've seen easily. We can look across Lake Michigan at 60 miles, dude. But I'm not talking about looking forward. I'm talking about looking from side to side.
Okay, what are you looking at that's 100 miles wide of a city?
You have to look at two cities side by side, not the
theoretically
same city.
any city skyline, bro. Anywhere in the world, you pick. It doesn't matter.
Look, there's no city that's 100 miles. You have to have two cities.
Okay, so you're looking at two cities. How much should the buildings diverge from 90 degrees?
Dude, you said no city is 100 miles, dude. What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, exactly. My city is one of the biggest cities in the world, my area. and it's not 100 miles.
Well, it doesn't have to be like literally the boundaries of a city, bro. I'm just talking about the horizon, the coast.
Two cities 100 miles apart. And we got two skyscrapers 100 miles apart. How much should those two, the one on the extreme left and the one on the extreme right, how much should they diverge?
Well, according to you, 8 inches per mile squared, you should have curvature where the buildings would diverge. Naturally, if you have 8 inches per mile squared, right? Do the math. What's 100 miles of divergence? Do the math.
One should be at about 89.25, less or more than 89.25 degrees. And the other one, same thing, but opposite. So less than 3/4 of a degree from 90. Are you?
Yeah, but can you put that? Can you put
I don't
that
believe that.
Can you put it in feet though?
Why not?
Because it doesn't process. You talking about less than a degree, dude?
Yes.
And then you have 8 miles squared of curvature.
Right.
That doesn't make any sense.
You have over 100, you've got 1 degree of curvature. So they would diverge by 1 degree over 100 miles. Over 69 miles. So 100 is less than 1.5 degrees.
1.33.
Sure. And half of that is 0.67, right? 0.665. So you have 0.665 degrees on the left and 0.665 degrees on the right.
But between them both, you only have 1.3 degrees between both of them.
Or 0.662, I think. Actually.
That math is off, bro. That doesn't make any sense. 1 degree in 100 miles?
Yes. 1.5, less 1.33 degrees is what we just said. And it's not quite 1.33. If it's 69, you got 31. It's more like 1.36 or something. But anyway, we'll use 1.5 just because it's a bigger number. It's less than that.
Well, if what you're saying is correct, right, and you're being honest, then yeah, you wouldn't see any divergence. It wouldn't be perceivable. That's why they would look flat, or it would look
right.
But I don't.
Exactly.
But I don't think you're being honest with your math.
Okay, you be honest with the math, and you figure it out.
Yeah, sure. I can't right now. I'm driving.
Okay, 69 miles is 1 degree, right? You don't need
69
to
miles times 24,000. Wait, I did it wrong. 24,950 divided by 69 is 360.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or divided by 360, 69.
So you got your globe there, then you go backwards and measure it. But the real question is, can you see 1 or 2 degrees divergence? But if you also, I think you also need to put that in feet too. See this distance measure, not just degrees.
Why would you put it in feet?
Because like if you just say you had a little experiment on your kitchen table, you have this beach ball, and you put two nails into a globe, right? So the divergence, like the guy says, right? But the divergence from the ground, I'm sorry, the difference between the buildings on the ground and the buildings at the maximum height, let's say 100 stories, whatever it is, they're going to diverge more from the top of the building, from the bottom, and that difference you can measure in feet. Yes, and
what's that difference in feet over 100 miles?
that's what I don't know. We have to figure it out.
Use 2 CN towers or use 2 Burj Khalifas. I don't know exactly how tall the Burj Khalifa is. I think it's about 1,000 meters. The CN Tower is 550.
Can you work that math for us? I'm not even sure how to do the math, but the idea is that there's a bigger distance on the top of the buildings than the bottom of the foundation. Correct? If it's globing around a circle. So there's a difference in feet. There's it's going to arc back, like the guy said. The question is, can you observe it? Well, let's see how many feet it is arcing back.
So let's say it's 200 feet difference. 200 feet is not even a tenth of a mile, right? We're talking how many feet are in a mile?
Yeah, I don't know if you would. I don't know if you'd see it. Let's do the math and then get the math right. Then you can see if you can see it or not.
what is there, 2,460 yards in a mile, so 7,000 feet in a mile.
On those, it's 5,280 feet in a mile.
Okay, 5,280. So what's 200 feet is 5%?
Of a mile? Yes. Just under 5%.
So you're looking at 1/20th of 100 in 100. So you're looking at 1 part in 2,000. You're going to see that?
How'd you get 1 part in 2,000?
Well, you got 100 miles, and you've got 1/20th of a mile difference or something.
In that case,
that's why I don't like working
in feet. 2,000 or 1,200.
Stupid. Feet is stupid. If you work in kilometers, it's easy to figure out.
No, the feet is the same as the degrees. The only difference is that you can measure feet. Where degrees?
So how many feet? Let's say there's 1,000 feet. We're talking 1/5 of a mile. So we're talking 1/500th. Can you pick out 1 part in 500?
Not with a naked eye.
No, exactly. So
It's like when you have like that painting. I was before you came in talking about a painting on the wall that kind of tilted. Like you're not sure if it's straight, kind of move back and forth, kind of thing like that. But I like to draw it and on a by hand or on a computer, see if you can see the difference on it.
If you can't notice the angle with the naked eye, you're not going to notice the amount of feet.
Well, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why I like to feet, because in theory you can get a line from the top of those buildings, and then it'll be longer than from the base of the buildings. That's why. That's one reason why. You can measure it that way. Physically measure it. That's why. We won't do 100 miles. Maybe you can do it. Maybe you can do it shorter distance. What?
You running out of string or what?
It would be. You can do it 100 miles. You have to see. It'd be interesting though to see if there's more distance on the top of the buildings than on the bottom over a certain distance. I mean, a globe should be able to provide that if we were going to measure it. But my guess is that they won't be able to.
Okay, but we have measured reciprocal zenith angles at greater than 180. So.
I question that because when something heads towards the horizon, it lowers in height. So I don't think that measure's going to be accurate.
Sorry, say that again.
When distant objects lower towards the horizon, they go down. I don't think you're going to have accurate measurements with your zenith angles.
Yeah, exactly. You should have a drop because of the natural curvature. You should have a drop, and then it just compounds over greater distances. Whether you're looking forward or sideways, you should see that.
On a flat plane, these distant objects drop. So I think that's the confusion that globers are using, saying that there's a curvature, but really it's just dropping because of perspective.
What's the difference?
I think it's the same thing, but it doesn't prove a globe. It just it works on a flat plane.
Okay, why on a flat plane with the same elevation drop away?
The same reason that these streetlights line up some streetlights a couple blocks. Look at the top of that street light. Look at the angle going downward to the horizon. The angle's downward. Eventually, it'll vanish. We don't think the Earth is bending in a few blocks, but these streetlights have went down to the ground. So it's just perspective. When you draw a line on a wall, eye level, put a circle on the wall, eye level, and then back up. You'll see that circle drop down as you back up. Right? Am I right?
Does it disappear into the carpet?
If it's lower than your eye.
I love put a circle on the wall eye level and then back up. You'll see that circle lower and lower in your vision.
Will it disappear into the carpet, like slide down the wall?
It would go lower and lower. Eventually, you couldn't see it. Yeah,
Oh God, gotcha.
This is how perspective works. When the angle gets too small, you can't see it because the light doesn't come back to your eye because the angle's too small. It vanishes. It doesn't vanish. Hang on. It doesn't vanish into the sky. It vanishes on the ground, into the horizon.
From 2015.
That's why distant buildings, distant objects will appear to press down or vanish bottom up because that angle of perspective is gone, and that horizon line, which does flat plane. Hang on. The horizon line, which does happen on flat plane, will block the further objects that are on the ground. You can't see the ground past the horizon. So yes, those objects will vanish bottom up or seem to press down, not because it's globing, because that happens on the flat plane. Okay, now I'm done.
Things disappear bottom first at the horizon blatantly, well before perspective kicks in to make them small. A lot of the time.
Oh, so perspective would kick in to vanish them, yes?
Not bottom first, no, into the vanishing point, above ground, on the ground.
No, but use your logic, right? That the horizon will block everything past the horizon on a flat plane on the ground. The horizon will block distant objects beyond the horizon. Here's a question for you, Don. Would we have a horizon on a flat plane?
Yes, just a little blurry.
Yeah, I don't know about that, what that blurry means, but let's just say we do, right? Which means that on the ground, because of the angle of your eye, on the ground, those objects will be blocked beyond the horizon. The horizon line is the farthest you can see. Beyond that,
because Earth's a globe.
In defense of the globe, you could interpret that way. Hey, there's a horizon, things falling behind the horizon must be globing, right? But what if that same thing happens on a flat plane?
It doesn't.
And what if your measurements to a globe don't work? They don't work out.
Measurements to a globe.
Your measurements that are given that are supposed to.
You just said you can't see past the horizon, but yet you can see the tops of the boats beyond the horizon or the tops of buildings.
That's because those are taller. That's because those are taller. Can't see the ground.
Why not?
I tell you this. You guys just use your mind for a second. You can do this in your living room every day. Take a checkerboard, put it on your flat table in your room. Bring your eye down to the very down to you can barely see the first.
Hey, dude,
hang on a second. Bring your eye to the end of that table,
so you can fast forward to the end.
So you can see that. You can see the first few squares. You can't see the further squares on the board. You have created a horizon on that checkerboard.
And we're not talking about squares.
Hang on a second.
No. You're putting pieces. Put your king and queen on the last square.
That letter 8 has vanished. You cannot see it.
We're not talking about the fucking floor, dude. We're talking about the king and queen standing on it. Why can't we see the bottom of the king and queen?
It's the same thing.
No, it is not the same thing.
The ground begins to vanish beyond that horizon line. And the farther you go, the more it vanishes.
About the ground. We're talking about the bottom of the king and queen on that checkerboard or chessboard.
I'm talking about the ground.
I'm talking about the king and queen. Why can't we see the bottom of the king and queen?
Because we created a horizon on that board. The angle of your eye is just not big enough to see beyond that horizon.
I think you need to think about this long and hard.
I've done it myself. You should try it. It really does work. And once you realize what's happening, if
you can't see the bottom of the king and queen?
Same thing's gonna happen in reality.
You can't see the bottom of the king and queen?
No, at a certain point, no.
Why not?
Because the angle of your eye is too small to see that far.
The angle of my eye, that doesn't make any sense.
I mean, that's why I explained. I'm not a sciencey guy, but just try it. Just put a checkerboard on your table and bring your head down to where you can just see the first few squares, not the further squares. You won't be able to see the bottom of that. It'll be vanished because
sounds like you've got a curved checkerboard there.
Because of perspective.
No one's ever done that in real life, Godric. Disappeared the bottom of a chess piece by putting their eye near the table.
That's, to be fair, that's how you wouldn't be above the table. You'd be level to the table, equal to the table.
Yeah,
The same way you put the camera.
Still never happened.
Same way you put the camera half above and half below the lens. That is level to the table. And guess what? Stuff starts to vanish when you start getting far. Stuff
If
starts
you
to
put
vanish.
a table in the way, that's the same as proving the globe, isn't it?
It's just it tells you that
Proving
on a
that
flat
something needs to
plane,
be in the way to block
it
the
tells
palm
you
of
on a
things.
flat plane things vanish. That's what it tells you.
No, that's
No?
nonsense, mate. Absolute nonsense.
How is it nonsense? On a flat plane, things vanish. That's what it tells you.
No, you're a stupid liar.
You can't explain it using science. You can only explain it using faulty apparatus setups.
How is it faulty?
You're not measuring that it's 100% vertical. You're not measuring that it's completely flat. You're doing it so that it works. Now, if you tilted the camera slightly down and put it at the center, well, guess what? You'd still see the bottom of the chess piece.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, you would. Have you done it?
Yes.
And you've tilted the camera?
I did it with my eye. I don't use a camera.
Oh.
You can look on YouTube for the cameras. They'll show you the vanishing on the.
How did you get measured that the table was perfectly flat? Did you bring it to a machine shop?
It's just a table. It's just a table, bro.
Yeah.
The checkerboard will vanish within, what is the checkerboard? 2 feet? Less than 2 feet? Use your brain, dude. You don't need a flat table.
Doesn't prove anything, man. You just blurred the surface.
It's
by
just an
putting your eye
example that
behind
on
the
a
table.
flat plane, stuff
Fucking idiot.
vanishes. Once you get that,
You
it'll
can't say
it'll
why
happen
it does.
in reality.
John just explained why it would happen in reality because of the setup. Can you explain scientifically why it would happen on a flat?
I can explain in layman's terms. Once the angle of your eye gets too small, you can't see it anymore.
Is the angle of the eye?
So when you see things, you can think of an angle between your eye and the distant object. And the object, the angle,
No,
it
there's
meets
no
it
angle
meets
between
itself.
my eye and the distant object.
I can draw it on a piece of paper for you if you want. But this
You
is
mean
how
the
light
top of the object and the bottom of the object? Is that what you mean?
No, the object is where the angle is the side of the triangle where both angles meet. And when both angles meet, you can't see any farther because it's too small.
So you're saying it's the opposite in a right angle triangle.
Yeah, like if you have like a pyramid, put the pyramid's flat on your eye, and then
So the angle of your eye is in fact from the top of the object to the bottom of the object. What I just said a minute ago.
I'm showing you the reverse. It's the angle, the flat part of a pyramid. You put it to your eye, and then the angle is the distant object in that very tip, and that's why you can't see it because it's a very small.
Why?
Like when train tracks merge, same
why
idea.
would looking down? Why would looking down or across to something mean the bottom disappears? Why?
The bottom would disappear naturally first, and the top would disappear last.
Why?
That's how angles work. That's how light works.
That's how angles and light works. Fucking hell.
I mean, if you're below the table, and you can somehow look up through the table, you have X-ray vision. That would be different. You can see the bottom. But if you're above the table, the bottom will vanish first.
Goddard, when I was in Boy Scout, and again later when I was in landscape design, we used angle measurements to determine how big objects were, like trees, buildings.
You're in landscape design. You've never. You're landscape design.
Yeah.
You've never had to worry about a curve.
No.
Okay.
Right.
So that works on a flat plane. That's my point. Don, is he real body? Maybe reset your connection. Your real body.
Better?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so we used the angular size of an object to determine height after if we knew its distance away. That's how theodolites are used to do surveying. So we know how light works.
Okay, that wasn't an example I was showing, but you can use that example.
Okay, so the bottom of these things don't disappear unless they're blocked by something.
Yeah, they can be blocked by the horizon.
Okay, why would the bottom 30 floors of a building disappear before the top 2 floors?
Because you're looking down at it from above, and the bottom will vanish first.
No. I'm not looking down at it from above. Okay, let's use the CN Tower because it's very large. I'm very rarely above the CN Tower, but when I'm on a boat, let's say, on Lake Ontario, and I'm looking at the CN Tower, there's a time when I can see the top of the CN Tower, the observation deck, but I can't see the lower, bigger deck.
That's
And then
because the
there'll be a time
horizon,
when I can see that deck, but not the bottom. Why not?
because the horizon is blocking your view.
Exactly. That is
And that
true.
happens on a flat plane.
How? When does the horizon ever get in my way? Draw it out using an orthographic.
You don't wanna do the checkerboards, but if you do the checkerboard, you see what I'm talking about.
No, I want you to do a technical drawing, and when we do technical drawings, we use our elevation.
I can explain to you in layman's terms.
Okay, when we do technical drawings, Godric, we use the elevation drawing and the plan view to create our perspective drawing. So why don't you use the elevation view?
I don't do technical drawings. I'm explaining to you in common sense. Common sense will trump all your technical drawings.
No, it will not.
It will.
Really, ignorance will trump my technical knowledge. Got it.
You can call it ignorance, or you can call it real life experience.
You've done this in real life, but yet Don and I actually have.
You can have all the technical drawings, all the math you want, but it's not going to trump what happens in real life. What you have is a model, not reality.
No. We used real life measurements to generate these technical drawings.
If it's generated, it's not real life.
So we took the measurements of the house or the building, and we added in our landscape elements, and then we drew this in perspective. We drew it first in plan and elevation, and then converted that to a perspective drawing. Don, am I correct that you've done this as well in your art classes? Don?
So the way we're going to differ is where you think that you won't have. Don agrees with me. There's a horizon on a flat plane. He agrees with me. So do you think on a flat plane you have a horizon?
Is going to block the horizon between me and an object is never on a flat plane is never going to block the object.
It absolutely will.
That's ridiculous.
Absolutely will.
Explain
because the angle of your eye is too small to see the object. Pay attention.
Why can I not see the piece, the king and queen at the end of the chessboard?
You can not see if you lower your eye enough, like I've been telling you, you will not see the bottom of the king and queen. You can see the top because those when the top sticks up high above the horizon.
Yes, and you know what? The bottom of the chess piece sticks up above the floor as well.
And that's where it starts being occluded. It starts being occluded at the horizon.
Why?
I'm gonna say it again because the angle of your eye is too small to see those objects. It's diminished.
The angle of your eye. First of
all, at the horizon line, those objects begin to mesh into the horizon. I'll say it in layman's terms. It meshes into the horizon.
No, don't say it in layman's terms. Say it in mathematics or scientific terms. The fuck is the angle of your eye?
I don't use mathematics and scientific terms. I'm just a regular guy, dude. And I speak for the 7 billion people in the world.
Right now, Don. Godric.
You can say people are ignorant, but I'm talking about the 7 billion people in the world that hasn't had fancy math or science. Okay, just common sense and real life observation.
Okay, well, you shouldn't talk about the angle of your eye if you don't know what it is. You can't explain it.
It's zero at a certain point, and you think it's not.
What the fuck is the angle of the eye? It doesn't make any sense.
Your angle of your eye is your field of view, is your vision. You can't see if
So
there's
you're
no
talking
angle.
about field of view. Your field of
Yeah.
view is about 130 degrees horizontally and 170. No, sorry, that's opposite. 170 horizontally and 130 vertically. Is it not?
Look, draw a triangle. Okay, put the flat part to your face where your eye is, and the skinny part where it ends, that is the object. Those objects at some point become so small you can't see them.
Okay, so wait, are we talking about field of view or not?
Yes.
Okay, then what is the field of view of your eye? Your eyes.
It's the amount you can see.
Right, it's about 170 degrees horizontally and 130 degrees vertically. Is that correct?
I would say that might be. Let's say I'll go with that.
Okay, so how does that change?
When it becomes 0, you can't see anything.
When does my field of view of my eyes change?
When objects become more distant, they'll change.
No, my eyes are not changing because objects are moving. How are my eyes?
Yeah, they are.
Field of view.
You're seeing less. You're seeing less and less as you go farther away.
No, I'm still seeing 170 degrees.
No, you're not.
Why not?
You probably don't know how it works.
Why does
all this fancy stuff you learn and it doesn't even make sense.
Okay, so
Look,
you're saying
I'll give you a rough example.
170 degrees? What is it?
I'm gonna put a brick to your face, okay? You can see the brick. Listen, now here's the magic. You ready? Move the brick 3 blocks away. Can't see it. Right in front of your face, you can't see it. It's become so small, you can't see it.
Yes, the entire thing gets too small. So now you're talking about a resolution limit.
You can say resolution limit. You can say it if you want.
Okay, well, let's use that because that's a real term that means something.
Now you got to include the horizon, okay? The horizon is the highest point on the ground that we can. This happens on a flat plane.
Okay, why does it happen on a flat plane?
Do you disagree that you'll have a horizon on a flat plane?
You would only have a horizon based on the distance that you can see based on
You're trying to explain it, but I'm telling you, I'm trying to get to the point where it happens in real life. Would you have a horizon on a flat plane? Yes, wonderful. Wonderful, because there's a certain point you couldn't see on the ground past that horizon. Now, if you agree that the horizon is going to block those distant objects, it starts at the bottom. You're breaking up again. That didn't come through. It didn't come through. And let's try not to talk past each other. If we can agree on one thing, then we can go on to the next thing.
Yeah.
Is it me or is he roboting? Somebody else? I think everybody else had left by now. But it's just me and you, bro. Chucky, Brad Boy. So you support your cream?
Yeah, probably better for a second, and then I'll get words again.
Are you moving? Are you moving?
Yes. Well, my car.
That's why. Yeah. Anyways, you're back. You were saying something about resolution, which makes sense. You were saying, and you did agree that there would be a horizon on a flat plane. That's where you ended.
Yes, and what causes that horizon?
The angle of your eye.
There's no fucking thing as the angle of your eye. Stop saying that.
Your resolution gets so small you can't see. How's that?
Oh, so you're saying the resolution limit of your eye?
Yeah.
Okay.
In reality, what happens is you can see the ground to a certain point, and the rest gets just kind of smushed up at that horizon.
Okay. So now we're not talking about the ground anymore. We're talking about the CN tower. The resolution limit of the bottom of the... Okay. I'll agree with you right now. All right? We're agreeing on the ground.
Yeah.
Now let's talk the CN tower. It's very tall. 555 meters. Or we could use 500 meters.
You're moving away again, my friend. Maybe pull over or something.
Better, Goddard? Check.
You're back. You're back now. You said better.
Okay. So I'm agreeing with you on the ground for now. Now we're talking about the CN Tower. At what point is the bottom 2/3 of the CN Tower less than the top third of the CN Tower?
When you say CN Tower, what is that? What are you saying? I know what a tower is, but what are you saying? C?
The CN Tower, until very recently, was the tallest man-made structure in the world.
Can you spell it for me? What are you saying? CN Tower? Is that a place?
As in Charlie, N, or Canadian National is actually what it stands for.
Canadian National Tower?
Yes. But CN
And
Tower in Toronto.
This is in Toronto.
Yeah, from 1977 until the 2010s, it was the tallest structure in the world.
How big is it?
555 meters.
So like, how many feet is that?
Times 3.3 roughly. So 1,700 feet ish.
Okay, 700 feet. Now.
No, more like 8, almost 19.
I'm gonna just explain real quick for you. The horizon will block the ground behind the horizon.
Awesome. Why will the horizon
more you go
block?
distant, the more those objects will press down to the ground or vanish up from the bottom, whatever you want to explain it.
At what point will the bottom 2/3 of the tower be less of an angular size than the top 1/3?
Okay, so you're conflating two things. They're both the same angular size.
No, 2/3 is not the same angular size as 1/3.
No, listen, you're conflating two things.
Twice space.
One is angular size. Two is the horizon line. The horizon line is what's blocking. Not at this point, you're losing.
I'm not conflating the two. I'm not conflating the two things.
You are.
Because I'm not saying the horizon line is 2/3 of anything. I never mentioned horizon. I'm asking you, at what point is 2/3 of the tower a smaller angle than the top 1/3?
Never.
Exactly.
But you're forgetting about the horizon. The horizon will pop up and block it on the ground.
Why? Why will it pop up?
That's just how our perspective works.
Why?
Because at that horizon, farthest you see on the ground, and if you can accept that, that means that the ground behind the horizon will be blocked, and the farther you go, the ground will be blocked more and more and more.
On a flat Earth, the horizon will be as far as you can see. You won't be able to see the CN Tower behind it because fog or weather or something will block everything beyond it.
No, forget the atmosphere. That just causes confusion. It said there's no atmosphere. Okay, we're just looking distance. Right, clear day, no clouds, no nothing. Okay,
Then you would see the bottom. Then on a flat Earth, you would see the bottom 2/3 of the CN Tower as twice the angle as the top 1/3.
No, you wouldn't.
Actually, slightly more. Yeah, why not?
Because the horizon would block on the bottom, and eventually the horizon will block the whole building.
Why?
Because the horizon is the farthest you can see on the ground.
Then why am I seeing the CN Tower beyond it?
You could, at a certain point, you won't be able to see the bottom of it, and then further the middle, and then the furthest, eventually the whole thing will be blocked.
It's the sagittal of the lens.
You're not making any sense.
I'm telling you how it works. You can say it's not.
You're not telling me how it works. You're just repeating what we see in reality, which is explained by the globe, but not explained by the flat Earth. I need you to explain it, not just.
In your defense, you can claim that the horizon blocking object is curved. Claim that, and I'm not faulting you for that, but you're definitely wrong about it.
But it works, right?
How
It
many
works on a
lenses are
flat
in a
plane.
lens?
Works on a flat plane, yes.
No, on a globe Earth, that does explain why the bottom disappears first.
Didn't you
How
agree
many
with me that
lenses?
you have a one second, sir? Didn't you agree with me that you have a horizon on a flat plane? Yes or no?
Yes, and why did I say we'd have a horizon?
I don't know, but if you have a horizon on a
Then
flat
you should have
plane,
listened to that part.
you have a horizon on a flat
Reason
plane.
we'd have a horizon is that because the weather would block everything beyond it.
No, not because of the weather. No. So we
Or the
disagree.
atmosphere, whatever you want to call it.
No, we disagree on that.
Okay, then you explain what would cause a horizon on a flat Earth.
We talked about this several times. I don't have a sciencey explanation. I don't do math. I don't do whatever you do in your landscaping. I just do real experience and can explain stuff in layman's terms. The horizon on a flat plane is the furthest we can see on the ground. That horizon will block anything behind the horizon will be blocked by the horizon.
Okay.
Because the angle,
but you have to explain why it does that and why it pops up.
The angle of your eye is too small to see beyond that horizon. So you just see
You
the
need to
horizon.
stop using the angle of your eye, Godric, because
The
it's
angle of
stupid
the
and it doesn't
sagittal.
mean anything.
You can say the resolution, the light, the amount of light coming back to your eye, the resolution. It's an angle. You know how train tracks merge in the distance? You don't think they actually touch each other, but they appear to merge. It's the same thing with the horizon. At some point, these objects get smaller, and the horizon line will block them. Train tracks go left, horizontal, left and right, but also it'll go up and down. Also, if the train tracks on the side, it would go up and down. They would also meet in the distance. So once again, the horizon line is the farthest you can see on the ground, and the stuff on the ground behind that can't see. This is just common sense. I don't know how you can't believe that. Now, if you're high enough, what'll happen is you'll see more. If you lift up, you'll see more beyond the horizon line, because when you lift up, you create a new horizon. You can see a little bit farther. Lift up again, you can see a little bit farther. But let's say 5 feet observer height, you'll have a horizon. Maybe I should do the math on that. I can do the math on that. It's like, I don't know how many miles, maybe 5 miles, 5 feet observer height, 5-10 miles. And beyond that, the ground, the stuff in the ground is going to be blocked. Light doesn't work that way. Then you can't see forever. Globers like to say you can see forever. No, stars are close, they're not far. No. What can I say? Now, somebody says it's Sagittarius. You want to talk about that? I'm done now.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like, if you were just draw a line from like all the different rays that could be cast, if you took a side view of the lens, right? So you can see that it's going to be wide and it's going to have a center, right? The top and the bottom of this sagitta, as it's shooting horizontally, is not going to be equal to all angles.
Right. Would that explain how the horizon blocks stuff?
You're crashing into the ground, is why, and it's forcing perspective.
Yes. Will that explain how we can't see stuff past the horizon line?
It's that times however many lenses are in the lens, right? Because it's not one lens in a lens in a camera lens.
Let's just use the human eye.
I'm saying, there's like 7 to 13 lenses, or maybe there's more, in a telephoto lens.
Let's just use the human
that's
eye.
cumulative. It's a cumulative effect across all groups.
Okay, but let's just use the human eye, okay, for a second, right? Just what we see. Go outside, you can see stuff, right? Can we do that?
We see stuff. I go outside and I see stuff. Right. I'm gonna see it in
Just
a
the human eye. No camera lens, no fancy lens. Regular human eye.
We got about 130-degree field of view on each eye or something like that. We total them up, we get about like pseudo 180 vision.
When we get a horizon on a flat plane, or no?
Get a horizon on a flat plane? What? Why not? Why wouldn't you?
Are
If
you
you can
are
do
you
it on
flat
a
Earth?
table, you'll do the same thing.
Are you into flat Earth?
Yeah, goddamn. What do you?
Well, I'm trying to explain to Chucky boy, Chucky Brad boy.
I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to tell you why. I'm trying to. What he's saying is due to the fact that you cannot shoot like straight through the lens in the dead center of it, where it's not going to be flat, so it's always going to cast out different perspective, like depths of field, depending on their distance from your eyeball or from a lens. So you will have the land crashing into your field of view faster than the center lens hits the horizon.
Actually, makes sense to me. And the way I would draw that, not that not that the reality is like this. The reality is just flat, right? But I draw a little man with looking using his eyeball, and then this triangle going out to this horizon, and the horizon appears to move up. I mean the ground beneath us appears to move up, and the sky appears to move down. So I would draw a tilt going up a hill, and the top of the hill I'd stop, and that'd be the horizon line. On the other side, I would draw a tilt going back down, an angle going back down, and these things on the other side of the angle is past the horizon, and buildings on the other side of the horizon would start dropping beneath that horizon. So basically, like a man is looking to the right, and then there's an angle going up to the middle of the page, then again going back down, and again that angle, the tip of that angle is the horizon line, which appears to move up, right?
So,
but
yeah.
at some point it stops, and then behind that, the buildings you can put them in place, they're going to start vanishing, and they claim that's a globe happening, but I'm saying that would happen on a flat plane. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I could draw that. They're going to really anger them if I draw that.
It's just like it'd be. I think it's. I'm almost starting to think that any proof of a curve in a photo is actually proof that optics don't work, and that it's probably flat, and that everybody's just using these optical effects and calling it curvature. Because I can induce curvature, right? Like if I have a lens, one lens is I got that really does it well. It's a 75 millimeter lens. When I pull it a little bit away from the body of the camera, I can get great focus on something that's close, right? It's closer than that lens is actually engineered to be. So I'm like kind of cheating its minimum focal distance. But I'm doing that because I'm doing what's called a bellows focus, which I'm pulling the lens away from the sensor. That's not really important right now. What I see is that I can get a totally amazingly accurate image of something that's close, and then the wall that is behind it, like in this room that is not very big, is everything else in the background is turning spherical. It's spherical. It's like it's all bending. You know what I mean? The door, like everything, but everything close is totally perfect and like rectilinear, if you will. It's like accurate, you know. But everything in the far distance is getting this like effect. There's a cumulative effect from all these lenses and the differences in their sagittus. So that's what I think is going on. Is it like it's unavoidable? And at certain focal distances, it will be more apparent or less apparent. And at certain kinds of atmospheric conditions, it will be more or less apparent.
I like to tell Glovers that in their defense, you know, you could interpret the distant objects vanishing from the bottom up as curvature, but it doesn't match measurements, and it will happen on a flat plane. And when we had learned in school, Aristotle saw, or whoever, Columbus saw the sail of the ship first, and as he got closer, and then the hull of the ship later, they say that's curvature, but that doesn't prove curvature, does it? Anyways, if you're a photographer, maybe get some pictures, nice pictures. Like look at those, distant buildings or whatever.
Yeah, I'd like to. I'm trying to talk to some people about getting like a meetup, just a photography meetup. Everybody just throw down a camera, whatever they got, just compare them all, just throw them all together. You know what I mean? Wouldn't that be nice? Just have a comparative, like got like fucking 10 cameras or more.
Yeah, yes, it'd be very nice.
All different setups.
I don't
all
do
different.
cameras myself, but maybe I'll go just to hang out with you guys.
Well, where you at? You on the East Coast?
LA.
Well, you have to take a plane over here. I don't know if that's provided I can even get anybody to come meet up. I think this all started really from just like somebody wanting to compare the P900 with and without infrared mod, just to see about cutting through the moisture deck. Right. Cut up the.
Do you have a P900?
No, I don't. If the P900 was good for many things, because it's not like I'm not a flat Earth photographer. You know what I mean? Just like trying to do the photography thing. Yeah, P900 is pretty. It's kind of like an investment, really, just for one specific thing that it does. And I'm hoping that I can approximate what the P900 can do with other equipment. I'd like to be able to do that because it gives you a little more freedom.
Can I ask you about planets?
Oh, okay.
What's happening when we look at Saturn or Jupiter?
Well, how are you looking at it?
What do you think we're looking at?
What's your optic? Are you looking at a telescope?
Naked
eye.
I don't have.
I've never seen Saturn with my naked eye. I can't tell you.
Well,
what I do think is.
Go ahead.
There's something going on to me about how the telescope is working and how the human eye works and how a half-silvered mirror works and how the angle of these things can kind of give your eye like a sort of an optical illusion there too, making something possibly appear to have more dimensionality than it ought to. What do you think about that?
You haven't really said a lot. Just that.
So you see like pictures of whatever taken from telescopes, right? Of so-called planets.
Yes.
Okay, and they appear to be like little balls, little spherical.
Yes.
Balls. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I think that's all an optical trick too. That's what I think.
Well, unfortunately, a lot of these pictures are doctored, are manipulated. I've heard they take like 100 different overlays to get to show you Mars or Saturn, because that way they can get like these these lines. What do you call it? The effects that make it look like a planet. And they never take just one shot. They never show you one shot. They can't get that effect. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The details. They can't get the detail without lapping over pictures 100 times. They lap it over
Right, you
100
gotta
times. Yeah.
photo stack it, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So that to me, that's obviously doctored and manipulated. That's not really what's happening.
Right.
Do you agree?
Yeah, I do.
So, like I said, it's just a raw picture of Saturn or Mars. You're not going to get any kind of detail they're showing. And they need that to build their model, to build their planets. They need that overlapping, stacking, and all other manipulation. Colors,
Well, this is like to
computer
manifest the
generated.
material universe. Yeah, they need to invoke
Yes.
material. If it was just an energetic projection, something like that, it would make more sense why you have to keep stacking and stacking and stacking the image. Right? Because it's just optical. The whole thing is optical. I think everything up there is pretty much a result of different optics that don't have like a rocks in space. I'm not into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like the pictures that NASA showed us, first the picture that we can actually see through our own telescope are vastly different. You can't tell me that they can take a much better picture, with this Hubble telescope that we can take with our backyard telescope. Not the difference that they show us. Anyways, that's how I feel about it. We can't confront it. Their terra firma. They just look like lights, sparkly lights, a lot of colorful lights.
Yeah. Colorful lights that have like kindled religions and started wars and all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Sure, whatever you can use it for, We're on a small planet. We can't get off of it. This is our planet. We had to fight for it. They're attacking us. Let's go fight them back. Let's go attack them back.
That'll work.
There's dwindling resources. There's a limited amount of land. Gotta fight for our land. There's not enough to go around. We gotta fight for our resources. Let's go fight a war.
Well, I don't know, but this for the reason, it's like the reasoning for me for all this like deception is that it's basically trying to overturn all of these like millennia old traditions. You know what I mean? And sort of right, like all the space religion cast doubt on all religion in a way, if you will. And then also, like it also takes away that unique perspective thing. So it takes away geography. So there's no Holy Land really on a place that moves constantly, right? The concept of a Holy Land is crazy, right? Just a human conception, right? Land's all relative because we're
You
all
say
just
a holy,
moving
holy
ball.
land, like with Jews.
Any sacred land of any peoples, right? It doesn't really matter because we're on a ball moving around. The ball's moving. You know what I mean? What's land anyway, guys? Come on. That's what it's trying to do. It's trying to like dissolve those sort of those roots of culture because the whole world is changing. We're like there's so many like incredibly quick changes that are going on, in the last like couple hundred years now. Or even the last like 50 years, right? But they have to prep everybody in order to to do this plan. In order to rule the world, you have to plan it. Right?
You have to control the people. You have to feed them a propaganda that will make them do what you say. You have to control and to stay in control and stay in power. And don't tell the people what's really happening. If you did tell the truth, you lose your power. You have to get the people to live in a lie. Back in the days, there's the kings and queens, and they stay in power because they had the people. They suppressed and controlled the people. And if the people got too independent or powerful, they would overthrow the leaders. That's the same thing happening now. They want to keep us, under their foot, per se. So we can't rise up and find out what they're really doing and overthrow them. They feed us propaganda and lies, make us fight amongst ourselves, to make us, disbelieve in God.
Controlling the flow of information, isn't it? If you read George Orwell, if you read George Orwell's 1984, there's a brilliant quote in there that says, "Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past." So basically you control the narrative, flow of information, and you got people.
Well, every religion is long ago in a galaxy far, far away, right? Nothing starts now. It's always something that's always ever been. And that's the story that you get. That's where you come into the story, and you're like, oh, wow. The control of information is kind of starting there. The control of those people, too. Like, if I'm trying to make a control structure, Godric, and I want to control you and everybody that you know, maybe I think some other things, right? I have my own crazy ideas that makes me want to control you anyway, right? So I have that. You don't have what I have because I'm a crazy maniac, right? So I might try to set up something for you to believe in, right? That I don't believe in effectively, but I want you to believe in it so that I can contain you, and so that all the people contain each other, right? Like a bunch of kids babysitting each other. That's what I want. If I'm the over super controller, right? If I'm the Illuminati, that's what I want to do. Then I'll just believe whatever I want, and I'll never tell you to believe it because you get your own thing. That's what you get. You get civilian religion. That's kind of how I think it goes.
That's exactly right.
And then they created the space religion somewhere in the 80s with Star Wars. The Jedi religion has many members.
I love Star Wars, man. I imagine it's going to happen like in galaxy far, far away. It's got to be Star Wars happening.
You guys do know Jedi is an official religion. It's actually recognized as an official religion. It's proper weird, proper funny.
It's not proper funny. It's proper plan.
Is there lightsabers? If there's a lightsaber, dude, I'll join.
Mate, if there were lightsabers, I'd already be in the club.
Now, these other powers that the Jedi's have, that the Sith have, are basically just like these ideas we had for millennia,
Or the thing is,
like
if we humans survive, if we humans survive this epoch of our development and stuff, like this particular, like the next 100 years, we can go very far. But that's if we survive and don't wipe each other out or pollute the planet so much that it's uninhabitable.
Telekinesis, reading people's minds, these are all like ideas we had, or real powers people had.
Search your feelings, Godric.
Search your feelings. Use the Force.
Reach out to your mind. It's spooky stuff. It's totally fine because it's encased inside of a pseudo Ramonian space, if you will. It's in the fiction of space that this exists, so it's okay because it's not confronting anything that's real. It's not like the Vatican's not like, oh, we hate the space religion. They're like, we love the space religion. Yes. Let's build our Satan telescope now. Or it's the presumption that I don't know what we get in the Vatican, but anyway, whew, boy, control structure is the concept here, and if you can control somebody by making a picture, I mean that's even better, right? Like I don't even have to say anything. I don't have to knock on your door. I don't have to fucking threaten you or anything. I'll just show you a fucking fake picture, bunch of stacked photos of a light in the sky, and you're mine, bitch. Join my space religion. Don't you want to? You know, like, don't you want that? You know, you just sign your mind away. Did I shit on Star Wars too hard there? How about you know that was it Cromwell? Christopher Cromwell?
Yeah.
I forget. I just posted it a couple days ago, but he's a special effects guy that designed the TIE Fighter. I just thought, like, oh man, the TIE Fighter. Man, that bitch looks like the ISS. But then I found out that the guy that designed the TIE Fighter also worked for NASA and was also involved in the televising of the Apollo 11. It's just like there's deep agents, you know what I mean, and all this stuff. What do you want? What do you want? That's how it goes. I ain't mad. I ain't mad that they play a good game.
The guy who designed the TIE Fighter works for NASA?
Yeah, I'll message you if you want. Actually, that guy did special effects for 2001: A Space Odyssey, and then also said to Kubrick, he's like, hey, you know it'd be a really good song for the beginning of 2001: Space Odyssey? And then Kubrick was like, what? And then he goes, also Spruk Zarathustra. That would be a good one. I sang in the wrong key. But that shit. How does a guy who's a special effects guy just recommend that to a maker of the movie about the space that's made for NASA? But then what is up with The Shining then? Does that have some more, you know, like, yeah, clout in there somewhere? It's weird. It's all
I mean,
conspiracy.
had parts where they were showing like the secrets to the moon landing and why it was faked, and I didn't follow it. I just saw the YouTube video on it. It was interesting. Like the number of the room they went to is the number of like the NASA hangar, you know, stuff that I had to look into to verify.
One deck's in the house.
Yo, who's that?
Yo, yo. Ruheef, as they say now. Forget what I
Ruheef.
talked about. I listened to an Oakley the other day and you said something. I forget. Anyway, it's a week or two ago.
Morning snacks. What's up, bro?
Rip it up. Did you hear what I was saying about the basically the
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been listening.
That's funny because you never listen to anybody.
The Lucifer telescope in the space station looked resembling one of the fighters in Star Wars.
Yeah, well, I think the ISS kind of looks like the TIE Fighter to some degree. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know much about Star Wars, bro, to be honest.
Okay.
Never followed it. Or Star Trek.
It's the Empire's like, I guess, utility fighter. You know, it doesn't have crazy wings. Just like straight up, you know, bare bones kind of deal.
They look like a lot like the World Trade Center without the wings.
So that was designed by Christopher Cantwell. When he was employed at CBS News studio for, I'm sorry, I'm just reading part of his bio here.
Who
Yeah,
told you
he
that?
worked
It was Christopher Columbus designed them.
Christopher Cantwell.
That's my uncle.
In the early 70s, Cantwell was employed by Reuben H. Fleet Science Center to produce effects for and direct an early multimedia presentation titled Voyage to the Outer Planets in 73. So he made fake spacecraft, fake miniature models for that. While working on visual effects for 2001 Space Odyssey, Star Wars, he designed the X-Wing fighter, the Y-Wing fighter, the TIE fighter, the Star Destroyer, and the Death Star.
Chris Campwell, you said?
Yeah, I sent you the.
He designed the X-Wing?
Yeah, X-Wing, Y-Wing.
And he works for NASA?
What's that?
He works for NASA? Wow.
Well, he worked for NASA, so that's kind of how he
That
got
is
his start in this.
Shit hot
Basically
research.
making miniatures, you know? Yeah. Right. And then there's the whole Star Wars. Remember Ronald Reagan? We got a Star Wars. We need satellites up there. Might be UFOs. We don't know.
No, that was Trump.
That was Ronald Reagan. But Donald Trump tried to be Ronald Reagan Part 2. That's why he's like, Space Wars. Everything about about Trump trying to get elected in the beginning was about the focus was like, who's the next Ronald Reagan? Which is really just code for like they were going to put in a political outsider any fucking way.
Well, Reagan was the one who said, if you remember, that I can't help to think how fast humanity would unite if we were facing an outside threat.
I mean that's been. I think that was in the crock pot for a little while.
Now looking back at that, that statement is so planned, looking back, now at that one. I'm sure when he said it, it's like, oh, dude, that guy, Reagan, yeah.
I mean, I think that even if you look at like the design of Darth Vader's helmet, like it doesn't not remind you of maybe like a pyramid in the masked part, where his mouth's supposed to be. Looks like an unfinished pyramid. It's really strange. And then he's Darth Vader, which is like Vader is Faja, Austrian Polish Faja, right?
Jesus.
The idea that humanity would unite because of a common enemy, right? From outer space. That idea is actually scriptural.
But what if there's a common enemy of dumb fuckery within the earth?
Like flat earthers?
Maybe you'd be paranoid if you thought that.
Let me just help you, like flat earthers.
No.
What if aliens are trying to take you away from reality?
I don't think that's ever going to happen, mate. Not in our lifetime, anyway.
I think there are aliens out there, but
you guys didn't see the X-Files, man, taking people and doing experiments on their, what?
I don't think anyone wants to go close to us. Fucking hell, we're fighting about black and white here. These motherfuckers are purple. You think they're gonna come down here?
The Monstars are gonna stop by. They're gonna play LeBron James.
There's a scripture in Ezra that talks about during the middle of a world war, nation against nation, right? That there's going to be an invader that's going to come from the heavens, right? And everybody are going to stop in the middle of their war and redirect their energy to this foreign invader that's going to come from the sky. I'm
Can you put
paraphrasing.
the Bible verse for us?
It's gonna happen.
It's in chapter 13. It's in chapter 13 of 2nd Ezra. I can't right now. I'm working.
Is that the Old Testament?
Yes.
The Tanakh.
Yes.
The thing is, you know what I think? I don't even think aliens want to come down here. We're like the fucked up planet. We're like, you know, when you go on a safari, they drive past and they're like, yeah, and this is the planet with these weird fucking bipedal things. We call them humans. Just look, we're not going down. They're nasty. They're dangerous. We're not going down there. Just have a look, and we're going back after that.
There are other people yet that say that there are aliens, but they look like us. You know,
The question is are humans intelligent? That's the real question.
No, I don't think humans are. We're essentially monkeys with machine guns.
Monkeys have reasons for doing what they do.
Exactly. So we're not even monkeys. The thing is, our technological development has come very far. However, our spiritual development has not even close to caught up to where our technology is. So we have all of these technologies available to us, but we don't have the spirituality to be able to deal with them properly. I mean, who is insane enough to drop a nuclear bomb on another human being? Can you do you understand like what they did in Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Like, who does that? Like, what kind of psychopath do you have to be?
Right. I almost got to question whether or not that could even occur. You know, in your mind.
Our spirituality, I think, peaked in history, and now it's on the downtrend.
But I think I started questioning whether because like how much is the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency or whatever, they're like always checking on motherfuckers. Everybody wants to get nuke power, but then it's
I think
dangerous too, because like once you get like a reactor, then you could Fukushima yourself. You don't know.
That's obviously a
build a fucking nuclear power plant on your.
I don't think there's nuclear bombs. I think there's bombs. There's not nuclear bombs. And nobody can split an atom.
You saying that Einstein didn't win World War II? Is that what you're trying to say?
I don't know, man. I'm conflicted about that. People doubt germ theory. They doubt nuclear fusion. They doubt DNA.
Like anything in history.
It's the only area that Hitler was like, "Yo, we can't be doing nuclear war. That doesn't work." You know what I mean? We're doing total war, bro. We'll do total war.
Like anything in history, if you can sit down and have tea with the guy, we just got stories. That's all we
hit
have.
them with mustard gas. We'll, work on some super amphetamines for our soldiers. You know what I mean? That's what their program was. They didn't have atomics as part of their shit. Because they were like, that's some Jew stuff. Because
So you don't think that they actually during Operation Dominic and Operation Fishbowl and Operation High Jump and all the different missions that they would, the declassified missions where they try nuking the firmament, you don't think they actually nuke the firmament, but use just like conventional weapons like TNT?
Just conventional bombs, not a nuclear bomb, right? There's no nuclear fallout, no nuclear radiation. That's just made up shit.
It's way more useful to just float stories like that and say that they're declassified. Everybody believes it. It's like, oh, it's I can know it now.
You guys don't you remember what happened in Chernobyl? I have friends who live in fucking Ukraine, and they tell me there's still regions you can't go to in Chernobyl because the radiation is so high. There's fucking like animals being born, like 2-headed dogs and stuff being born, like 5-legged dogs, because of the radiation damage to their DNA. Of course, nuclear power exists.
I've seen stuff where it says that
they can poison the earth, right, with like fluoride, right? If you look into Japan, Nagasaki, and Hiroshima, they used a fluoride bomb, so they can poison. They can use poison, but not nuclear, not nuclear. There's no place you can't go back to. It's just.
I disagree, bro. It's in the Vedas, bro. I think nuclear bombs existed in the antediluvian world, dude.
It does. The exact quote is, and the gods released an iron bolt from heaven with the power to kill 100,000 men, and it lit up like 1,000 suns, and soldiers were jumping into the rivers because it was so hot, but then they died because the rivers started boiling. Then the trees and plants and animals started dying, foods went off, and people got like what is similar to radiation sickness 3 days after. So yeah, it is invaders.
In the scriptures, it talks about people, their eye sockets melting out of their face from the flash of light.
Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom and Gomorrah also seems like it's a fucking nuke.
No, in the future, prophetic, weapon of indignation.
Oh, you mean in Revelations?
I don't know. And then the dudes that were like pretty much real close to like the tech that allowed any this atom bomb to go were there's like this whole side fucking note here with like everybody's trying to figure this shit out at some point. So there's like this whole run on alchemy, and they run on all the alchemical texts and stuff, and rare books. So
all those stories are wonderful. They can be accomplished with a regular bomb. Take the nuclear out, and as far as the environment, poison the environment, that can be done with the fluoride bomb.
I'm just saying, like,
it can poison the environment, but not cause genetic damage, mutative damage, which is only caused by gamma radiation.
Do you know that people have never left Chernobyl? They're living there right now. Do you know that? Do you know that Nagasaki, Hiroshima, people stayed there? They didn't leave, and they weren't born with 2 feet or something like that.
Actually, in Chernobyl, you're not allowed to go around where the reactor was. That's not true. There's like a 10-mile zone at least. But yeah, you can go back there, of course, afterwards. But of course, and the thing is, I don't know if you guys know this, but
you said you're
there's
not
something
allowed to go there. You said
there's
you're not
something
allowed
really
to
cool
go
with
there.
nuclear bombs.
That's similar to a lockdown. You're not allowed to go out. You're not allowed to not wear a mask. Just put 6 feet away. You see, you're not allowed to.
Bro, Chernobyl poisoned fucking half of Europe. It did.
The Earth has a I agree. The Earth has a remarkable ability of sustaining life. So even through these catastrophes like the BP oil spill, that I really thought was going to be like world ending. Like from what I understand, it's still leaking right now. That pipeline that was like 2,000, 3,000 feet in the ocean, that they couldn't figure out how to actually keep it from leaking because the pressure was so great that there was nothing they could do. It's still leaking, dude. But yet the Earth seems to be like fine. It's just we don't realize how big the Earth is.
But if you think about it, like if we didn't mine all this oil out of the ground or do the extraction with what do they call it, hydrofracking, taking all the methane out of the shale. If we didn't do that, I would think that after a certain point of time, everything just go boom somehow. So I don't know if we're not doing that. Is there usefulness to like using these fossil fuel, quote unquote fossil fuels?
Fracking actually damages the earth. It damages the ecology. I don't know about pumping oil, but fracking definitely is not good.
Oh yeah, that's fucked up. But like, why do that? Like, is it worth it just for the fuel to do it like that? Because you're just killing the land. But like, for what reason is it necessary to take out all that?
Because the control, because oil allows them to have control, and they need more oil because the oil that they can pump like easily is starting to run out, and because they need to keep pumping oil because they don't want to give us like cheap alternatives like cars that run on water. So they have to keep pumping oil. Yeah.
Lasma, if I knew that there was a huge shit, like a bunch of like methane right going on somewhere, and they're extracting it like that way. What's to say that I can't like dig a big hole and put a huge bomb down there and blow the whole fucking motherfucker? Why can't I do that?
Nothing. Of course you can.
That would be I'm saying it's a public danger to have it just like in the ground like that, I guess.
Of course.
That's the only reason I can think that there's a concerted effort to fucking fuck the earth up to extract it out.
Would not blow a big hole like from the earth to like the moon if you put like a bomb down in that oil, in that BP oil well?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not worried about like under the